Hello, everyone. This is Defense Politics Asia. My name is Wyatt. Welcome to the DPA Open Mic. This is the episode number 17, 17. So it's been a long time since we have open mic because last weekend my mom is in the hospital. It's nothing serious. It's serious, but not urgent. But she was in hospital for observation and did a very small operation to kind of clear one of the arteries. So, and then some heart issue. Not sure is it vaccine related or is it just fats, old age problem. So my schedules are messed up during the weekend. So I just don't have the energy to do the open mic because I still got work I need to do. Similarly, I'm still actually pretty busy now. And I'm actually sick now. I myself is sick. Caught the virus from probably my daughter who was sick the last week, but it's okay. I'm back. So I think maybe today's session won't be 5 hours because I'm not feeling particularly perfect. So anyway, so gonna say hi to people as usual. Hi to Stinging Metal, Rainer Braun, Cascader, Whip Union, Homebound Traveler, Harry Itim, Kione, Acting Sane, Juninho Josemar 2023, Heinz Guderian, or Heinz Guderian, and then who else? I miss it. Tarif, Sharafi, MJ, NGS, Daniel Petrusic, Billy West, Serbian Village Harasser, Commodore Veteran, Hamani Ayman, Do, who else? Vaughn, Jenman, Emmanuel Fabric, Mayhem, Oni Juha, who else? Harris, Zochi, Emil, Neil West, Sami, Brutal, Hasda Entertainment, and Liam. Hi everybody. So I'm gonna drop the link. Let not waste time because this is not about me. This session is about you guys. It's you guys' opinion. My opinion, you guys hear almost every day. It's quite boring. So, yeah. Let me find the. I'm so confused. Oh shit! Okay. There's some lag. Okay, there's some lag. The okay, this and then this. Oh, okay. I finally found the. Sorry, guys. You guys see me fall for a while. So the link to join is now pinned on the DPA IRL channels chat live chat, and for those that wants to join in and chit chat, can join. The link is in DPA IRL. This stream is dual streamed on two different channels. The DPA main channel, which you must subscribe, and of course, it's also on the DPA IRL channel. And actually, I should share this thingy to more channels, right? Yeah. So I'm going to drop it into the DPA war channel as well. And someone is in. Hi, Whip.
Hello.
Yeah, you guys should know Whip Union, right? Hi, though.
Hello.
So how's life?
Good. How about you?
Okay, wait. Let me wear my earphone. I just realized I need to wear my earphone.
Gotta do my hair here. Hold on.
Okay, I think I can hear you guys now. All right. So solid. Can hear you guys now. So no, the war is going to be 1 year now. Yep, it's going to be like 1 year, and quite frightening. Waka, Hi,
Hi
Waka.
guys.
Hello.
Hi, how are you? Oh,
Good, good. Oh, I just saw a super chat. Salmon Hash article about the Nord Stream.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So
yeah.
so this is the viral article putting the blame on the Americans and the Norwegians for the blowing up of the Nord Stream. My position is based on. You guys see? You guys know. What I think?
Say that's a geostrategic article that dropped. Considering all the players involved, Norway and Germany should be at war. You know.
Yeah. I totally don't understand what the hell is happening. You know, what is Germany actually thinking and doing? No, they are not protecting their own interests, and they're just getting pulled by the nose. And and I think the defense minister just quit, right?
I think we should just continue.
Usman?
Yes.
Usman?
The defense minister just quit, right? Oh, Toby is in. Hi, Toby.
Hey guys.
Hello.
You sound soft. Let me adjust the volume. Oh.
I can move a bit closer.
Yeah, you should, because you sound very soft.
I'm also sick because my daughter also came home from school with flu. It's a true story. I thought I got it from you through the internet.
Yeah, and maybe it's me. It's my fault. You watch too much on my stuff.
Oui. I am RL.
Okay. So those that are in the chat, you guys can also feedback about the volume. Who is too soft? Who is too loud? You know, because sometimes what I hear might not be correct. Tariff. So I need to count. You guys can talk. You know, you don't have to wait for me. What chit chat?
All right, you were mentioning about the article about the Seymour article about the Nord Stream pipelines. I actually think it's very interesting because Seymour has a past where he's done a lot of these articles exposing U.S. crimes abroad in wars like the Vietnam massacre, and so he has experience doing this, and he has come out with some revelations. If this is true or not, he doesn't actually come up with any proof. He just mentions some unknown sources within the US government. So it could be true, but it's like hearsay. So you can take it with a pinch of salt. Russia is definitely going to use this article because it benefits them that someone is accusing the US of blowing up the pipelines, as they want a closer relation with Germany and Europe as a whole. They don't want to be enemies with Europe. A peaceful takeover is definitely more beneficial to them. While the US is far away and acting against Europe's interests, so it's generally a good situation for Russia. However, the EU is already on the Western side, and they have gone so far into that side that it's very difficult for them to just do a 180. They just end up doing a 360, as the German politician said.
My view on Seymour Hersh is, I mean, in my younger days, I probably would have looked at him as like un-American or unpatriotic because he exposed things that the military did, you know, maybe when I was more idealistic. But I think the fact that I used to not like the guy because of what he said, even if it was true, and the fact that he's saying it now, and I'm more inclined to believe him considering the things he said in the past ended up being true. You know, I think there's probably something to it. I mean, I would imagine whatever source he has, if it's a legit source, if there's probably risks involved, you know, their life. I mean, I don't think they'd kill Seymour Hersh, but they'd probably kill his source. I mean, because I mean, that's a big deal. I mean, you're talking about an act of war, and they're, you know, they can try to play it off with word games and diplo speak, but it's an act of war, and if you did it and it could be proven, it kind of leaves our ass hanging out in the wind for Russia to do whatever they want back because, you know, fair is fair, right? A world of rules and equity and all that. So you blow up my pipeline, what, I get to blow up something too, right? I mean, that's kind of stupid game they want to play, and you know,
That's why the Russians send Chinese
This is
balloons into the
honestly the
United States,
reason
right?
I believe that it is. I'm more inclined to believe that the West has blown up the pipeline, and that is purely because if it was Russia, then the only purpose would be a false flag operation. But a false flag operation needs you to actually use that, because what's the point of a false flag operation if you just blow up your own base and do nothing about it? So
Well,
considering
and
Russia did
also,
nothing
I was looking
about
back at a lot of Seymour Hersh's.
Yeah. Do,
Yeah, I would like to connect. Yeah,
I think
if
it's
you
time
allow
out.
me.
yeah, Do is gone.
All right, I'll just continue then. So considering they didn't do anything about it, I'm not inclined to believe it's the Russians doing a false flag operation. I'm more inclined to the West doing it to sabotage the relation between Europe and Russia, and at the same time make Europe more dependent on American oil and Norwegian oil. So the beneficiaries here are the US and Norway. So it makes sense for them to be the culprits.
I think it's simple,
Yeah,
it's not a false flag because nothing has changed, right? Like the Russians didn't really do anything, after the Nord Stream blow up. Like there's no really any changes of what they say, what they do. So it's definitely not false flag.
I think it was because of the weather, really, because Nord Stream 2 is still there, and I mean, I believe the US is competent enough to, if they want to blow up the pipelines, to blow up both. And I personally believe it was the Russians because one, the pipeline's still there, the second one, and the negotiations for the second pipeline haven't gone through, so they could basically charge whatever they wanted for the gas. The winter really hit hard, but I'm looking at the temperatures and it's like 15 degrees out here, and prices for gas are going basically down and further down, so there isn't really a reason to open Nord Stream 2, and it would have been forced if gas had been necessary, but because gas isn't necessary, they basically just blew up the pipeline, and because they would have legally been obliged to continue delivering gas because there were contracts. But for the second pipeline, there aren't any, and they didn't blow up the second one.
I would like to discuss about the timing of the appearance of the article. And today they are meeting in Munich, and this is basically to observe the first year completion of the war. And there are a lot of pledges made by the West, and there were different messages actually coming. Like Scott Ritter, I was watching his video, and in that he basically emphasized that the West has actually lost the war, and now it was basically a pep talk for the Ukrainians to giddy up with a lot of support coming from the West. But that's more of rhetoric. And another thing which has come out now is, I think there was some Austrian journal who said that in case somebody asked that, how do you operate these tanks, and you send it to Ukraine, straight away said that we remove the uniform, we get registered as Ukrainian volunteers, and then we join. So I think the last time we discussed that who's going to man these tanks and armaments, most probably it's going to be these guys from NATO. But there was a lot of, I think, disappointment. I could listen to the speech by the British Prime Minister, Rishi Sunak, who said, we've been preparing all this NATO forces and armament for basically one enemy, and that was Russia. And in case we are supporting the Ukrainians, so we are doing the same job that we were meant for. But the timing of the appearance of Seymour Hersh article is very critical, because this appears about a week before completion of the first year, and he precisely knew it that there are going to be a lot of alabula about this war, the observance of anniversary of the war in Munich. So I think timing was critical. One, it sent a very strong message to the Germans that basically it was an economic sabotage conducted by the West, the US, and it was without their information. So there's a lot of, I think, discussion within Germany also. So these are, I think, two very, very important aspects. One is timing of appearance of this article. The other is completion of 1 year and the disappointment being displayed in the Western capital. Although on the media they are showing a lot of bravado, but on ground, I think, as Scott Twitter, I think Scott Twitter, he mentioned that the U.S. journal went to the president and told him that actually we have lost, and this is much the Ukrainians could do. But the political leadership told the military, no, you just show a very brave face and the lies. So I think there's a lot of division within NATO, and there's a lot of division between political and military leadership, because any sane mind who can see the writing on the wall would not be now looking for extension of the war. But I think the new liberals will push it, and Ukrainians are going to suffer. So these are the initial thoughts on completion of first year of the war.
I was just going to ask a question. If the pipeline wasn't blowing up and all Russia had to do was turn it off, and then Sebastian was saying, well, they're obligated under contracts to keep pumping gas. I mean, with all the sanctions in place against Russia and the cutting off of Russia, why would Russia be obligated to fulfill those contracts, and what would anyone be able to do to make them fulfill the contracts? I mean, they could literally just turn it off, not fulfill the contracts, and then do what they're doing now, which is sell to other people. I'm just asking.
Yeah, that's right. But
You know
I
what?
think the purpose of this war, somebody was also mentioning, is to create a wedge between, Germany and Russia. Because if you look at last 15 years, there was I think, a very good economic relationship. I've been to Russia and see a lot of Mercedes coming to Russia. People even travel by road, and there was a camaraderie also. I think Germany was one country which was still till last opposing any military option, despite that they were dragged into it. I doubted that Putin would have shut down the gas, because as a goodwill he would have kept it. And but I think blowing up the gas pipeline was mainly to create a wedge between Germany and Russia, and also affect the dependence of Germany and rest of Europe on the Russian gas. So I think there is a message in that. And if you see within the German leadership, including the Chancellor, was very reluctant. It was only, I think, our immature foreign minister who was talking of it, because she's been educated, I think, in UK and US, and a very typical leader, which are being planted in most of the Europe. So I would still feel that Putin would have never shut down the gas, and this was basically done to create a wedge between Germany and Russia for good. And then, of course, since there is no reason, now they can look for other sources of energy. Even I think the Americans would be able to sell their oil to Europe, and there are so many other companies. So I feel that Germany would have been the last one to really jump into it.
I think the blowing up the pipeline, US did not blow both. I think because it's just a warning. It's a warning to Germany, because Germany has been holding back, during that time, where they're not really willing to supply arms to Ukraine because they want to hold back. It's partly also because of their pacifist kind of direction in their government, in their foreign policy, but they are also holding back. They really don't want to escalate the fight. But then they are under a lot of pressure, and they really wanted the gas because that's what their industry needs. And I think US just wanted to send out a very big message to Germany, is that we blow up one. This is a warning to you. We can blow up the other one if you want to. And then Germany have to play ball. So it is very curious why they only blow up one. They could have blown up both. They blew up the old one, right? For what I know, the new one was not blown up. So it is very interesting how that happened. And there isn't really much geopolitical talk about this issue, which was so obvious. It was so obvious. So the article to me, it didn't really teach me new things because it's so clear. But the problem is it's still anonymous source, and that's not the proper source. That's my problem with the article, which is as good as
mistakes in it.
But Cy Hirsch is he is a Pulitzer winner writer, and he Watergate, My Lai Massacre, you name it, he's been in. He was proven right through the whole thing. He's never been there's only one instance I think he actually kind of slipped up, and like Larry Johnson, the ex-CIA guy, they planted a story with Larry Johnson from one of his sources within the CIA so they could discredit him later. And that could have very much happened to Cy Hirsch with the one he got wrong. But people are acting like, you know, he has no credibility. He's just a random podcaster that came up with this. This is Cy fucking Hirsch. This is the man of journalism, of investigative journalism. And that's why I've always laughed at that.
And the timing of the article, right? Like, it's released right on the cusp of the Munich Security Conference. I mean, the Munich Security Conference this year is pretty much meaningless anyways, because Russia's not there, China's not there. So it's more of an echo chamber this year. So we already knew what they were going to say. They're going to just show up a brave face, make a few noises, try to bolster each other, pat each other on the shoulder and stuff. I mean, it's no coincidence that Ursula von der Leyen suddenly shows her face all of a sudden after, you know, not being around, doing nothing for the last 6 months. And you know, what I find myself wondering is, like, the people who aren't speaking, like, you know, like Angela Merkel, we haven't heard from her for a while. And Gerhard Schroeder, we haven't heard from him for a while either. And you can't really have a dialogue on Russia and Europe-Russia relations without these characters involved. Because von der Leyen, Annalena Baerbock, I mean, they don't have a history with, like, having a relationship with Russia, right? Correct me if I'm wrong here.
Look at what Orban's saying. He was saying you need to fight inflation, not Russia. I think he said that this weekend or last week. You know, he's one of the only guys in the EU and NATO that's trying to, you know, I guess save Europe from its own stupidity, but they probably don't see it that way.
I just wanted to.
I'll wait. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Every time you want to speak, he freeze. Yeah. Waka, carry on.
Okay. Yeah, there's another interesting thing, you know, to be noted. This is George Soros' speech, you know, in one of the forums, and he targeted India. It was very surprising for me, and he mentioned the nexus between Adani and Modi, and he then reminded Indians that you are part of the Quad, but you take a lot of oil from Russia. And I tell you, India has been in a very comfortable position with the West because they are part of the Quad also, and they have very good relations. But they were trying to maintain a balance. And George Soros, you know it, he almost controls entire Europe. So he's actually an icon of the neoliberals. And unfortunately, he's, you know, tagged as a, you know, someone who is doing it for charity. But basically, he's been used by the CIA for bringing color revolution in a lot of countries. So this is, I think, and he gave a warning to India, actually. It was very surprising. We're sitting in Pakistan, we're trying to read it out. And Indians are worried. And he almost mentioned that because of this, there may be, he actually hinted maybe a regime change in India, in such a large country. So I would say that neocons are desperate, the neoliberals. And so they have, you know, unleashed their mouthpieces and frontmen. And they are very, very desperate because, you know, India does need, you know, energy. There was a lot of shortage, especially after COVID, when the markets were shutting down and trade was shut down. So they had to look at the alternatives. And Indian Foreign Minister Jaishankar had to actually explain it to the West that why they had to keep the, you know, the supplies open because they were not getting it because of this war. So, you know, look at the angles this Ukraine-Russia war is generating, and how the West is prodding and coercing, you know, larger states also to follow their, because they feel that everybody has to take their position. So this is again a very interesting development, and I don't know how the Indians take it, but looking at the response from India, it looks they were not very happy, and probably there are going to be a lot of tensions. But so Adani, you know, it was one of the biggest tycoons. He was the third richest man in the world, and within, I think, 2 weeks, his stocks, you know, fell by $118 billion. Imagine. So it was a big jolt given by, you know, the I would say the New York-based financial institutions just to punish India for, they're just buying oil from Russia because they need it, And so basically, they would like to squeeze Russia from all sides. And so this is part of the economic warfare within the hybrid war. So these are some important lessons. But for us, this is a very major development that a country like India has been openly threatened in a forum that you have been, and so they linked it that you sit with us in the Quad, but you boil a lot of Russian oil. So I think these are the things to be discussed. This meeting in Munich after first year of completion of war is very, very important. And I am I am fearing that in frustration, these guys can do anything. Yeah. Thank you.
I agree, Walker. One thing I wanted to say is that you mentioned Soros. Yes, he plays a bigger part than I think that a lot of people understand. He's like the connection with money that gets all these groups together and organizes it. But one of the things I believe the West is really mad at India is that it is taking in Russian oil, mixing it with its own reserve, and then selling it to Europe at like 3-4 times the cost. That is, I'm glad India is benefiting from that, because we have to understand, and this is what I feel as American, we got to start understanding we cannot just go stomping our foot wherever we demand we want influence just so our corporations can make money. What we need to do is learn to compete honestly with the reserves that we have, with our own raw materials. But we don't want to do that. We want to own the whole chessboard. And that's the whole problem. And kudos to the Indian people for making some bank off of this stupidity the West has put us in. The other thing is that we were talking about, communication. Who right now, and it was, I'm sorry, is it Tariq?
Yeah.
Yeah, Tariq, you brought it up. Who is really in the West? Do we have qualified right now that Lavrov could sit across from and actually have an open, honest, trustworthy dialogue? There is nobody in this Biden administration that Russia will trust, and I don't blame them. And there's the nexus. I swear to God, I wish one country would come up, is we do not recognize Joe Biden as the president of the United States. That could almost end all of this, if you think about it, but it's never happened. So I'll end my rant there.
If Biden was smart, he would select Trump as a special envoy like they've done with Carter. And he would go over there and talk to Putin in Ukraine and get a deal done. Whether he became president again or not, because they would actually probably deal with him in the sense from respect, because he was one of the guys that stood up to him. He's pretty plain spoken. He might become president again. I'm just saying, if that was the smart thing to do, that if you want to pick somebody who's got some pull and sway and that the Russians would actually respect, what are you going to do? You could go back through the Biden administration, the Trump administration, Obama, and probably back to Desert Storm. What diplomat is worth a shit that would sit across from Lavrov right now? Trump got to shake hands with North Korea, with Kim on the other side of the DMZ. So, I just figure, he'd be like a Rodman or something, or a Carter, make him a special envoy, make him the guy to go over there and deal with peace. But they won't do that. They'll just keep doing the same stupid stuff they always do.
Yeah. Remember when the war hadn't begun, like the early weeks of February, when Boris Johnson was still in power, and Liz Truss, I believe, was the foreign minister of Britain. And her and Lavrov had a one-on-one meeting with each other, and he said, speaking with her was like talking to some robot or something. Basically, all she did was offer him scripted responses. So ever since the war has begun, if you've noticed really carefully, Russia has not really received a credible negotiator from the West to sit down with. It's always been a few brands, a few faces, a few puppeteers, some fools, basically. And we're talking about Sergei Lavrov, somebody who's been the foreign minister of Russia for 2 decades now? A career diplomat. To not have proper professionals before him is a direct insult to basically the Russian government itself. So if the West really had any inclination towards any goodwill, any good negotiation, they would have engaged, I guess, Angela Merkel, but they didn't, right? She's totally crippled.
And you look at the Biden cabinet. I mean, a guy like Lavrov is going to sit across from a guy who wears lipstick and steals luggage, or who dresses like a man and wears a naval admiral's uniform. You know what I'm saying? I mean, not that those people are the ambassadors, but that's the kind of people you're got in your administration. Those are the kind of people you're giving favors to and giving ambassadorships to and stuff like that. I mean, it's a joke. How could you take it seriously? And then on top of that, they already know, oh, yeah, just so you know, all those Minsk agreements were negotiated in bad faith. I mean, I don't really know where anyone would think there's a diplomatic route to go right now. I mean, other than Russia does exactly what it wants and ends it on its terms, because the other side is just full of incompetence and dangerous people and children. And I don't know. I just don't see there's anything there for Russia to look at and see anything to work with.
I agree with you 100%. It's like we're juvenile, smug children going to sit across a professor of literature, and we're going to tell them about, literature itself when we have no clue because all we read is comic books. It's just that insane to me. I like you said, how can they take us in good faith after what was said about Minsk? I mean, this is what kills me, is that it's almost, you couldn't actively try to make yourself less trustworthy than they're doing right now. Period. Great points, Vaughn and Tariq, I thought.
I think it is a common problem within the West about diplomacy. They gone from honest diplomacy and talks to scripts that already presented, like Lavrov said and Von Foster said. It is just repeating words and words without any meaning behind them. And it is bad because it will always generate problems and misunderstanding and mistrust in the world.
Which is why, going back to what Waqar said, hurling veiled threats towards Modi and the Indian government might just, come to backfire against the West, because you can say whatever you want about Modi, but he's not an amateur. He knows politics.
That's right.
It's just,
I mean, isn't Modi like very, very popular in India?
super.
I mean, overwhelmingly.
Frighteningly popular.
Yeah, the Indian media think that this threat
like
by
the
George
Trump
Soros
of India kind of thing.
Yes,
it is almost it's almost I think 70% following, at least in some of the Hindu belts. This threat actually, some people are some critic or analysts in India are suggesting that this threat is going to strengthen his next election, because people are going to rally around Modi. And I tell you, if India then decides to, let's say, get out of these alliances like Indo-Pacific, and so I don't know, they are pushing. The West is pushing everybody to form the Eurasian Brotherhood. I think we've been also waiting, like in SCO, and we wanted that Eurasian Brotherhood should come out. But I think they are going to accelerate it. The other aspect is, in the Munich conference, there were certain American intellectuals who were interviewed by DW. I'm just forgetting the name of a professor. And there were a lot of, praise that she's very intelligent. And she then was asked, then how does this war end? And the objectives laid out by US and the NATO, as per her, were that when Putin is defeated, or when Putin changes his mind. So it means they're looking at a very long war. And they were saying that basically it was not fault of the West, but it is because of Russian aggression that has to be stopped. And she also said that Europe is changed forever. And mind you, we are listening to this sentence, Europe is changed forever. Every 50 or 40 years we listen to it whenever there's a European war. So they were very, very desperate. The main thing was, absence of sanity. You know, yeah, because I think that the way they are pushing, I think Russians and other countries and coercing, powers like India. Even we have been coerced. I tell you, like Pakistan was coerced so badly financially because in the hybrid war, then they start applying their tools, IFIs, and so far, I think we have weathered it well. Our foreign ministry also said that, this fake news of supplying of ammunition to Ukraine was false because they had to then answer to the public what was happening. But there was a rumor, that probably this is happening. So they are trying to coerce everybody. And I feel that there should be sanity. I still feel that post Crimea 2014, they could have stopped it if they had intentions. Things could have been settled amicably. But now the way they are pushing, I am just worrying that it does not cross the red line and something big like use of nuclear weapons takes. Just imagine, Europe getting destroyed because of absurdity of these neocons.
Every time I'm speak, right, everybody just keep quiet and just listen. It's like in a lecture hall, right?
I just have a thought. What when the United States now is putting Russia under pressure, just to make them weak in the future conflict that United States is planning to do against China. So because there is the people are thinking that if there will be a direct war between the United States and China, of course Russia would take part with China. But if Russia is weakened or still in the war with Ukraine, they could not provide such a big help.
I think
I am ready to admit now at that time I am ready to admit a direct conflict between USA and China.
Well,
I think we did.
What's the likelihood that China and America will even have a conflict in the first place? Why would China not just wait until the American state breaks down into their own little problems until they're ready to move on to Taiwan or move on to expanding their influence in Central Asia or something like that, or the South China Sea?
Who's to say that's not part of China's strategy?
But for the United States,
fracturing America from the inside.
For the United States, it's very easy to set up a war when they are not allowing China to get in Taiwan, and China has the right to be there because Taiwan is a part of China.
Well, would the people in Taiwan fight?
It's not true.
That's the question. Would the people in Taiwan fight though?
Why would they?
They will. They will. 100%.
I mean, in the whole point of this, though, to destabilize Russia, so there's a vacuum there that China has to deal with. I think that's the entire point. I mean, we don't want to go to war with China. We want them to deal with a decentralized Russia. I think is the whole point.
So I want to put the perspective in terms of what the Taiwanese will do. If you look at before the war started, we will think that Russia, if let's say Russia go to war with Ukraine, we will all think that Ukraine will just collapse, right? It's not true.
Yeah.
Ukraine fights. So the same thing goes for Taiwan. Taiwan is very independent, and you have to understand that they are actually still in a state of war with the People's Republic of China. They are actually in the exact same state as North and South Korea. They are having a civil war, and it has not ended yet. So a lot of people just forgot about that the Chinese Civil War is actually not over. Taiwan is not Taiwan. Taiwan is actually Republic of China. That's their official name. So they are China, and People's Republic of China is also China. There's actually two Chinas, which is why the communist China, they try the entire world keep saying this thing. They have a one China policy. But the thing is that they never say which China is the China that they will recognize. For now, at this current moment, they recognize the communist China. So that's the one China policy, which is what because they don't want, even the People's Republic of China also do not want the world to be so explicit, because they don't want people to take side. They want flexibility. But if any day Republic of China becomes stronger, for example, maybe there's internal conflict, then they break apart, then a good chunk of China joins the Taiwanese Republic of China, then you can see that there's an immediate switch, and the whole world will still say the same thing. We still have a one China policy. So it's just one of the China. You guys sort it out. We only recognize one China. That's the one China policy. It's not necessarily the communist China policy. So that's one thing. Taiwan will fight. Will they win? I do not know. That's the thing. Yeah, that's
do they think
I just wanted to say though.
Hi guys.
We summoned Drew.
I heard
so?
China, so I had to pop in.
Isn't it though? Isn't it though that the United States though is trying to straddle the fence in both positions at the same time, trying to maintain its its links with China, not links, but its productions and all its products coming in from China. So they want to keep that flowing, but yet we want to sit there and say, well, if you go into Taiwan, which you consider yours, well, we're going to have a problem with that. So we got our foot in both camps. We're trying to straddle a fence that's going to be impossible to straddle for much longer, I think.
No,
yeah,
you see,
I think so.
Well, if you look at what Biden says, Biden says we'll provide military aid to Taiwan. So,
well, the American reaction is quite obvious, right? That's what Americans do. When in doubt, just attack.
Yeah, but
let me correct some misconceptions
if United States provide military aid, it depends on what kind of military aid. Just technical, like they are doing now in Ukraine, or they are putting boots on the ground. Because if they are putting boots on the ground, then the United States is directly involved in this conflict. Like it would
depends
be
on your perspective.
Yeah.
The United States is already directly involved in Ukraine. Yeah. Sorry, Drew.
Yeah, let me correct a bunch
yes,
of
but not
misconceptions here.
not from the Yeah, sorry. Just stop.
Yeah, let me correct a bunch of misconceptions here. Firstly, Taiwan and China is not like North and South Korea. North and South Korea, there's a big demilitarization zone in the middle of them. There is no free flow of travel. They are technically at war and are literally at war. Taiwan and China, there are several international flights per day, like going back and forth between Taiwan and a bunch of the Chinese provinces. So there is free flow of trade and free flow of people going back and forth between Taiwan and China. So it's nothing like the relationship in North and South Korea. So that's definitely wrong. And whether Taiwan and Taiwanese will defend Taiwan if China invaded, yes, definitely. Because if, like right now, I would ask the Americans, do any of you want war? The answer will most likely be no. But if China invaded the US, each one of you guys will pick up a gun and go fight the Chinese. It's the same kind of reaction. You are defending your homeland, right? Mm-hmm. But neither the Taiwanese or the Chinese want to fight. Recently, in the last Taiwanese elections, like local elections, they actually voted out the pro-independence American-funded Taiwanese leader that was the one that invited Pelosi over, right? So the Taiwanese people know they don't want to be another Ukraine. They don't want to declare independence because they know, and China has repeated this many times, the only reason that China will invade Taiwan is if Taiwan declares independence. As long as it doesn't do that, the status quo remains, and they can slowly work towards a peaceful reunification. That slow might take decades. There is no set timeline. So the situation right now is if the US just stays out of it, China will never invade Taiwan. But the US wants to make China invade Taiwan because then that gives you a justification to go in. But right now its plan is failing because the people in Taiwan have already voted out their puppet. So
I just want to give some information about the One China policy. First of all, the One China policy is official by the UN, not only China, but the UN in resolution 2758 that was in 1971, and also by independently by United States that said in Shanghai Communique of 1972, and I quote, the United States acknowledge that Chinese on either side of Taiwan Strait maintain there is but one China, and that Taiwan is a part of China. So on international ground and internal ground, everyone acknowledge that there is only one China. The problem here comes which China, which we have the vote of the UN who decided that Communist China or People Republic China, DRC, is the one that's going to fill the seats at the Security Council. Yes.
Yeah.
So I
would like to highlight
this is
couple of
also
points.
Taiwan's position that there's only one China. They only
Yeah, because
disagree who rules China.
because they haven't
they
admit
say they
defeat
rule
in
China.
the Civil War. So I want to
Yeah.
add on to what Drew said. No, yes, there is commercial flights, but you know when is the first time they have flight after since the Civil War? It's 2008. 2008 from now is not that long ago. So what I'm saying is real. It is still technically in a state of war. It's just that in 2008, the previous president, Ma Ying-jeou, who is a pro-China president, took over. And one of the first things he did was to open up travel. And then he's also the reason why they removed the conscription after some time. So he was actively dismantling the Republic of China's military and the resilience against the People's Republic of China. So that's why he is one of the favorite politicians by the Communist China. So you can view it in either way you want. Like for example, people will appreciate the peace, or you can say that he's a traitor. So whatever, but that's what happened. So 2008 from now is actually not that long ago. It's just 15 years ago. So to say that
from this, yeah, but from this you
to say
can
that
see
it's exactly different
the
from North-South China Korea is not that accurate per se. Is that it's not that long ago that they are actually still.
there are no commercial flights between North-South and South Korea even today.
Yeah, not yet.
But
Not yet, because they are in a much more severe situation because North Korea is not in the WTO. In 2001, China was invited into WTO because of some geopolitical needs from the United States to pressure Soviet Union, right? So that's why. And then with the increased trade and everything, it doesn't make sense for Taiwan to not have direct flight. So it's just it makes sense for everyone to do it, but they are technically still at war, which is why it's very militarized in the islands exactly just next to China. So, but Taiwan is definitely not in a good state, militarily speaking, compared to China. Like in a wartime situation, Taiwan
they only have 20 million people. I think that 23 million people compared to 1.4 billion. It's not even a
it's
fight.
okay. They can scream Slava Taiwanese.
But what you describe is exactly what is a good example of what is actually going on politically in Taiwan. It always flip flops between the two.
Yes.
Like there's between pro-independence and pro-China, and then they'll go between the two. So
I think there's no
most of the people in Taiwan just want life to go on as normal.
But I understood.
Only about 5% on each end want reunification, or they want independence. It's the extremists that want the status quo to change.
Same in Ukraine, right? The same situation in Ukraine where most of the people don't really care about Russian or Ukrainian or EU or not EU. It is the people that is on extreme ends that is actually pushing the politics. So
but in Ukraine they managed to do a coup. That's the thing that changed everything, right? So if Taiwan,
we wait for China
the US
to have a coup or
do a
Taiwan
coup in Taiwan, then shit is about to hit the fan. But before anything,
don't you think Hong Kong is a good analogy for? Like, don't you think
you all know that
the
the coup in Ukraine was financed by the United States? So
speaking.
what
Exactly, yeah.
what would happen if the United States decide to finance this in Taiwan?
If
will not,
the
because
if
they
the
don't
full
want
government
Taiwan
declares
to go.
independence, China will invade. They have already said that. They've said that for decades. If
And that's
China and if Taiwan,
that's that's what I'm afraid, that they will provoke some unrest in Taiwan, that China would consider necessary to invade, and then there will be the war between China and the United States, not China and Taiwan. Taiwan don't count when it comes to war between China and Taiwan.
Yeah,
I think
I would like to highlight the point raised by Draco and Alan and DR. You just, if you give me a minute. Yes, Draco, you have a point, but the Ukrainian war has, changed a lot of things. Like I was just reading the supply lines and the logistics needed for Ukraine and the major capitals like London. You had Berlin, Washington, and Paris. They are worried about maintaining logistics. So if NATO at present finding it difficult to just militarily support one theater of operation. So if you look at Russia versus NATO, is just one theater. So if you take Poland and Baltic states, and then of course in the south there could be three theaters. So they are finding it extremely difficult. And like Stoltenberg saying that the Ukrainians are that they are trigger happy and they are spending more ammunition than what we are producing. So there are a lot of crises of production of weapon and equipment already faced by NATO. I'm sure the US will speed up as military industrial complex, but then they have to also keep stocks because Putin has said that war could go on for another 2 years, and now I think in the Munich there was a discussion that it's going to last for another 2 years. So they're looking at in some form or the other. So it means there's going to be military preparation. Now, how much the West can spare for Taiwan? So it's a very big question. Look at the distance involved. I don't think so Japan or their allies like Australia can beef up. I doubt it, because we've seen them in Afghanistan. There were 46 countries, putting everything together, but the war stretched for 20 years. So basically, they were diluted in time instead of space. So again, this is a military dimension. So I think the Ukrainian war has pushed that in case there was any plan for the West to drag China across the Taiwan state, that has been pushed back because there is no logistic stamina. Ultimately, if you are looking at strengthening Taiwan, they have to give them some military hardware, some aircrafts or whatever. And there's going to be huge maritime operations. I think yesterday Putin announced that they're going to mobilize 10 ships, I think in the north and in the south, and they are nuclear capable. So probably you will see a maritime theater coming up, or at least the posturing part of it. Yeah. So all that, I think, I don't think so that US would desire an immediate conflict. Yes, in case, as I think DRU has suggested, that in case things change within Taiwan, or they also feel that they can have better relations in one China, maybe gradually, as he's saying, 10 years. But I feel that US desiring a conflict between Taiwan and China has been put, if there was any plan, because there were a lot of visits and they were inciting the Chinese. Now it is pushed back, unless, something, either declaration of independence by Taiwan and then China taking initiative on their own, because China can always see that the West is weakened and entangled in the main theater in Europe. So there are a lot of complicated things. Even India is being coerced and pushed out. I think India was part of the Quad, and this should have been the last thing to be done by the West. There are a lot of, I think they are frustrated, and in frustration they're going to commit strategic mistakes. So let's hope there's no war in Asia, and they should contain the war in Europe.
Wakar, you bring up something very, very poignant, because after World War II, it was Americans' doctrine to be able to fight on in both the Pacific and the Atlantic at the same time. But like you said, logistically, it can never happen. Not in today's age. Not with us being separated. And I wanted to ask the panel this. What if World War III is actually kicked off in the Atlantic by subs playing blind man's bluff like they were doing during the Cold War, but this time it actually gets very dangerous? We keep on thinking nuclear war may start in Ukraine or China, but it's probably more, I would think, more lethally could escalate in the Atlantic or the Pacific. What do you guys think, just from the navies involved?
I would say,
Yeah,
at least from likelihood, I agree that it would be far more lethal if it began in the Atlantic or Pacific, but looking at probability, the highest probability would be Ukraine or Taiwan, in my opinion. So
actually,
betting
when you
on
put the
something like the Atlantic or Pacific is just, I wouldn't say,
Yeah, it's very dangerous. The nuclear posturing by submarine. I'll just give you the science of. I'll know a little bit of maritime war. Now, when the submarines are launched, especially the nuclear powered or nuclear capable submarines. Nuclear powered means it is powered by the nuclear engines or reactors, and nuclear capable is that can fire nuclear weapons. And I think when Putin is ready, the Black Sea Fleet and the Baltic, probably it's nuclear capable, entities. Now, submarine, getting armed with nuclear weapons is a very, very dangerous proposition. What happens is that they have to keep the stealth because they cannot communicate with the base. So they are given some written orders, submarine commander, and he has to maybe open it after traveling 100 nautical miles into the sea. That's the kind of secrecy in terms of its vector, direction, and position. Because the moment submarine is detected, it is dead. So it means that there are some pre-orders, and there's going to be a flash order for firing of weapons. So suppose in the Atlantic they place SLBMs, and the American do it in the Black Sea. So this is I think this is a very dangerous phase of war that is starting. We war gamed it between even India and Pakistan, and at times you just get blank that you can't really make a plan because so much suicidal. Same is true in the Pacific, because it's not going to be the surface ships or the aircraft carrier only, but it's going to be submarines playing a very major role. So I think Putin ordering the nuclear capable platforms, I don't know out of 10 how many are submarines and how many are surface ships. But this is very, very dangerous move. And probably I think the posturing is to communicate it to Europe, especially after first year, in the way there was a lot of rhetoric that, we are going to fight, we're going to keep this war going and keep Ukraine, supplied, that this could be the next phase. So stop it here. So I think maybe this is posturing. But I feel that human error, chances of mistakes, strategic mistakes, miscalculation, because when the weapon systems or missiles are armed with nuclear weapons, even a wing commander or major can commit a mistake, and incidentally it could, so that's where I think leadership comes in. I don't know, today we have people like Kennedy or Khrushchev, because they realize, we're pushing it too much. They could still hold. Now, I think it's a matter of egos of the neocons or the neoliberals that no, we have to prove it and we want to smash Putin and all that. So I feel that it's time for diplomacy, that other powers should now come in and stop this madness, because otherwise there will be, so much of risk to the global peace that nobody will be able to hold. And just start pressing the first button. All buttons are pressed.
There's another, if I've got any volume here, to add on Wakar's point, the thing about situations that we're in now, it's hurting everybody's economy. The conflict in Ukraine is a big problem for Europe. It's a big problem for everybody's economy. And you end up with social tension. One of the problems I have talking about nation states as being coherent entities is because even in a two-party state like America, there's not one America, there's two. There's the Biden administration and all the corporations on that side of the house, and then you've got the Republicans, and then you've got some people in the middle. Germany is like this too. There is no Germany. There's a whole bunch of corporations and institutions in Germany that want to be in NATO because that's where they make their money. And there's a whole bunch that would rather be partnered with Russia because they'll make more money there. So which Germany you're going to get is a very schizophrenic question. Now, when you've got economic harm happening all over Europe and all over the world because of the current situation, that puts pressure on all these states. And as Wakar said, it gets very dangerous. If regimes start to feel under pressure if the politics within Germany, within America, and within other states starts to get stressed, you end up with elites who may choose to go to war as a means of saving power. If you have coups and revolutions threatened in various different states, and Pakistan is an interesting one, you get rash behavior by the people in charge. And sometimes they are literally defending their own lives. They will take a country to war rather than suffer a coup, rather than be thrown out by their own people. So that we're in a very dangerous situation here, because we've got economic deterioration across the globe, but especially in Europe. That is going to lead to social conflagration, and that can lead to any kind of stupidity. So that's me. Hey, my internet held out. Hey, Alan.
Hello.
I've said my piece.
I don't think anything will happen.
There was a message that came in or two that I saw. Like
you mean the missile defense?
Yeah.
This one is always dubious. Like, for example, if you look like we look at Russia, and we say that they have the most powerful missile force in the world, and then you can see Ukrainian Soviet era drones just fly all the way to their airbase. I mean, it really depends on how you look at it. It always sounds very good on paper, but when you actually fight the war, there is so many holes in your defenses, and China is a very huge place. South China Sea is a huge place, so which is why they wanted the island chains, in the South China Sea, the islands in the 9-dash zone, because it just offers one more line of defense before they got hit on the coast. So yeah,
look at that. Remember that kid that flew the Cessna into Red Square?
yeah.
Back in was it late 80s or early 90s?
Yeah.
I mean, he landed right in the middle of Red Square. So, I mean, and they had way more air defense laying around back then.
And that was in the height of the Cold War, right? So when the small little plane fly to Moscow.
Yeah, I think they tried to blame it like it was some holiday in Russia and the SAM operators were all drunk on vodka. That was the excuse, but it like you said, the place is so big, and I mean, that's a Cessna. You could probably fly slow and low, and
And I read about it. It's like they actually detected it. They even try to communicate to it or something, but the people who are working just assume that it's just Russian aircraft, and they just let it go, because if you are working as an air traffic controller, right, you're dealing with hundreds of aircraft at any one time. You just don't have the kind of mind to really care. Like this small little plane, it's not like it's flying in Mach 2. It's like you just like it must be no threat.
I mean, I don't even know if a fighter jet could slow down enough to even try to engage it with guns, because I mean, it'd be kind of fucked up to shoot a missile.
You probably couldn't shoot it with a missile because it'd be too low to the ground. You'd risk too much collateral damage.
Well, we all know the Soviets didn't care about human life.
It's funny that you mentioned what you did, because I remember back during the Cold War, remember how they used to tell us that the Russians were drunk, and they would get drunk off of radiator fluid, and that meant that some of them were going blind. They would tell us all this shit, guys. You don't have a clue what kind of propaganda was coming down from the top down. It was the funniest shit. We're all like, fuck you.
You're like, yeah, I want to party with the Russians. I want to fight them. Fuck yeah, they sound cool. No. But yeah, I mean, they tell us all. I remember one time my dad told me when he was in the National Guard that they heard a story about how the Russians or the Soviets had an infantry division sleeping out in the open camping, and they were so incompetent. Supposedly a tank division somewhere just got up in the middle of the night and decided to drive and drove through the infantry division and ran over a bunch of guys. And then I was like, well, what did they do? He goes, oh, they probably just don't even tell the families. But my dad was in the Army in the Cold War and all that, so he's going to toe the line back then. But I was like, they don't tell nobody. They don't tell. He's like, hell no, that's those commies. They ain't going to admit to what they did. He goes, they'll probably threaten the families, and that'll be the end of it.
You're godless, man.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what they would say. But that's the kind of shit we would hear all the time. Like he was saying, drunk, incompetent. Go look at the Army motor pool in the 70s. You want to see some drunks and acid tripping fools. Talked to some of the old platoon sergeants I had that were in the Army in the 70s after Vietnam, and it was scary.
100%, Bond. 100%.
I'm talking about drunk Russians, right? So I was listening.
I don't see that in China, though. You know, like when I look at China, I don't see the Russian soldier, or you know, like the Russian fuel oil drinking soldier, if you know what I mean. And especially like if we go back to the question raised in the panel previously about China's ICBM capabilities and stuff, a lot can be said about that. But one thing you can argue is the shipbuilding capability is off the scale right now. It's enough to even scare the American Navy at the moment.
Yeah.
I would like to add. I wanted to add something to what Toby said about the mess that all the conflict in Ukraine is bringing to the world economy. You have to understand that some countries are very happy with what is actually happening there. And those countries are those who see their benefits skyrocketing, like the Middle East countries. Yeah, I mean, Saudi Arabia, United Arab Emirates, Qatar are very happy with what is happening actually.
Are you talking about people involved or just the people making money off of it?
People making money out of it.
Okay.
Because
that's a big part.
Their economical situation is not in limbo. On the contrary, I mean, they are selling more oil and more gas at a higher price.
Yeah, but we can't talk about countries.
The Europeans can't officially buy it anymore to the Russians, so they have to direct their buying stuff to Middle Eastern countries, and the Middle Eastern countries already have their line of customers full. That means the Europeans have to put a more amount of money so they can get a bit of that gas and oil. And those Middle Eastern countries are very happy, very, very happy, because it doesn't concern them immediately in the first place.
I don't think we can talk about countries and economic prospects. Countries don't have economic prospects. Rich people who own corporations in countries have economic prospects, and the poor people that have to buy food have different economic prospects. And one of the things that we're looking at, I mean, you know, you've got pharmaceutical companies posting record profits while other people can't pay their energy bills. You've got all sorts of oil companies everywhere making record profits, and people can't pay their heating bills. So what you end up with is a situation where loads of people are making money out of the war while other people are being starved by the war. And this is what is so dangerous, because what you can have is a bunch of rich people cheering the war and fueling social conflagration and revolution.
It depends on countries.
All countries are more or less the same. You've got a certain investment class.
Not at all. If you look at Middle Eastern countries, most of people are unemployed. They don't have jobs. Look at Saudi Arabia. Most of people in Saudi Arabia don't have jobs because those who are making jobs. Listen. Those who are making jobs are foreigners who are coming there. That means it's the Saudi government who provide everything to their own local people.
Yeah,
same in United Arab Emirates. Same in Qatar.
So long as they can import food, that's great.
It's like socialist
but what happens
countries.
when the markets break
that
down?
means they have more money to provide to their own population. That's what it means.
So long as they can buy something with the money. So long as you don't get a complete breakdown in global supply chains of food, and so you get starvation everywhere, and then you got a bunch of shareholders going, "Hey, we had a great year," and people starving to death outside the.
Look at
this is what goes on.
Hey, look at Egypt. Egypt is one of the biggest importer of wheat. Who is providing that wheat to Egypt? It's Russia. Without passing through markets, food markets, where the stock is in Chicago. I mean, Russia is killing the financial market on food. They are telling to African countries, they are telling to Middle Eastern countries, stop buying your food, stop buying your grain, stop buying your fertilizer on markets. Come to me directly to Moscow, make a deal face to face. And Russia has the means to export grain to everybody who want to make deal with them.
And I
That's
saw a
an
story
issue.
the other day.
It's not told on the media, but it's a reality.
I saw a story the other day where there was a load of either grain or fertilizer that was stuck in some European port because of the sanctions, and they came to an agreement. Some African country got it for like nothing. Like they pay to drive it down there. You know, you pay for the gas and you can have all this shit. So I mean, like he's saying, RL's saying, and I've heard that. You know, Putin's like, you come talk to me and I'll hook you up, and it's smart. You know, why deal with people? Why would you want to deal with people like Newland and Sunak and Biden when you can go talk to the man who's got the direct access and all the places to send it?
Most of the grain that was exported from Ukraine, from Odessa port, to the rest of the world during that Ukrainian war, were directed to European countries. That means countries that don't need that. And most of what Europeans have bought was to feed animal stocks. So all that speech about the famine in the African countries is because of Putin, it's because of Russia. All that is just a fluff. And now the African countries are beginning to think about it and say, oh, okay, we will meet with Putin. We'll meet him this year in St. Petersburg or in Sochi, and we'll make grain deals with him and fertilizer deals with him.
And so how bad does the war have to get before Russia can't man its agriculture and export its agriculture?
Total
I mean,
war?
this is the thing about this is the thing about economic degradation through war. The more Russia has to mobilize, the less manpower, the less investment they're going to have to put into peaceful industries. The more this war degrades everybody's economic output, the less stuff there is and the more expensive it gets because it's scarce. We're already seeing it with energy. And the thing is, the corporations can be making heaps of money while the people can't afford to heat their houses and can't afford to eat properly.
Here you have the big difference between Russian economy and the Western economy, because in Russia, a lot of the companies are state-owned, partially or totally. That means selling something at a price so it can pay back the money you need to produce, and adding to that an extra for benefits has not the same meaning in Russia than in the West. I mean, Russia can sell their oil at a discount price, a huge amount of that oil and gas to China and India. Doesn't matter to them because it's a political decision. Why? Because those companies that extract oil and refine that oil and those companies that extract gas are state-owned, partially or totally, but it's the state who decide. Same for financial. I mean, the Bank of Russia has the leading hand. They can decide to make a capital flow control. They can decide to make a determined value for money exchange, different currency exchange in Russia. They don't give a fuck because they decide, and there is the political power in Russia. That's the main difference between Russia and the Western countries, where the private corporates, private entities have so much influence that the politics in Western countries make decisions for them. While in Russia, it's different. If you're an oligarch and you don't go step by step to what Putin decided, you end up through a window, no problem.
Yeah, a lot of that's going on.
And the same can apply to China. Yeah, even if you are a billionaire like Jack Ma, if you open your mouth a bit too much, you disappear for 1 or 2 weeks, no problem.
Jack Ma didn't disappear because he had trouble with the government. He disappeared because he ripped off all his investors. You should read about Jack Ma. But anyway, that's a different story. But anyway, RL, you're going down the road of saying that a planned economy is the way forward.
I mean, in China, it's government, it's the politics that decide. And if
I don't believe he's saying the
billionaire in
planned economy is
China
the way forward.
don't want to follow what the politics have decided, he ends up with some troubles.
Yeah.
I also don't. I think it's just untrue that the government owns all the corporations in Russia. You're describing Russia as the Soviet Union,
but partially. And
okay, so who's the biggest private shareholder of Gazprom? Do you know?
It's an American.
It's the Mellon Bank. It's the New York Mellon Bank, right? And guess where else the New York Mellon Bank is a majority shareholder? In Saudi Arabia.
Listen,
like you don't know what you're talking about, RL. It's not true. The same corporations own the oil reserves in Russia and in the Middle East.
You are confusing.
And everywhere else for that matter.
No. Listen, Toby. You are confusing the share. So that means the benefits you got from what the company is making and the decision the company is making. Yeah. Even if Russian state has not the biggest share in the company, they have the last word.
Yeah, I agree with RL on that. He's absolutely right.
In Russia, Gazprom just do what the Russian government decide to do, and not the shareholder from United States or from Saudi Arabia.
The biggest
just
1 minute.
That's it.
The biggest shareholder in Gazprom is the Federal Agency for State Property, with 38%. So it's not any.
No, the biggest private shareholder, the biggest one that isn't the government.
Yeah, but it's state owned.
The second one is Gas. The second one is Rosenftgas, which is also a company, a Russian company.
Yeah,
and
because you have to
it's hold the 26 of shares.
So the biggest owner of shares and the biggest private owners of shares. Yeah.
Also, anything that the Russians decide that is essential to the war effort, they could just immediately nationalize. So it really doesn't matter who has it on paper. If it's in Russia, Russia controls it.
Also, yeah, it can be 100% private owned. If the government decides something, you have to follow. Otherwise, your shares got confiscated. Simple as that. Or you end up being thrown through a window.
Yeah, it's just same thing as like, look what the United States did to all the Russian assets. They said, oh, no, they're ours now.
Yeah, I mean, kind of. So, like, what does that mean? Does that mean that all countries can do this?
Yeah, in theory, yeah. I mean, this goes back to, I was watching a documentary on how the psychology behind the Japanese attacking Pearl Harbor. That pretty much started where we froze all the Japanese assets, and then there was the oil embargo, and that's, that was their casus belli.
Well, Toby, your question was, can any country do this?
No.
I think the better question would be, does every country do this? And maybe that's a yes.
Well, I mean, generally speaking, if you nationalize your industries, you end up with a planned economy. And, in the good old days, we used to call that communism.
Yeah, but in wartime, all countries do that. Look at the United States did in World War II.
France did in the 70s.
The United States borrowed vast amounts of money to fight World War II, and they borrowed it from the private sector. They didn't just seize the money from people.
Yeah,
no, they seized it from countries. They seized it from Germany.
With François Mitterrand, they decided to nationalize some industries, and they just do it.
Yeah, well, how are you going to go borrowing money to fight a war if you just go around grabbing everybody's stuff?
Why borrowing when you can produce stuff that others are buying? That's what Russia is. One of the biggest natural resources provider with things that everybody needs. I mean, they don't need to borrow money. The debt to GDP of Russia before Ukraine war was 20%. 20%. That's nothing. That's nothing. You look at France today, it's more. It's about 120, 130% of the GDP. You look at the United States, it's 31 trillion. I don't know how much percentage is of the GDP. You look at most of biggest economies in Europe, except maybe Germany. It's above 100%. Those countries are working on debt, printing money.
Okay, so what does that
And
mean
that
in
can't
the long
last
run?
for a war economy.
What does that mean for the rest of the world?
Come to Moscow.
I was going to say, I from what y'all are saying, basically it seems like Russia has weaponized its resources. The West is still debating on what it wants to do with its resources, and has started a war with commodities with Russia, while we're still basically deciding what we want to do with our commodities. I mean, that's kind of the way it sounds. I mean, basically, because Russia's made it like RL said, it's their decision to sell oil cheap because it's hurting their rivals, and it'll achieve a goal for them down the road by basically cutting out the market and undermining, the power the West or the United States would have. I mean, it makes sense. I mean, like I said, we're always dawdling and piddling away. We're worried about our pronouns. Russia's weaponizing its entire industry and getting ready for a 3-year war or the next 30 years. While we're still trying to figure out
war, right?
Yeah, we're still trying to figure out what fucking bathroom to use, and they're already getting ready for the next decade.
Well, listen, if Russia can attract capital investment and markets while being an authoritarian regime, and nationalizing everything, well, more power to them. But I actually don't think they're doing that. I think Russia is interested. The same as China. China and Russia are both interested in trading with the world.
Look at China.
I don't think they're as nationalistic as sometimes people want to believe.
You use the word totalitarian. Okay, let's say Russia.
And then I said, I don't think they are. I don't think they are. I think they are actually quite business
look at
oriented.
China is the country which attracts the most investment in the world, actually.
Right, exactly. And they're not going to jeopardize that by going around grabbing everybody's stuff.
Money has no morality. That's it.
A free market has no morality, right? I mean, the sanctions on Russia are existing only on paper. And that's because Russia deals with commodities. Russia sells grains, Russia sells gas, and the world needs it to stay alive. I mean, you can try and put barriers in between the commodity and the buyer, but the thing is, the market will always figure a way to circumvent these sanctions. And that's been happening for the last whole year. It's been happening right before our eyes.
And even changing
that's
the
undebatable,
middleman.
right? Exactly.
And even
Russian
changing the
product
middleman.
exists in the market because the market doesn't really care about politics or warfare. The market wants grain, the market wants gas, and it wants it when it wants it.
I mean, look at the crap Dan. He's all the way out in Siberia. And what did he say? The prices spiked a little bit at the beginning of the war. His stores have always been stocked, and
in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, and he's in the middle of nowhere, and he has to go to another country to work out his financial stuff. But basically, they've done nothing to stop him from living in Russia or interfering, other than making some inconveniences that might take a few extra hours.
Well, they're inconveniences. It's inconvenient for him because he's a citizen of one of the outside nations. If he was just a citizen of Russia, then it wouldn't be a big issue at all.
But I mean, like you said, he's already
what's
found
happening right
multiple
now
ways to
is
get around it. He's just a regular guy.
Russian wealth is basically flying around the world pretending to be Emirati money or Saudi money or something like that, because the banking system of the world really won't try as hard to sanction this money unless it absolutely has to. I can guarantee you, banks like Credit Suisse, they had to have their arms wrangled to sanction Russian money, because that's just bad business. The day you start sanctioning money from the bank accounts of business people, that's when every businessman all across the world is thinking, is my money safe in that bank?
Well, I have a question then. Is there then two possibilities for how banks can be perceived? Is one of them seems like people might perceive banks as no longer trustworthy because they're simply subject to the whims of a government, or
I think that's what the United States did. They kind of crossed the Rubicon there,
right?
So,
and if banks are not, trustworthy in the eyes of the people in that regard, then where do we go from here? That's where I'm
like
confused.
JS said, I mean, you crossed the Rubicon there. I mean, you have undone the global order that you cherish so much. The day you sanction the wealth of billionaires over a political event, that's when you've triggered every billionaire on the planet to start thinking, is my money safe in the US dollar monetary system? And how long is it safe? And when do I get sanctioned?
I mean, like
Actually,
here in
on
the
the banks,
States, like,
I would just, I would like to come on the banks part. Yeah.
Oh, go ahead. No, I was just,
Yeah.
it doesn't
Okay.
matter. Go ahead.
Yeah.
So
Now
I
on
want
the
to
banks,
share,
I think if you look at that's the, I would say the Eastern, not Eastern bloc, but the Asians and Africans, where still you have labor and people earn, they have cash. Maybe they can take on the banks. Like India or Pakistan, because still people have a lot of cash. But in the West, I've seen people live on credit. Somebody was mentioning that right from the day you enter school, or even before that, if you're buying a car or a house, you are largely dependent on credit and the bank. So I would say that common man, I'm not saying the rich, the common man is too much dependent on bank.
Where?
So his livelihood.
Where? Where?
I'm talking of Europe and North America. I don't know if I am wrong, but the common man, yes, I would say the 90% of people live on credit. Because I've been traveling to the US, and one of my friends said that if you ask a common American to take out $1,000 in emergency in a month, he'll not be able to do it because maybe you have to borrow cash. But if you ask a common Pakistani or Indian, you draw this much equivalent of money in cash, either he'll be able to do it himself or a friend would help him. So people are less dependent on banks in Asia and Africa, and more in Europe and North America. I don't know, because this again is I would say this is a neoliberal system which was imposed on common Westerners also. That's why the talk of 99 versus 1%, because the banks are owned by very rich people. And the moment this Freddie and my collapse in I think 10 years back, and then with a lot of banks which were going bankrupt, immediately the US government and the European governments, they came to help and bail them out, paying multi-billions of dollars. But they would never bail out a common man. So this is the difference. I feel that it probably requires a resistance. And I don't foresee it coming because you are so much dependent for your livelihood on the banks that for that you have to have your independent resources. So this is one major factor why the big banks, they control a common man in the West. This is my feeling. But in our case, it is slightly better.
Yeah, that's what's made on purpose.
I've heard a theory that a lot of people.
That was made on purpose, and that's what the Western economists are labeling it as growth through consumption. Yeah.
But in Asia, right? So how credit card works also a bit different because the number of poor people is huge. So you don't really trust them with credit cards. So like my wife is Indonesian. So the normal people don't really have credit cards. Like you can't do much with the credit card also, because you can't qualify for it. So
women should not have credit cards anywhere in the world. That's just
I mean that's any culture why.
Hey guys, what age do you have to be to get a credit card in the United States?
16, probably like 16.
14.
14.
So they want you dependent on the credit.
No,
so you imagine a 14-year-old girl with a credit card. That's more dangerous than a nuclear weapon. I mean, that's
because banks in Europe like to have customers who have negative bank account, because when you are in negative, you have to pay fees.
Yep,
and they like that.
Yeah, I think this is a first world thing. You see, I think for example in Indonesia, right, the only time they really excited to loan you money is when they see that you have a lot of cash in your bank account. Like for my wife, in Indonesia, like the way how they always check your credit and then check your bank account. They see that you have a lot of cash, then they were like very happy to loan you money. They'll give you credit card and stuff. Normal people, they're so suspicious of you. They would never trust you with your credit card because, for example, Indonesia is a huge country. It's massive. If you just burst your credit card, you can run away to another island. Right? Nobody can ever find you again. The kind of situation. It's like in USA, right? You just run to the Wild West, right? Then nobody can ever find you in the wilderness. And that is true for, I think, most countries. So in Asia, which is why I think which is why we don't have this problem. I think in Singapore we have, because we are first world. So we have very robust banking system. So people loan a lot of money. We have people who overuse their credit card. That happens, but you don't really hear such thing in Indonesia or not even India, I guess. It's very rare because they just don't qualify for
United States is very particular. I mean, they give loan to people who have no financial backbones. Yeah, that's the 2008 crisis. Yeah,
but Americans can print money, so it's okay.
Also, but they can print money, but they have very hard time to give that money to those people who have lost everything. Yeah,
I mean, but with regards to banks, what I wanted to emphasize on was a lot of wealth from the global south is actually circulating in the Western banking system as we speak right now. There's tons of Chinese money, Indian money, Pakistani money that's sitting in Western bank accounts. Exactly, and the biggest strength of the neoliberal banking system is non-judgmental. You can be like a Mexican narco trafficker, or a blood diamond merchant from Sierra Leone. Any bank from Goldman Sachs to Credit Suisse would be happy to be your client, right? Without any questions. And in fact, the dirtier,
it's blood diamonds from Rhodesia, not Zimbabwe.
Yeah, like the dirtier your money, the better, because the more commission the banker makes from it. But
that's one of the reasons why Richard Nixon decided to stop the convertibility between gold and US dollars.
Is that also a reason the 2008 crisis happened?
Yeah. What? I don't have a lot of money, but I just have enough to sort of freak out when I started seeing news of Russian bank accounts getting sanctioned. Simply because, I'm just thinking of this from the point of view of billionaires all over the world without asking questions. People do all kinds of things. People are making money from porn. No. Anyway, but all right then. Just think about it. You wake up one morning and your bank account gets sanctioned because some country isn't happy with the politics of your country. And that can happen to any one of us. So the day Russians got sanctioned wholesale, just for being Russians, I think that's something that sort of triggered everybody into thinking, is my money safe in this Western banking system? That's where the gold-backed BRIC currency debate started happening, because BRICS is just a moniker. It's just it's a symbolic union of countries that have very little in common with each other. But now what they do have in common is the threat of being sanctioned out of the Western banking system if your politics doesn't align with theirs. And there are lots of listeners out there.
And I think it'd also be important to differentiate that even if the sanctions were not aimed at people directly, at the Russian people directly, that's how it's being perceived by a lot of the world, and of course by the Russians.
So disclaimer for tariff. Tariff is not very rich. It's only half of Roman
money of the oligarchs. Yeah, the houses they got in Saint-Tropez, their private yacht, got confiscated by the Europeans. So no, they have crossed the Rubicon. Really, in Europe at least, they have done it.
Imagine I'm a Russian guy. I'm a Middle Eastern Russian, sort of a middle-class Russian guy who has a bank account in Germany, and my account gets sanctioned because nobody asked me how I feel about the war. Maybe I don't agree with Putin. Maybe I don't agree with the whole the conflict and how it's being conducted. But now I have been ostracized from the Western banking system. Am I gonna open a bank account there again? Am I gonna encourage my friends to go ahead and open a bank account over there? I don't think so.
No, you spend all your money on rifles and go to Donbass to fight.
But what are there for alternatives? There is no alternative yet.
Are there Chinese banks?
There are alternatives.
The Chinese banks are not an alternative to the
world is not limited to the West, man.
No, it's not limited, but it is dependent.
Not anymore.
Dependent. Oh yes.
This is slowly changing. I think.
Why do you think the Fed is hiking the interest rate on the dollar and crippling the American economy? Because they want the whole world to get a message that your wealth is only safe in US dollars.
Yes.
Yeah,
I mean, and that's actually that's the truth. That's the truth. You see, if you are not friendly, then your bank account will be closed. It's that simple.
Even if you are friendly, like this isn't like on the international level, but like in Colorado where they have legalized marijuana, it's still not legal at the federal level. So a lot of people are afraid to use banks because they're afraid that the feds are like, they're hands off is what they say, but they're afraid as soon as that money hits the bank account, the feds are going to come in and seize it because it's drug money. So you literally have guys that own shops that sit on piles of cash. They hire girls to go out and get money orders to pay their electric bill and their water bill and all the bills because they're afraid to use banks because of that same shit. It's legal in Colorado. It's not legal at the federal level, so they're afraid as soon as that, and you can't trust the federal government. As soon as that money hits the account, they're going to seize it.
Well, it's interesting you said that because I live in Seattle.
And it's the same thing on the international level.
Yeah, the dispensaries where they sell marijuana, cannabis, whatever. Those are one of the few places where they still have stick-ups because you can't use credit cards in there. Everything is a cash business. It's one of the few places where you actually have to use cash in the United States to buy anything.
Yeah, and also they all, in Colorado, I'm sure it's everywhere, they all have armed guards. I mean, you have to, you show the armed guards there, you show the ID, they walk you in. It's all secure. I mean, they don't mess around. But like I said, they're sitting on piles and piles of cash. So
yes,
but people will find a way to get around. People will find a way to get around the banks and the sanctions.
And what will happen with all those money when the digital currency will be implemented? Because
I don't think there will be
now.
Digital currency. No, it's
you
over.
You don't think?
Digital currency is over. It's very vulnerable to attacks.
Oh yeah, that's true.
You've seen what's
that's
happened.
true. That's what we know. But here in Europe, they are forcing the propaganda to the digital currency. So I don't know what to believe now, because you say that I see something else.
I think why not take a realistic middle ground? It's not impossible, right? That maybe one country or two countries might try a digital currency. I don't doubt that might happen at all. Yeah, and then depending if it's a country supported by the West or supported by, the people in power, then maybe they'll be like, hey, it's working, so maybe we'll start to, take some of their ideas. And if it's a country that starts to succeed with a digital currency that is not on the best terms with the West, then the West can just say, see, this corrupt X is doing it, blah, 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 throw them out, and all cryptocurrency and digital currency banned.
Already started something like this when digital currencies with state-owned in Nigeria. It is the first country that started. Here also some countries in Africa are starting to do projects like this. In Asia also, when they want to implement digital currency, but are state-owned and bank-controlled.
Yeah,
wouldn't you say that Chinese RMB is a digital currency by now? Because it's fully digitized.
I don't know.
It don't have to be digital currency. It has just to be a digitalized system to circulate the money. Don't have printed money anymore. Just everything on digital. So this is the clue. Because if they are doing that, you can throw all the stocks of money what you are sitting on.
Yeah, but Draco, that will bring social tensions. Why? Because you have a big part of the society. I don't know in Romania, but in France, you have a big part
I'm not
of the
living
society.
in Romania. I'm living in Austria.
Or in Austria, a big part of the society are going to prostitutes. A big part of the society are using drugs, even if it's forbidden. How can they do that anymore with digital currency?
Not digital currency, just the digitalizing of the
with no more cash, physical cash in your hands. How can you?
Yeah, that's the problem. But that's why they want to do that.
Yeah, but that's why you will have social tensions.
Yeah, but social tension, they are used to social tension.
You wanna give some money to your child or to your nephew?
Yeah, you put it on his account.
It will be impossible.
No. You can transfer money from your account to his account.
Yeah,
it's no problem.
Yeah, but that's a control on what
just
you
put
are
digital
giving to whom, and when you are doing that to make a service which is illegal, like buying drugs, how can you do it? Like paying someone who is working for you or for renovating your house.
Yeah, that's the problem. That's the problem.
How can you do it? No more.
Well,
It will bring social tensions.
There's already restrictions on it because I use a card that I pay with crypto. I use a USDC stable coin, which is basically a digital dollar backed by a dollar. But it tells me that I can't buy guns with it. I can't buy ammo with it. I can't go to a strip club. I can't buy lotto. I can't go to a casino. It has restrictions. So that's already on a card right now. And if it was like mandatory where everything's digitized, I mean, I do that by choice and it's fun. And like I fuck around with Bitcoin. The only reason I fuck with Bitcoin is because I'm hoping there's other global payment systems that countries can use to, whether it's to circumnavigate sanctions or just have other options to do financial business. I'm hoping at some point Bitcoin's part of that puzzle and I can make a little cash off it. If not, I'll just fucking sell it and take my little bitty shitty money and go buy some ammo with it. But I mean, digital currency is already available to some extent and it's limited. You can't buy certain things. It's just, I mean, there's literally no way. They have codes that they put on purchases, so they'll deny those purchases. So you're not going to be able to. RL's right. I mean, it's good for people not to get high, but if you just cut motherfuckers off cold like that, you're going to have a whole. I mean, look at Baltimore. You want all them motherfuckers cut off in one day? I mean, seriously, what's going to happen when all the kids that are slumping around like zombies wake up? And want to get high.
The strip club don't receive your money. Don't take your money.
Actually, I wouldn't have a problem with it. I mean, I need some more target practice, so I'd be totally cool.
As long as you can use Uber Eats, yeah, no problem.
How do you know the strip club don't receive don't take your money?
You know what's funny about that? My card would probably be seriously restricted, but then you always hear stories about people using their EBT cards and shit at strip clubs, which I don't even know how the hell you do that. I guess they sell food there, so maybe you buy food and get cash back. I don't know.
Yeah, they do here in Washington State.
It's supposed to be not allowed for that shit, but they still find ways to do it, so I don't know.
It's actually a big problem.
But I must stress that the vision you are seeing the digital currency is not the same as in third world. But like Nigeria and many countries, my country, Algeria, doesn't have a banking system at all. There is no bank existing. No one, like you have 80% of population.
You have Western Union.
Yes, but only one or two banks, outside banks, and most 80% of people doesn't have bank accounts. Most people use cash. So that is in itself a problem here, because there is a lot of evasion from taxes, because no one can know what you're doing, and people don't trust banks here. Because we as like society don't trust banks at all. No one want to put his money in the banks. We have a different monetary system driven by the mail company who deliver wages and money to people, not the bank. Do that job. The mail company.
So, is it an Islamic thing? Because I know Islamic banking
yes.
is a bit different. Like
mostly
Islamic thing, right?
Mostly because people don't want the interest. If you put your money in the bank, they will give you interest. People don't want that.
Yeah, because I understand Islamic banking, like you cannot have interest. So like
Yes.
if you take loan, you don't have to pay interest. It's a different system.
The loan
Then what's the
system
point?
here is you take the loan from the state. If you have a project or a house or you want to buy a car, you go to the state. The state give you the loan, and the interest will be paid by the state, not you.
So you are now like we were in Austria 30 years ago. And the following was that the post will the post will became a bank. That will be the following on that, because now we have here, like you, we were like you. We get our money through the post, and then the post decided, okay, we had such a big money circulation, let's do a bank. So they done a bank, and now you have your money in the bank. So that's what they're doing for you to getting
but
used
we have
to.
It like formally, the mail is not through mail. It's the mail company that gives you money directly. The wages you have, you open an account in this mail like you open in the bank. Normally, you account if you are a worker, you get your wages there. If you have a business, you can send money like normally.
Yeah. So it's working like a bank.
Working like a bank, but not a bank.
But yeah, it's not a bank, but it's working like a bank.
Like a money transfer company.
You are on the good way. You're on the good way.
Things will change.
So at least the mail company will not take your money and go and invest in something else, or buy
yes,
investment, and which then they lose all the money. They don't have this kind of problem. So it's not like a bank, because bank only earns money when they actually loan out the money. So they don't earn money from the deposits. So which is why it's a bit different from. It's not like a bank. A bank has to make money.
That's true. That's true. But now our post, it is a bank. We have the post bank now, and they are acting now like a bank. They are loaning money and doing business with money and losing and winning.
Country, it's like that.
Yeah.
What's the interest rate of your deposit?
Get back to the topic. I think we need to discuss the military situation at present and what came out of this Munich conference. If you allow, then I can just briefly throw and let's discuss what's the military situation on ground in especially around Bakhmut, and what message is coming out of Munich, because this was very important. The Chinese foreign minister was there, so he offered something. So if you allow, we can switch to that discussion, unless you want to discuss
maybe just before answering the question of one of your contributors, Wyatt, which was asking what was the capabilities of Chinese air defense system.
Okay. This one.
I would like to answer that.
Missile defense.
Yeah, and I would like to answer that if you don't mind.
Yeah, go ahead.
We know that China has bought S-400 from Russia. They were the first customer of that weapon systems. And we know also that the Chinese like to copy everything that they bought from Soviet Union and now Russia. And Russia is not very happy with that. But we can presume that China has a good quality air defense system. And the lack of the Russian air defense system, especially with those Tupolev 144 Soviet drones able to hit the Engel air base, is that the Russians are lacking AWACS. I think they just have 2 AWACS, 3, A50. So because those are low flying objects. And the best to detect them is with AWACS flying at high altitudes to spot those low flying objects. That's the only thing the Russians, in my point of view, clearly lacks. And
I would say the Russians lack all of. The Russians lack all sorts of ISR, like any sort of airborne intel gathering platform, the Russians are behind on that.
Yeah, that's
and China only have two S-400. They're supposed to get like 6, and then Russia kind of like after giving 2 is like, okay, enough, that's it, man, because we know we're going to copy it. So I mean, Russia is, if China is so huge, they only buy 6. You can kind of like, imagine what the Chinese are planning to do. No, you such a huge country, you should be buying like, at least 60, or 120 batteries, or missile launchers, but they buy 6 launchers. So obviously the Russians are not happy about it. So after delivering 2, then probably these 2 are very watered down version. They're not going to deliver anymore. So
yeah, but
which is actually comes back to
the S-500 and the S-550. So that was the one thing that the Russians were always better at than the NATO countries was air defense, because just the nature of what the Soviet Union was. The United States didn't have to invest in that because we had an ocean on either side of us.
Yep.
Well, the Russians were obsessed with air defense ever since World War II. And that's why they put so much of their resources into it. So they still do have a technical advantage in that. But as far as, because they were out of the game for so many years because of the economic crisis in the 90s and the early aughts, now they're back in the game.
Yeah,
But
which is also why
which is
also why I don't think Russia will help China in a war against Taiwan. Just like China didn't really help Russia in this war. Like they just sit by the side and just watch a show. Russia will do the same thing about Taiwan. There's no benefit
from a military point of view, but they will help them in an economic and financial point of view.
Oh, definitely. No, but the military side, no, Russia will not get involved because there's no benefit to Russia.
Russia don't need the Chinese in Ukraine, and same, I think China will not need anyone if they go against Taiwan.
So because that was one of the topics.
I don't think China need any help in a war against Taiwan, but they would need a help if the war would be between US and China. That's where I think Russia will help China.
I think United States will need a kind of Ukraine from East Asia or Southeast Asia to sacrifice against China. I think it's the United States who needs someone.
I don't think a war between China and US will be like US would be boots on ground in China.
Exactly.
They will attack with rockets, with planes, with ships, and they will not be boots on the ground.
Attacking from where?
From where? From the sea, from the air, from everywhere.
So the United States is limited with the number of aircraft carriers they can send. And each aircraft carrier is limited in numbers with the number of planes they can get.
Yes.
I mean, it's a dumb deal for China.
I don't know. the 11 carriers of the United States, they have more planes that China has.
I mean,
in total,
China has more ballistic missiles. China has more ballistic missiles than United States, and especially ballistic missiles, advertised as specially made against aircraft carriers.
That's true. That's true.
China is the first drone manufacturer in the world.
China's military is geared totally to keeping the United States Navy away from its shoreline. And they're going to do that with the ballistic missiles they can fire and hit them possibly as far out as Guam or Hawaii. The closer you get, the more missiles are going to be available, but because it will be closer range. I mean,
the way the United States would fight a war against China is the United States would just try to starve China of resources because the United States controls all the shipping lanes, and China consumes way more resources than it has. I mean, it's in some ways it's similar to Europe in that sense, where it doesn't, like the United States and Russia pretty much can exist on their own. They have enough food, energy, raw materials, rare earth elements, all that kind of things to be unto themselves. That's not true of China or Europe.
Yeah,
The
I
message
agree with the
here
super chat
below,
though.
the message here
Because
below is spot on, because now China can afford to be to have their trade shipping lane cut as long as Russia can provide them. No problem. They can manage to make a confrontation against USA for several years.
I saw a story a few
Thing
months
that
ago,
United States can afford.
and it was talking about how
What happened in Ukraine.
I saw a story a few months ago, and they were talking about how China was in the process of building 20 icebreakers. The United States only has 2 or 3. So why are they building icebreakers? They ain't got no ice. They're building icebreakers so they can go around the fucking Arctic and get around any bullshit sanctions. Again, I mean, that's what they do. Everything they do is designed to give them a buffer from whatever negative action somebody may try to put against them. They're not trying to conquer the world. I mean, yeah, they want their sphere of influence and they want their control in their backyard, but they're just trying to keep you out of their backyard. I mean,
I think they're
if you want to come in the backyard and be friends and have a barbecue, that's fine. But you want to come in here and take all our shit.
Yeah,
let's not forget that the Chinese are very, very smart.
They are building the Silk Road.
I mean, they'll wait another 1,000 fucking years. They don't care.
They can bypass the Malacca Strait with maybe the corridor through Pakistan.
Yes.
Yeah?
Yes.
Also, I mean,
through Russia. Through Russia, they can.
And the Belt and Road Initiative, especially the road initiative, they want to make things better in Afghanistan so they can have ways, roadways and railways, which will bring them all the commodities they need.
Maybe this will cause
lowering the importance of maritime trade.
Yeah,
just
that's
before
the plan.
Ukraine war.
But the train traffic can never compare with shipping traffic. Like naval shipping is still
to diminish the importance of it.
Yeah. They do the whole Belt and Road partly also because to have a backup, because they know that in the potential war, the Malacca Straits will be closed. So this is just something that they want to be prepared for.
Just before the war in Ukraine started, I remember that the top geopolitical problems was the Central Asia and Uzbekistan and when the Russian intervened, Tajikistan or I forget the Kazakhstan, yes, because the Silk Road was passing through that lane. They wanted to stop it before so they start. The United States started by muddling there, and they failed because of Russia intervening for China and for themselves, of course.
Mainly for themselves, yeah.
Before this, what were we talking about? I forgot.
Wakar, you brought up something about Bakhmut and Munich. You're muted.
You're muted.
Yeah, am I audible now?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Okay. Yeah, before we go to that, I'll quickly go over, the Chinese strategy, because there was a lot of discussion on what is the Chinese air defense and what are the system that they have. Chinese are now working on mosaic warfare. I don't know if you heard about this terminology, mosaic warfare.
Mosaic warfare.
Mosaic warfare,
Okay.
not sure.
Yeah, what I do is myself and my wife, we did a paper, and what I'll do is I'll share it. Actually, my son and my wife did it.
Yeah.
But this is a
You
borrowed
can also drop the
terminology.
link in the chat. You can also drop the link to the chat to your YouTube channel so that we can share it for you.
Yeah, I'll drop it. Now, mosaic warfare is basically, premised on the thing that anything that can be detected can be engaged and shot. So this is basically starting from the American airland battle that they used in the Gulf War, and later on, you saw the satellites, the cyber, and now the drones coming in. So everything has to be integrated. So if you look at Chinese, so I was just reading this article that they came up with their reforms in 2015. Under President Xi, is also, I think, chairman of the military commission, focus on 6 things. So basically, it's the kill systems, that the firepower, long range missiles, cyber, then you have satellites, then of course information warfare, and then deception. So if you look at their air defense system is also integrated within the Mosaic warfare. So they have the satellites. Then if you put your aircraft carriers into the Pacific, so there's an outer layer, and then there are aircrafts flying. So they provide one layer of air defense. Then you've seen this, use of balloons. This is going to be a new, I think, dimension for surveillance and maybe for targeting. Then there are long-range strategic drones, short-range drones, swarm warfare, and everything is integrated. And a lot of states are working on it. I think Russians are also doing on it. So this is the new form of warfare. Will be mosaic warfare. So maybe things are integrated. And in case one platform is taken out, for instance, you have an aircraft carrier Chinese aircraft carrier, it's somewhere near Hawaii, and it's taken out. So the gap has to be filled by, other systems, the missiles, the DF systems. So it's very, very complicated. But what I'll do is I'll share it after the, I think, discourse because now I'm finding it difficult to share. I was just having my other system, so just go through this. So mosaic warfare is the order of the day, and a lot of people are learning from the Ukraine war. A lot of things are not visible. If you look at how the drones have been employed to even hit the trenches and individual soldiers, then you have even old missile like the guard weapon systems. Then you have smart weapon systems. These loitering munitions. A lot of things have been introduced, so it's just being integrated. Now I come to the military situation in and the losses suffered on both sides. That is important because 1 year is completed. So as far as Bakhmut is concerned, there was a lot of call by different sides to pull out, and I don't know why Zelensky made it a matter of prestige. There is now a report of 7 to 9 brigades deployed in Bakhmut, and the PMC Wagner is trying to draw circles around them through two pincers, but they are going very, very slow. Mostly it's destruction oriented. I've seen a couple of villages and towns falling on their flanks. So there are two, I think, highways left for withdrawal. Either they go towards, this Jasivyar, or I think there's another one going towards the north. So this is, I would say, becoming a matter of. This will be a turning point because if these 7 to 9 brigades remain inside Bakhmut and then they are encircled, either they break out and fight it out or they will surrender. So this will be a matter of prestige between both forces. The other thing is, raising of a PMC by Kadyrov. This is a new development. Looking at success of PMC Wagner, I think Kadyrov, the Chechen commander or the president, has decided to raise their own PMC. So you find another PMC coming up. And if you look at the NATO, the Austrian general saying that, okay, you remove your uniform, you sign off for Ukraine, and then you are a volunteer. So we are looking at a lot of proxy or militia warfare. So this is again a new dimension. What people are calculating, like Scott Witter, I think Colonel Scott Witter yesterday was talking to Judge Politiano. I think this is how his name. I follow his program a lot, and he was mentioning that probably Ukrainian forces have lost 200,000 people, and if let's say there was 600,000, it's almost 33%. So this is a huge loss, and he feels that after Bakhmut and this line is breached, they're going to be very, very serious trouble.
One more time, Bone, I didn't saw it. Sorry.
So,
yeah, Wakar, just wanted to add something to your mosaic warfare, a thinking of that I made. There are one thing we still haven't seen beside nuclear exchange. I don't want to talk about that. Is the targeting of satellites. Because
that's probably going to be the
Russia,
next step. That's probably going to be the next step of this war.
Yeah, because Russia has the ability to shoot down satellites. Yeah, and if everybody lose their satellites, I think if you compare United States to Russia, I think United States rely way more on their satellites than the Russians.
Right. So if America delivers these weapons that can strike the Crimean Bridge, and the Crimean Bridge starts getting hit, right? Would it not be appropriate to then be like, okay, Russia goes and shoots down like 4 or 5 American satellites that are above Ukraine, or not above Ukraine, but that are known to be operating for the uses of Ukraine intelligence gathering. What's the policy on that? You know, how do you?
That's an act of war, so you're going to
It's
have some
already
kind
an
of
act of
in-kind
war.
retaliation.
But the
I mean,
argument could be made that
so the
the
Americans will
entirety of
shoot
NATO
down
is
Russian
already at war.
satellites.
Yeah, I think
Do you think that's why Elon withdrew his satellites
You
from the
know
Ukrainians?
exactly how they'll do it. If our satellites got hit, they'll say that was an act outside of whatever we've been doing. And it would be a major escalation. I mean, there's some things the Russians could do that I'm surprised they haven't done now just to fuck with NATO. Like if I was in Kaliningrad. No, I mean, you don't even have. I'm not even talking about firing one missile. If I was in Kaliningrad, they know I got MiG-31s there. They know I got Kinzels there. They got a fucking AWACS flying over there in Poland. I launched those motherfucking Su-35s, loaded up, turned on my fucking targeting radar, and put myself on a bearing straight towards that fucking AWACS. Because you know what he's gonna do? He's gonna fucking run. And as soon as I get to the border, I just turn around and go back. And you just play that fucking game. Same thing with those fucking global hawks down in the Black Sea. Fucking go up there and fuck with them. Shoot one down. What's Biden going to do? He ain't going to do shit. I've even heard one of those global hawks even got hit by a SAM and made it back. So obviously something's going on. But any of those radar platforms, any of that surveillance, I would launch aircraft up and basically do feints at the border to fuck with them, to push their surveillance back. You can do that. We did that shit in the Cold War all the time. Nobody shot at anybody.
The most appropriate thing to do, I guess, instead of, because that would start a whole chain reaction of people going back and forth and back and forth. What people don't know a lot about is the R-135 rivet joints that are sent north of Russia, past Murmansk. There's America sends intel aircraft up there. Why not shoot that one down? Because it's always one or two planes. Down that one, it's like, nope, don't come.
Don't even shoot them down. Just send some MiG-31s up there to say hi.
Yeah.
They'll leave. They'll fucking leave in a minute.
If I can add a point here, I think when some observators in the beginning of the operation in Ukraine and just mentioned that actually they were very surprised that Russia didn't use any kind of, let's say, electronic warfare or any kind of the abilities to start the operation in Ukraine. And from my understanding, a few months ago, there was a note from the U.S. Department, I think, regarding the Foreign Office and the Minister of Defense mentioning that if Turkey continued to go on a process of buying the S-400s, they will therefore have to cancel the sale of the S-35 because the F-45, sorry, because it means that the Russian can, through the implementation of the S-400 in Turkey, can also have data regarding the F-35 in Turkey, and they have the knowledge, the ability, and the radar signature. I mean, if you remember in 1999 when the NATO was dropping bombs in Serbia, the Serbian managed to shoot down one of the F-117. Yeah, exactly. And I mean, Serbia was far beyond ex-Yugoslavia. Serbia depends how you pronounce it, or what is your point of view about that. But they managed to shoot down this, and they reacted quite quickly to the implementation of something new on the battlefield, and they managed to bring up the solutions. So I think more you have jet flying around Ukraine, through Ukraine around, I think the Russians are just gathering every data they can at the moment and just check all the IMARs were effective in the beginning. Now the IMARs are not anymore effective. So the Russians are not showing their game. And from my perspective, I mentioned that to the chat, I think the Russians are just literally already up front, way more than the European Union, the NATO, and they're already scaling up the industries, they are scaling up everything, and they don't play the game. They just wait, and they are ready to go to the next stage. Will they do it? I don't think so. But and last point after I hand over, but if someone starts to do the game of going to the next stage, it's just a matter of pride. No one will stop. We will just go forward. Remember the First World War. It started with an assassination in Sarajevo, and no one stopped the game because it's just a matter of pride. Why should I stop? Why? I'm the leader here. No, I'm the leader. I will continue. And there I can tell you in a few months, we'll all be meeting somewhere on the battlefield one day or another. So just hope
I was just saying, there's just things that they could do to make it more difficult for us. Like another thing I do, I would put an S-500 site in Kaliningrad and turn it on, because everybody's going to have to fly around the radar, the range of those missiles, because the radar's on. And I'd put one in the very end of Crimea to make those bastards have to fly even farther south through Turkey and shit, because they're afraid to fly into the envelope of the S-500. Put one on fucking Kamchatka so it touches the fucking shores of Alaska. You ain't got to shoot nobody. All you got to do is turn that motherfucker on and let them know you're there, and just cause them problems. There, what I can't remember what the guy said, but it's like you just create problems for them. like create something that they can solve. Just continue to cause problems.
But do they want to create
Russians
problems?
are
Do
not
they want to
Americans.
go to that stage? Do they want to provoke? I think regarding the,
I don't see it as a provocation. I see it as, this is my country, and I turned on my air defense radar. If you have a problem with that, fly the fuck around. That's the way I see it, and that's the way they should handle it. Because we would do the exact same thing to them. And it's not a provocation. It's just, I mean, a provocation is flipping it on and shooting a fucking airline down. That's a provocation. I mean, if you know the fucking radar's on,
right?
there's the NOTAMs, you stay out of the airspace. I mean, it's just like when Russia started the invasion. I was watching Air Traffic Controller Live. When that NOTAM went out for Ukraine, it was like a fucking wave of planes just clearing the fuck out. Turn on a radar, there ain't gonna be no one flying. No rivet joints, no E3 AWACS, no F-22. I mean, if they want to come up there and stare at each other and take pictures in the F-22 and the Su-35, that's fine. We did that shit in the Cold War all the time. Nobody ever shot at each other. They flip each other off and do that.
You just deploy one more in Syria. You deploy in Syria, the whole Israeli Air Force will have to be grounded. Because the F-35 is deployed in Israel, right? So
yeah, drop one in the middle of Damascus and turn it on. Game over.
That would be really funny. Yeah.
But that's what I'm saying. But you're not. I don't see it as a provocation. It's like, hey, this is our buddy. They need some air defense.
No, I don't think it's a provocation. I think they just, as I said before, they just keep their game for themselves. I mean, the day when they start to use the radars, I mean, there's a signatures, there's a way to understand how the radar works. I mean, this is how the German submarines during the war managed to escape at the end the radar of the Brit or the American, because they understood how it works, how to escape it. So as you said, if tomorrow we have a major escalations and the S-400 batteries in Syria is being harmed, the one in Belarus, the one in Kaliningrad, there's nothing which can fly on on the NATO space. Actually, it's impossible. And you add this to the Kinzhal, the any kind of, let's say, ground to ground missiles. They will just shoot down the plane on the airbase, and they cannot even escape, because if they're flying, and we have seen recently, I think thanks Wyatt to your insight about that during the Russians are able to shoot down plane way far behind the front line, and we are going further and further. So this is interdiction at a new level. No one did that before, and so I think they keep their game for themselves. That's my point of view.
You can, but what I'm saying is you can disrupt their civilian air. I mean, think about it. You flip on the S-500 on in Kaliningrad, you just shut down probably 50% of Poland's airspace, because they're going to freak out. So now they're going to have to reroute shit or fly it somewhere else. And then you turn it off the next day. And then maybe a week later you flip it back on. I mean, that's all you got to do.
By doing that, you are giving means to the opponent of Russia to coming up with a new stuff that will counteract it.
Oh, I know. There's the risk of that, but I'm just saying.
And the Russians are actually doing that with the Western materials. Yeah, they got Bayraktars,
right?
The motherfuckers are mad in Europe. The politicians are mad in Europe. So look what the German chancellor is doing. Look what the German minister of how you say it, foreign affairs is doing. They are completely mad. The German people begin to be afraid of consequences, because
360 degrees.
Yeah.
Yeah, she said
360 degrees.
Yeah. And 10,000s of cities which are 10,000s of kilometers wide.
Draco, Annalena Baerbock is a perfect example of a puppet.
No, she is stupid and psychopath.
She's a puppet. She was put there by someone.
Yes, but just think about it. If you would be a psychologist, you will you will do a diagnose on her, and she would be like mad.
Look at von der Leyen. Look at von der Leyen. Look at Macron. Emmanuel.
Yes,
Macron.
Macron is a.
Look at every leader in Europe. I mean, they are all.
Macron is an abused child. I'm sorry.
Yes,
he's an abused child.
I've got a question. Why has Germany not declared war on the United States for an act of terrorism against a key piece of infrastructure?
Germany
because Germany is not independent. They cannot declare war. They are under occupation.
State, man. That's why.
Yeah, you know Stockholm syndrome.
Everybody know that. Everybody know that except the Germans.
Okay. Well, why? I mean, we've all heard the report by Cy Hirsch. Why is it being discredited so hard or not being covered? If supposedly the media in the West is supposed to be somewhat free.
But think about that. Why do they not cover the story on their own? Why do they
I would
not
like to
cover
come in,
the story on their own?
Oh, they
I would like to come in with
by
a reference
saying it's
to
Russian fault.
Helen, I would try to
chime in on that.
respond.
In the U.S. media, like you see with the Twitter files, the mainstream media, larger corporations have deals with the intelligence agencies and probably discuss with them what they're going to release and not. And then the non-mainstream ones that don't have the agreements with the intelligence agencies are, you don't know whether they're telling the truth or not. They could be discredited. So like, ABC, NBC, CNN, New York Times, Washington Post, all these people have FBI, CIA embedded connections where they get released information, and they have agreements that they publish certain things, they don't publish certain things in order to keep the flow of information. And then you have your third-party journalists that are publishing information, but because they're third-party journalists, you can't really know for sure. So it's a bad situation if you're a U.S. citizen to say it's unlikely. I'm a U.S. citizen. Say we're not really going to we're not really going to get this information. It's unfortunate.
Well, then, can it not be argued that our media is not free?
It's free to some extent.
Helen, I would
but,
like to. I would like to.
I mean, you could
fundamentally,
even if you say it's not free, but like, well, what are you going to do about it? You're going to revolt. You're going to try to run a third-party candidate. So I mean, you could argue how you're going to classify or understand the current situation.
All I'm trying to do is just build an
as U.S.
understanding.
citizens, just say there's nothing you could really do about it.
Right. I'm not trying to build a case or anything. I'm just trying to learn.
Alan.
I'm trying to discover what everyone else thinks about it and how it's understood.
Alan, just look at Hawaii catastrophe. I've heard that the owner of the rail track system was the same as the owner of media.
Yeah.
Norfolk.
I would argue
whoever owns that company owns the media company.
Something like that.
I would even put the corporations in the U.S. more powerful than the government.
Who is owning the media, and you will find your answer. I mean,
Well,
look at
these days
CNN.
it's private equity investment firms, and
who is behind
even
those
government
private
officials.
equities and investment firms?
Look
I
at
mean,
look at
there are
look at what happens to
individuals
third-party
behind
media in the
those.
United States. Project Veritas, they're trying to take them out. That's third-party media, and they're trying to take that
Information's
guy
out
out.
there. You could take a guess at it, but you're never
Guys,
really gonna know. The government's not going to confirm it.
I already survived a dictature, and I can tell you for sure that you are now under a dictator.
That's right.
But not
You
a
are
physical
living
person.
in the United States. You have a dictator. I know.
David.
I recognize this because I lived it.
Yeah, I mean, you could call it hyperbole.
David,
I say we're under information blackouts and under. I mean, dictated. Like I could go outside.
You
could
can
buy
call
guns,
it. You can call it
but
how
then
you
we have
want.
a lack of knowledge of what the elites, what the government, what the corporations are doing, and really there's no transparency to figure it out. But there's still relative freedom in the United States, even though we have no power to figure this out.
David, Joseph Stalin stated, everybody has a first name and a last name. There is no investment bank or private equities or hedge funds. No. Behind that, you have individuals with a first name and a last name, because everybody got a name.
Yeah, of course. I'm saying they're people, just people, but I say like if you could look at the power sources and there's a lot of conflicting power among, so to say, the elites. There's a lot of different groups of elites that have conflicting interests, but generally, if you're an elite, information asymmetry is key. So as you become more powerful, you get your government access, you make trades with the government to get that information, and just the nature of ownership is saying, well, they're owned by private equity. You could try to say, well, who are these people? What are their interests? Why are they doing it? but saying as an average citizen, it's not in whoever these various peoples are interest to share the information with us.
Yeah, I like to simplify the discussion. You know, there was a reference to Scott Ritter. He gave a reference to Charles de Gaulle, you know, for France, and this is an old problem. When he was pointing to the British and the Americans, he said the British is basically an island, and US is transatlantic. You are basically aerial and maritime powers. You fly in, you fly out. But as far as Europeans are concerned, we have roots here and we are connected. Even Russians, you know, if you look at the larger Europe, so geographically and spatially, it's a very different domain. But over a period, I think Charles de Gaulle was the last European leader who could, you know, voice his independent views, and that's why I think he was hated by some of the neo-cons and neoliberals. So I think things have changed after the collapse of Soviet Union and later on the rise of the hyperpower. Now the neoliberal cabal, I actually combine all that which drives the agenda as neoliberal cabal. And this is, I think, a borrowed name. So basically, it could be the MNCs, it could be the IFIs, it could be the elite, the billionaires, George Soros, everything put together. And they have their interests. You know, common sense demands that the war should stop and madness has to stop. But look at their speeches they were making, and they were threatening other nations that no, we have to win it. The military advisors, the military commanders are actually telling them, like I think Biden was told by Milley, that you know the Ukrainians have fought well, but you know we are done, and more push will be basically a disaster. But you know he tells him, okay, you go and announce that you know it's going to be all right. So I think this neoliberal cabal and I think still the grip on Europe by this cabal, whether it is operating both sides of the Atlantic, is so much that the common people, you know, they can suffer. They can be roasted in a nuclear war. But as far as their interests are concerned, their businesses, their egos are very important. So maybe in Europe and rest of the world, there has. That's why you know, the rise of the rest, everybody gets worried. Why? Because the Asians have started speaking. They become more independent. Initially, they were dependent. Like we are dependent heavily on the IFIs, but still, you know, there is a debate that no, this arrangement cannot work. We are 225 million, you know, people. So why we should be behaving like you know, let's say, outlets of some big powers? But the problem is, even I think the American people are helpless. The German people are helpless. They vote these people, and definitely the neoliberal cabal, whether it is multinational corporations or the big banks or the George Soros, they somehow control, you know, everybody in a manner that, when it comes to strategic decision making, there is no dissent. I mean, people become helpless, and I think President Putin is one who has challenged this system, and that's why I think he's being targeted. If you look at, they don't talk of Russia, they say, no, we'll do this to Putin and do that to Putin. Because they feel that probably if he succeeds in bringing an alternate system in Europe and offer an alternate, that's why I see that you must read this fourth political theory by Alexander Dugin. Because I feel that that's the brain behind the entire change which is coming place. And talk of strategic spaces, how we have to push this neoliberal cabal. Otherwise, they will take the entire world into hell.
Well, I'm not really a military expert, but you know, I agree to say most of these are going to come down like game theory, zero-sum battles. And to some extent, you're just a game of chicken or a bluff or remaining the status quo. And you could give a series of various power players, nations, peoples, forces, group conflict, and the various conflicts of interest that exist. Which ones are zero-sum, and to what interest does it take to push to the brink some form of game of chicken, or for the party to say this battle's zero-sum and it's going to be extremely expensive to win the battle, but it's worth winning the battle. And God forbid, if some of these forces are looking at it, well, maybe it's going to cost, God forbid, 1/3 of humanity to be killed, but it's still winning the battle because it's zero-sum. And if we don't fight it now, we're going to have to fight it later. So let's just fight it now.
The perception can only work.
You realize what you're saying here?
Well, I'm looking at it from like a God's eye perspective of just saying, man is fallible, and as all humans are fallible and act in stupid ways. but the interest at hand.
But that are not stupid ways when you are talking about a third of the human population which will be wiped up.
Well, it's just
you understand what you are talking about?
It's a zero-sum battle. There has to be a winner. There has to be a loser.
Your assumption can only work if you have rational decisioners, rational people who are making decisions. And as I already said before, in United States and also in Europe, because they're all puppets, you have irrational people, irrational decision of centers of decision.
Well, I'm trying to put it from like what I call the God's eye perspective. So not saying like humans, if humans were in charge, how they would think about it, but like if there was some sort of, call it a guardian angel of the various groups and forces, and humans are going to be humans and make the poor decisions we typically do, but just some game theory perspective that there's going to be a push to play chicken. There's going to be a push to
because
say,
they don't
care
because they don't think like you. They don't think like you. They
I'm not
don't
talking
think
about
that
how
every
humans
humans
think.
are humans or equal humans.
Well, I'm talking about the game theory of the
first
larger
place.
perspective. I'm not talking about how individual humans make decisions. And even to say, a question of free will. It could be there is no free will, there's no human making decision. There's just greater forces that are causing this to happen. In reality, there's no person, there's no human that can stop it.
If I can add a point here, I think I will not say that. I mean, if you think I will not say that the people in Europe, the leaders, are puppets. I mean, some of them just made their way through a political system. It takes years to go that, and I mean, if you stay prime minister like Angela Merkel for years, you are surely not a puppet person, because you have to fight people in your party, the opposition, and so on, and you have the administration. It's very difficult to go to that level, and you usually have quite a responsibility. Macron is an exception because it is a product of his own and from the media, but the taking responsibility and acting responsibly. I mean, if you're a leader, and I will say Germany to answer the question of Alan, why Germany is just not just saying, hey, why US or whoever blew up my pipeline? Well, it's because it means that the last 70 years, since 1945, the Western policy of Germany, West Germany, I would say, is based on a rigged relationship. It means that the guys were wrong. And it's also bring Germany back to say, maybe we were right before actually. Maybe when we were more authoritarian, when we get a different policy regarding our neighbors, maybe it's how we should be. We shouldn't be so nice in going to our neighbors with standards and socks and just going on holidays. And also Germany doesn't want to take responsibility anymore. It's easy to outsource your defense to the US, who are still here. Because why should you spend a lot of money when you can spend this money on car industry, on chemical industry, and beat other competitors, other country in the end? Because someone else is doing your defense. So in the end, it's a game of who is using
Morty, please, Morty. Germany didn't pass their defense to the Americans. The Americans obliged Germany to be on their defense. Of course, because Germany is an asset of America, of the United States. They are under occupation. They are not independent. You don't know that? They are obliged. They must take the protection of the United States. Germany
you're in Germany, right?
Sorry.
Even General de Gaulle talked about that.
Yes,
he made several attempts with the German leaders at those time to make a European
they are
defense.
not supposed to have an army.
Putting the United States away of it, and the Germans always made a backstab to General de Gaulle.
Do you know why? Because each time when the German came into place and say, hey, we want to make a policy agreement for the common defense, it was the first time in 1956. And people say, well, sorry, guys, we have bad memories from you invading our countries all around Europe, Russia, North Africa. Germans didn't leave very good memories behind them when they left the place. They were very highly educated people, very well respected until 1929, actually. 33, depends where you were located at the time. But yeah, I mean, Germany doesn't want to take its defense. They were not putting money they were not putting the 2% that the NATO required them to put, because they don't want to spend the money. If you come in Germany and you look how hard it is to just get to the army, because no one wants to get to the army, no one is interested about that. The only people who are interested in Germany about that is the factories.
That's why they change it from
Morty,
one day to another.
The problem with Germany is the same as with Japan.
Yeah, Dracu.
It's not the
Germany
same.
has
It's not,
put
no,
100
no.
billion in their military. They are
But it's
becoming the first
nothing. It's
military
it's
nation in Europe.
on 5 years. On 5 years, it's 100 billion divided in 5 years. It's nothing. Japan has never apologized for what they did in Korea and China. Did you hear? Did you hear Japan say we are sorry for having killing people all around Asia? No, Germany has a massive trauma about that, and this is the reason why you have no one going to the army. They try to hire. No one is going because no one is interested to fight. German wants to give you sausages and beers now, and they will invite everyone to work in Germany because they want cheap labor force and they dominate the economy.
Wait.
Mentality can be quickly
wait a
changed,
second.
especially in a country that has no democratic culture. Germany has no democratic culture.
I would like to finish. That's not true, but I would like to finish one point here, which is very important.
Let me explain when I say Germany has no democratic
RL, he was
culture.
speaking first.
Real, please let me finish. It's a very
And
important
Moti
point.
is in Germany.
Yeah,
so,
very important.
So that's why
point
he has relevance in.
I would like to mention something very important about something. Each time Germany gets a great when in success, it was when they were pairing with Russia. So when you get Catherine II, you get the partition. In the end, you get the partition of Poland. You get Prussia dominating the overall older state in Germany. Germany gets very powerful and so on. And the main reason why you go back to the Second World War, why the Germans want to go to East, is because they want the resources to be independent and to have their own economy. Why the Germans were so successful the last 30 years, even before, is because they get cheap gas from Russia. And now they don't have cheap gas anymore to Russia, so it means the economy is dropping down, people are not happy, and the business is not happy. So the business is coming to the parliament and say, hey, want to make money here. And this is how it works. In every kind of parliament, when the business say we want something, is usually happening. Cuba was a good example when the Americans say we don't like Castro because he's imposing taxes on United Corporation, which was producing fruits and so on there. Things happen out of nowhere, we don't know how, but it's happening. And in the end, Germany will most likely have a choice to do now, or to go like blind and say, well, we like America and we follow up like blindly and just fall apart, or we have to go back to a more aggressive foreign policy. And I have to say that regarding what Poland is doing at the moment, this is not helping. Other countries is not helping. So you have two options. Or Germany will stand and continue that way, or things will have to change. And if it changes, you will see that Europe will also look very differently in the next 5-10 years, because France and Germany will just do their own things as before and eventually try to go back to Russia, because France is also trying to renew with Russia at some point. So this is the end of the war. This is the end. You go with US or you let the US behind. And you agree to a multipolar world.
I didn't see that in France.
Moti, you are in Germany, right? No, can you share about the sentiment on the ground? What's the situation now in Germany? What do people think?
I'm based in Berlin, so Berlin is not Germany. I have to say it's very multicultural. You have a lot of different people. The older generations, so people above 45, we're living in Germany and so on, especially in the West, where are educated, are against what's happening, are against sending tanks and support to Ukraine, because they feel that Russia will backfire one day or another, and they get traumatized by that. The people from the East Germany doesn't support at all what is happening, because they have still this German-Russian friendship from the 80s, 70s, and so on. But when you go to the younger generation, which has been more, let's say, open to the world, I would say, things like that, more, let's say, consuming and so on, 1911 and stuff, so they're more, let's say, American-oriented. For them, yeah, we should go full scale to Russia at some point. But you were almost in all German family, for people who are under almost like 25, 30s, the grandparents were in Russia. You have someone who have been fighting in Russia. So one way or another, the Germans know that Russia is better to be with you than against you. So you have a very mixed feeling, and the government is not very well supported. There was recently, last weekend, election in Berlin, because we get a problem during the last election, so they need to do it again. And the political party of Olaf Scholz just get a very bad score here, very negative. It never happened before. So there is a turn in Germany. The society is a bit divided. As I tell you, it may be a way that the new generation will say, okay, Germany rise again, or we have to fall apart and something will happen, fall apart. I mean, from a political point of view, I don't mean as a nation, but it's very difficult to say, to be honest, because it depends your backgrounds, your origins. I met people I know we share similar point of view, so I cannot tell you, but there's definitely balance. And I think I will be surprised, I will finish by that, if the government of Olaf Scholz is still there in a few months, because he sent tanks. American promised to send tanks. I'm not sending any tanks. So German looks stupid. and I don't think people like it here, and the people who follow politics here doesn't like it. So
I saw that the news.
I have one question.
1
I
month
have
ago,
only
right?
one
The
question.
okay.
Morty, if people in Germany are, very split, and let's say a majority becomes into government that is very upset with the way that things are going on, you mentioned something specifically regarding either following the United States or moving away from the United States on their own. Is that correct?
Yes,
That
they
there
have.
could be those desires.
Yeah, there were attempts. I mean, if you see the
Right. So what?
Yeah.
That, from what I understand, that can't happen, because then you would have to actively go to the government of the United States or the military of the United States and say, hey, we know you have thousands and thousands of armed personnel, vehicles, and military equipment in our country. Please politely leave. I don't see how that will ever happen.
That's not gonna happen.
No, it's not. It's too
I would say that is the
economically,
reason why the German government hasn't commented on the Nord Stream. The Seymour Hersh, like as far as I get it, even in Norway, we get it on immediate. Of course, the Defense Department and so forth are just like, well, I mean, it's only one anonymous source without questioning why. Do you want this anonymous source to become like a Julian Assange or something?
There were
Right?
3
But
sources.
the German
One was
government.
anonymous.
But the German government, as far as I get it, it's completely silent. And I mean, that's actually, we if Norway was participating, if we actually did if the report is accurate, then we are actually at war with Germany. That's an act of war, right?
That's what
but
I
then
was
the
talking
German
about.
government, like, oh, nothing. Well, I would say that the kind of answer to that, why has that been, is what you just mentioned, Alan. Thousands of U.S. troops on the ground.
Morty,
Yeah,
I got
Morty.
one more question.
I also have one more question. What
Wait,
about
I
the
asked
Green
first. I asked
Party?
first. No,
What
no, no, no,
about the
no.
Green
I've-
Party
let
in
Wyatt
Germany?
go.
Because
No,
you
I
talked
asked first. I
about
asked first. Let me first. The last month, the German defense minister resigned. That was something very huge. So, what is the rumors? What is the talk within the German society about this resignation? Because it's very out of the blue. The moment the German defense minister resigned, Germany approved to send the tanks. So previously, the German defense minister don't want to send the tanks. So the moment this person resigned, then they start to approve all the tank deliveries and stuff. Now, what's the talk on the ground in Germany?
The topic is highly sensitive because sending those heavy equipment, I mean, Germany, prior to this war, has a very strict policy in terms of exporting weapons to countries which are actually at civil war or at war. Like, let's say, they will forbid any kind of transfer. So we made an exception for Ukraine under the pressure of I would say, our partners. We'll call them like that. But inside of the government, there was also very, very huge. I mean, you will not hear it publicly because this is not something they do here. But there was really strong dissensions and different point of view about how we should deal with the situation. And from my perspective, I made a bit of politics many years ago on European level. So I believe there was an agreement behind the door, closed room with the US to send the tanks and so on. There was probably a timetable schedule because the Germans would not have done that if the Americans would not follow the initiative like the Brit. I think some people disagree in the government. So the previous Minister of Defense say no way because we're gonna be the fool, and they went forward. And in the end, well, Germany sent everything, but nothing else is happening. This is why I believe the government is on its last leg, and this is why today you get also some kind of rumors that it's to be confirmed that the current Minister of Baerbock will eventually propose herself as a new chancellor. This is never going to happen, to be honest. But she's too young for that, and she will not have the trust. And even if she's going, it's going to be a government which is not going to stand for long. So it's very hard to say because you also have another situation in Germany that now, even if they want to produce military equipment, especially the heavy one, they don't have any more cheap gas. So it means if you want to manufacture the same type of equipment that before, it will be so costly that even the Bundeswehr now doesn't want, so the German National Army doesn't want to send anything else because they already run out of everything. So Riel mentioned 100 billion euro to refurbish what is happening in the German army, but I also want to mention that the German army, like 4 years, there was a report made, I don't remember the name, but I can provide this further, that the German state, the German army is on the same state that in 1944. Nothing works, nothing is in shape, there is a park of equipment without spare part, And since we get Ursula von der Leyen, which was in charge of the defense, the army itself cannot even maintain the equipment. They have to call for a service provider. So it means that you have a tanks, you cannot touch it yourself, you know to do it, but you have to make a tender to call a company, an external one, to maintain your equipment, and they will do it for a period of 2-3 years, and after you will have to make a new tender. So it means the knowledge, the capacity, and so on is being lost, and the time to rebuild everything will take years. So yeah, Germany is in a very dire state in terms of military equipment, capacities, logistics. They cannot produce anything at the moment. There's no ramp-up plan, and this is why the sending equipment was a big topic, because it means like having 20 tanks is something. The Leopard 1 is outdated anyway. It's going to be used as a fire support, probably like in Donbass with the T-62. But still, it's it may have massive impact in the future for, as I said, for German foreign policy and so on. And there's other topics. So how you, Alan, regarding your small sub-questions, how you follow the US blindly, this is, they may do it, or you decide to take your responsibility in the end. But I don't see any European leaders at the moment capable of driving this, especially in France or in Germany. There's no one who has the balls, I have to say it out loud, to just drive this move. The French usually are quite facing. I mean, the situation that, if you remember all, when there was a move in Iraq in 2003, the French president, Jacques Chirac, and at the time, Schroeder just say, no way, we're not going to go in Iraq. And they stand up. And I mean, French went under sanctions from the US on military equipment as well. So this allowed the French to, yeah, that's another topic. But really, get the questions, just to keep it short.
Yeah, I'll your question.
Morty, you talk about Olaf Scholz and his political party, which is badly seen by Germans. What about the Green Party?
Depends your age. If you are young, you would vote most likely for Green because you want to fight climate change. You have some other goals, but
climate change.
Yeah, it depends. I mean, it's everyone has his point of view about that, so we're not bring the topic here because if not, it's going to be wild. But I think, yeah, they were supposed to be the people, you know, against nuclear power plants, against war, make peace, love, and let's eat vegetable together. And in the end, it happened that, okay, let's make a war in Ukraine, let's get wild, and let's bring back the nuclear reactor because why not? So
yeah,
this
Do
everything is green.
Do they got green armbands for that party?
Not yet.
I think it was the gray zone that covered that Baerbock had some connection with. I'm not sure if it was directly CIA, but it was quite suspicious. And it makes sense, right? Because why would the Green Party, which is kind of, you know, anti-war is the principle, but here the war is, and they're like one of the forefront. They're really pushing the war. She's one of the most aggressive ones, and she puts pretty much DoD talking points all the time. It's sort of like, yeah. So, like, what do you think? Could the Green Party have been somewhat hijacked to become a sort of like an NED tool? Because that strikes me as plausible. Like, because like you said, the young people are the ones who are supporting, but they would support the war, but they will also support the Green Party because of the climate issue, so they can get more. You know, is there something to that, perhaps?
No, you just look at Annalena Baerbock curriculum vitae. She made her studies in United States
and UK.
And UK also. She's an Anglo-Saxon stooge. I mean, she's a pure puppet. She was put there on purpose.
I will not say one. I will hand over after because I use the stage for too long. I think there's something that you really please take in mind, that when you have people at this level of responsibility in politics, you just don't go there because you are nice. You have to go through some stages. It's not so easy. So saying that people are being placed by foreign intelligence and so on, it can happen. It happened in Germany that one of the political advisors of the chancellor in the West Germany was a Stasi agent many years ago. So yeah, it can happen, but you need to have some kind of support behind it. But the most important thing is that most part of the political classes, which is, let's say, slightly above 35 now on, yeah, they're from West Germany or some from the East as well. But if you are usually highly educated, so it means you have been through very specific university, you have been traveling, you have making some internship abroad, and the people you work today with is sometimes people you know since 20, 30 years. I mean, this is how it works in politics. This is how it works in Intel and in the army. You know the people from the past, you rely on them, you build something in common with them, and in the end you have a close amount of people around you that you can rely on, and those people knows each other at some level. I don't want to say that they part of a big conspiracy theory, it's not the case, but they have common interest and common value. As I give you my point of view and my feeling about how the situation is in Germany, this feeling is come from the people I meet with and the people are likely to be like me because we are common point. So those people share common value, common approach. And yeah, unfortunately, we don't have many people who have been studying in China, in Moscow anymore, because if we have a government with those people, they have a better understanding of the differences in the culture, or India or Pakistan, whatever. This really help. If you have only people who have been studying in London or in the US, you have only one type of point of view, and few kilometers after the border make a huge difference to understanding each other. So here we can do it. It's very nice, but on political level, it's all about pride. So sometimes you just say, I'm right and the other's not. So this is why they're most likely being very aggressive at the moment and sharing, a common, let's say, West point of view, which is not very the best at some point, but yeah.
I think you're actually deliberating something that kind of piggybacks very well to what RL and David were talking about regarding, do you have rational leaders? But it's not kind of irrational to assume so, because let's be frank here, humans aren't like first and foremost rational. Like, we're first and foremost social, and then the rationality tends to follow. It tends to follow in its wake, right? The rationality is not, for most people, the vast majority, we're social creatures first, and we tend to be doing backwards rationalization and make up a rationale. Right? So what we have here, like what Morty is saying here, these people don't even have any relations with it, like even on the higher level, even like maybe some have at a business level, but certainly not enough to make a big difference. And it's because of their social relations to mostly UK, US, and so forth, rather than like if you had people who were actually operating with the Russians and with the Chinese. I think it's quite plausible. It could be, we could see a much more rational outcome from the social cohesion becoming more kind of encompassing, if you understand me. Sorry if I broke the flow there.
Anyway, Bakhmut is a meat grinder.
And I appreciate that. I was saying even to look at this as not a battle between people or nations, but higher forces, and say, okay, like we might be pawns, but the leaders, they're not the ones doing it. It's between higher forces. And that's why I said like just the pure game theory of certain battles are zero
if I say institutional mentality, would that kind of fit in? Like, it's groupthink. So if an institution has to be kind of self-referencing in order to kind of stay alive. So it filters out anything that kind of challenges the institution. And if you have several institutions under a government apparatus that is also tied to various financial institutions, this quickly becomes quite complex, right? But it follows its own game. So we can see, for example, in economics, you change a few numbers here, be it interests or whatever, it has widespread effect all over the place. And this is not something that the people in charge, right? You're referring to the people in charge maybe not being not really having all the power it may seem, because they're so also beholden to the system that gave them the power, right? So they cannot necessarily breach it. And so we get into the game theory. That's kind of what runs it. I'm trying to deliberate kind of in a different way. I'm hoping.
Well, the essential question is probably too much for this panel, would be something of free will. So just to avoid the question of free will, and then look, will people act in groups, and not necessarily because the leader is leading the group, but there's some sort of unity of a way a group acts that might be seen through the decisions that the leaders make, but it's not the leader acting on behalf of the group. It's a force representative of the group will. And you could have, mystical, there's many ways you could understand that. And then just what are the forces?
We could have pure market dynamics and profit incentive. That one is quite clear, and it also makes up for quite a lot of how things work. Like, it's a group think, right? So you can have, if you're like we're talking about elites, well, elites, they would understand that they share much more in common interest. Even when they're rivals, they would have much more common interest than they would have to say me and you, right? So they might understand.
I mean, you're giving I'd be more mystical and say, okay, you could say, there's a guardian angel that driving each group, or some sort of, the gods, like in Greek terminology, that really it's a battle between the gods, and from the elites to the down to the bottom are really have no will in this battle. It's just a battle between the gods. Or you could esoterically say, whatever it is that is controlling these forces, and we're the actors upon these forces. And we say, well, what is the real heart.
But if
behind the
God is
battle.
the creator, couldn't God also
the
very well be the
obvious
system?
answer is God is on my side and you worship
The
Satan.
Lorax.
If you're on my team, God is
You are you all are really
Lorax
talking
from the
like
off.
you are not able to know what the people really want. The normal people want to eat good, to sleep good, to fuck, and to live their life in peace.
Yeah, all people want that, though.
Normal people on this world want to do war. No one of us
Yeah, but it's
will
too
ever
philosophical.
want
The
to
question
do a
of
war.
human nature.
Please, don't come with mystical thing and
I'm a
tell me
mystic.
that gods want us to go to war, and that's why we are complaining with that, because I'm pissing of all the gods which are telling me to do war. You understand me? So normal people never want to go to war, because war is the worst thing that
But
could happen
I would
with a
strongly
human.
disagree.
Joker, he was just
Okay,
laying out.
normal
He was
people,
just
violence
laying
is
out
part of
the
human
perception
nature.
here.
People do want to go to war, and
No one want to go to war. No one.
Jaku,
yeah, I mean, these are
that is a
assessments on
very
the
naive
philosophy
thing
of
to
human
say, my
nature.
friend.
That's not naive, my
Jaku,
friend.
nobody wants to go to war.
Most people want to go to war as long as it's not them. No, they
Yes.
want other people to fight the
No,
war.
there are people
They
who
want
do
to push
want to go to
someone else to go to war.
I mean,
Yeah,
violence
they
is a
want war,
natural
but
part
not
of the
themselves.
human animalistic. They say that we're violent animals, and war is just an
do you
extension
know
of the
people
normal
who want to go
violence
to
for the
war?
human animal.
Okay, David, if you want to go to war, then please go to war.
That's why human
So I say
societies
natural human tendency
I
is
don't
violence.
want to go to war.
Look, I
That's
fear
why you have
death.
hierarchy.
There's conflicting desires.
I don't want to be put in the situation to defend my family. I don't want to be put in this
Yeah,
situation.
obviously,
I
there's
never
conflicting
want.
desires, but there's a
So-
desire to fight and go to war.
That's
There's
what
also a
history
desire to
is
live.
telling us.
There is no such desire. This is just a political.
Violence is the natural tendency. When someone wrongs
It's
you,
not
the natural
natural, my
animalistic
friend. It's
tendency
not
tells you
natural.
kill your
Humans
enemy.
are not natural.
Guys, can you
I mean,
at
we're
least not
carnivores. We're
track
animals. The natural human tendency is to try to kill our enemies.
Maybe you
Because
are
we
an
have to
animal.
overcome-
Me, I am not an animal. I am sorry. Me, I am not an animal.
Well, you have
You
a
might
soul,
be
maybe,
one of
but
them.
your body's an animal.
Me, I am not.
Your body's an animal. You might have
I
a
am
soul
not.
that can overcome
No, my friend.
animalistic
David,
desires.
I am
but
a
we are
human.
essentially animals who desire to kill.
Don't talk over each other. Don't talk
Yeah.
over each other
Draco,
unnecessarily.
you're
Like,
screaming.
you guys are talking to
But-
each other, but you are not listening to each other. What's the point?
Me as a human,
Ellen had
I
headache
don't.
now. Ellen-
Sorry, wait.
Ellen
Me as a human, I never have the desire to kill someone else.
But
Never.
you are not everyone. You are not everyone.
Yeah.
People are different.
No, this is human. This is to be human. Humans don't want to kill someone else.
Well, you could speak
Not-
for
not
yourself.
true.
I mean, I've
Yeah,
never
yeah,
killed
speaking
anybody,
for
but
yourself.
every time I
Some
get
other
mad,
person would say
my
something
body tells me,
completely
That's
kill. Just like, I mean, okay, just
Oh,
like
really? Your
you
body?
disagreed with
You
me.
should go. You should go to a psychiatrist, my friend.
No,
if your
no,
body
I
tells you to
accept my
kill.
animalistic nature.
I am
haven't
sorry.
acted on it,
I
but
am
my
sorry.
animal body tells me
I
kill.
am sorry.
Every time
No,
I'm
that's-
wronged, insulted, even just for more resources, like my body tells me rape, kill, steal. That's the
No,
natural
really.
tendency the animal body tells us.
So
You
look
should
at-
go
look-
to a
Draco.
psychiatrist.
Draco,
No, because
stop
I
your
overcome
bullshit.
it. Like I'm not a criminal. I don't
Stop.
act upon my desires, but I know my animalistic desires. I'm not blind to my desires.
I never had the desire to kill someone else.
Draco, stop your
You
rainbow
want to take
bullshit.
you want to take a vote on the panel? I mean, God forbid. I admit it. I desire to kill all the time.
I never had this desire.
Draco,
And in some cultures, in some human societies, killing others which are not like you is a way of functioning. Just look at Genghis Khan and his followers.
Yeah, these are all implementations.
I'm a universal
Exactly.
humanist.
It's cultural.
Well, if you say it's cultural,
Yeah,
cultural
but
it's
this is
universal
not
human.
humanity. This is not the humanity. This is
Can I
not the
say
human.
something?
It's a
Can I
part
say
of
something?
it.
Look,
I don't.
think
I don't say.
understand
Sorry,
what
sorry.
part
Just
of it.
says. You've
I
been
don't
screaming
say
this whole
the
time. You
human.
need to let someone else speak. So, I mean, it seems like you are all coming from different
Okay.
sides. Draku, you're saying that humans are not animals. right? That's the point you're trying to make, right? We are above our base desire.
Not that's the point I'm trying to make. The points that I'm trying to make is that the aggressivity of the humanity is not natural.
Okay,
the aggressivity of the humanity is an artificial implemented desire.
By who? By what?
By the politicians and by the class of the leaders, because war is always, from the war it will win
Draco, it doesn't have to be
always
intentional.
the superior class.
But my friend, it doesn't have to be intentional. Just look at the circumstances, how it have changed. That has changed the action of humans. The environment has much more to say than like, oh no, we don't want to kill. Well, most of us probably don't. But then there are those who are a little bit sick who will want to go and kill. Right? So you, like, right? So you have to speak for yourself. And I mostly agree with you. I'm not disagreeing. I wouldn't want to go and fight like or anything. I don't
I'm
want
not sick at all.
to be barking up
I don't think I'm sick at all. I think that's my like. I'd be sick if I acted upon it. I'm not sick because I recognize the true animal that I am and control it.
Absolutely.
You're sick because you haven't came to grips with what you are when you look in the mirror. If you don't look in the mirror and see a killer, you're not seeing accurately.
But isn't it kind of obvious then that we are all different? That's pretty much the point. And we're also different depending on the circumstance.
We're all humans. There's universal human nature.
Humans are pretty much depending.
Do you believe in universal human nature?
Just a very important point.
Who are you asking?
No animals ever done war. No animal species ever done war.
Wait, watch this.
No.
Wrong. Ants, chimpanzees, gorillas. Bro.
These are not wars, my friend. These are fights.
Wars.
No,
they're wars.
Ants
It's not a one-time thing. This happens over and over and over consistently for the same reasons. That's war. That's the definition of war.
Mother Nature has no morality.
What is the definition of war?
Yeah.
Literally go to war.
To fight somebody over and over again until you or they die.
No, my friend.
Group violence.
The definition of
organized
war.
group violence.
No. That's not war.
Organized group
the
violence.
definition of war is to fight someone else for the reason of how you say of conquering his assets. He's real.
Yes.
This is
I mean,
the
that's just one
definition
type
of
of
war.
And ants do that, and
Any form
chimpanzees
of
do that, and
organized group
gorillas do
violence
that.
No chimpanzee ever done war. They fight with
Any
each
type
other.
of organized group violence is war.
Lion.
This is terrorism. This is terrorism, my friend. This is not war.
Draco, you can go long ago till prehistory, and you will find traces of wars. When one group of humans were exterminating to the last one, the others.
I know, but this is not natural.
Rooted. It's very rooted inside many humans. Maybe
that's true. That's true.
Many others.
Yeah, that's true. But war came with the civilization. Sorry.
No, not just that. You can just go and search. After this, you can go and search hornets, bees, ants, termites. They are all, because in one nest you're talking about hundreds of thousands of individuals in one country, one state, and they actually literally go to war. If you look at how army ants behave, they literally have army lines, supply lines. They have soldiers defending their lines. They invade, they kill, they exterminate the entire population. Like, for example, ants versus termites. They do that all the time. It's literally just what you call war. So
I know that, but are we now behaving like insects? Because insects are not animals. There is a difference. It's a big difference.
No,
yes, it's a big difference. I'm calling animals for me. I am sorry. I make this fine difference.
Aren't we split? Like,
I mean, we are animals. I mean, you might believe we have a soul and rational functions, but I mean, factually, we are animals. We are primates. I mean, what are you talking about?
Not me. I am not a primate. If you are a primate, be by yourself. Me, I am not a primate. I'm sorry.
You came up with your own biology, your own biology. Biologically, we're.
May I declare myself human? May I declare myself human?
Like, we have a soul. We have the ability to control our
You want to tell me what I am?
We are animals.
Please. Please don't try to tell me what I am. I know what I am.
Draco, you can claim that you are a woman, no problem. You can claim you are Santa Claus, no problem.
Draco have identified that himself as not a primate, so we have to respect his identification. So let's change topic. Change topic. We are not going to go anywhere because.
What's the pronouns for that? Yeah. I would also like to highlight the leadership. This is very important because there was a lot of discourse on, I think, poking things brought out regarding, the importance of leadership. There's a wartime leadership also, mind you. And at times, your peacetime leadership will not fit into wartime. And I can see that in the Western, I think, side. As we were discussing, one of the defense minister which resigned, the German defense minister, she had there were a lot of scandals brought about her, that she probably took her son on a helicopter, something like that. I think they wanted to remove her because she is the one who incited, I think, NATO when she said we have provided 5,000 helmets to the Ukrainians. So wartime leadership is again important. I find the British Prime Minister, then we have the Ukrainian president, some of the ministers in Germany, and a lot of these Baltic state leaders. I don't consider them as wartime leaders. Basically, of course, they are part of the system. They are more like TikTokers and jokers. And now they have to deal with a very, very serious threat of war. And at times, the decision making has to be critical. They would not like to listen to the military advisors. On the other side, if you look at Russia, the leadership is very mature, old, and understand the nuances of war. So this is also making a lot of difference. Despite the push and pull by the United States, which have more organized leadership for wartime, I think there is a deficiency of wartime leadership in the Western Bloc. Important countries like UK, like Germany, Ukraine is definitely suffering because of Zelensky. Basically, I don't know how he became the president, but unfortunately, he landed up in war. Now we come to this Bakhmut, which is again very important, which is part of the discourse. I feel it's going to be a turning point. Although there were assessments that there'll be a quick, let's say, end to Bakhmut fighting, but I think PMC Wagner leader Prigozhin has highlighted probably going to take more time because Ukrainians are shuffling a lot of forces, and maybe the Russian side is allowing them to come in and then maybe make a big pocket like the World War II. Those Minsk and Kyiv pockets, if you remember, they were very big pockets which were captured intact. So this could be the design, and I feel Bakhmut could be a turning point. So two important takeaways, because then I'll have to leave, is one is leadership in wartime is very important. It has to act very maturely because ultimately, irrespective of you like it or not, it has to lead the nation into war. And we don't need TikTokers at this time. And the other is the Bakhmut will be a turning point. Thank you.
I think
if Bakhmut's going to be a turning point, then Ukraine. Well, that kind of puts Ukraine on the back foot for the rest of this conflict. If Ukraine is going to be unable to fight this war offensively, like they say they're going to, where they're going to try to take Crimea, what breaks after Bakhmut? Do they slowly grind until they get to Kramatorsk?
Yeah, the issue of this counteroffensive.
No, Vaughn got it right. Vaughn got it right. Yeah. That's where they're going to break through.
Yeah, this counteroffensive thing is, I think, more made up. Counteroffensive is not a joke. You can't, rally 2-3 brigades. And if you look at the objective, let's say they want to hit Crimea, and before that there was, I think, Kherson, a defensive position of the Russians. They have to cross the river, and so it's more on psychological domain that we are just going to hurl ourselves and get into. How do you go? I don't know which route, which approach. We talk of approaches in military terminology. I feel you require 3 to 4 divisions to actually go very close to
Crimea, and Ukrainian don't have forces. They should conserve their forces. For one is the relieving Bakhmut garrison, because you need a counter attack to relieve the forces. Suppose they are trapped, 7-8 brigades. So there's got to be a relieving force which breaks the circle. So you need a strategic reserve to do that. And
How
then
many
there
people
has
do
to
you
be
think are in Bakhmut? How many Ukrainian personnel have been deployed in Bakhmut, do you think?
Yeah, the reports which are coming, like talking of 7 to 9 brigades. So if a brigade is 3 to 4,000, so it means that I don't know how much the depletion has taken place as far as the earlier brigades are concerned.
Yeah.
So maximum, if they are 9, then they are like 40 to 50,000, because there are also going to be civil services in Bakhmut, because who are supposed
Okay,
to run the
is it
system.
possible for them to be encircled? Do you think that that amount of people could be encircled, or do you think they would allow them to? Do you think the Russians would allow them to pull out?
No. They will not allow them to pull out. But the problem is that that might be a trap for the Russian, because if the Russian don't manage to encircle the Ukrainian in Bakhmut, then they are like lost the war for Bakhmut, because this is the only goal. Because strategically, Bakhmut is not so important. The more important strategic line is the line behind Bakhmut. This is
Chasov Yar.
more important. Yeah. And if the Russian don't manage to encircle and to take prisoners from Bakhmut, then they lost. In my opinion, they lost the war of Bakhmut.
I don't even think they need to encircle Bakhmut. I think they can just keep on pushing on the flanks and leave one road open and compelling the Ukrainians eventually to leave. And then they shoot them as they try to withdraw. And they also keep them on and they keep shoving the front line instead of getting bogged down in a full encirclement. Because encirclement makes them desperate. They will make them push harder. You will have suddenly two front lines, both the one you're advancing at, the one behind you. You have, it's a pretty expensive endeavor, even for a small town like Bakhmut. So I think if they're in any event keen on actually giving that much force into it, that they're actually going to be willing to go closing encirclement, why bother? You're already squeezing them so hard, and they are already pissing their pants pretty much. So you just keep on moving the flanks, and as their flanks get further and further away, both on the northern and the southern side, they are going to get more and more scared, and then they're going to eventually go out into the only way you let out for them, where you can rout them. And you can keep on pushing that route. And when their friends see them coming routing, you can just keep on pushing them, because their friends are then going to be readied up. They're going to be warmed up for you to actually get them behind and keep them on the back foot. Not necessarily get them to collapse. Just keep them always on the back foot at a disadvantage, because the purpose here is, after all, the grind. That is what I pretty much think. So,
but think a little about that. If the Russians don't manage to encircle and to take prisoners in Bakhmut, then the Ukrainian will just retreat and enforce the next strategical line, and this will be catastrophical for the Russian, because they need one. They need it now like 6 months for Bakhmut.
If you close off, they cannot close off Bakhmut. They cannot supply it, and that's only one logistical problem less for the Ukrainians. You keep it open, they will feel compelled to do something about it, or they will have a bad PR moment back home. Why are you not supporting, or at least retreating, something like that, keeping the route open? They will be worried of strategic blunder number 1, number 2, number 3, and that will put the psychological stress on the Ukrainians, which you need, right? They might, sure, you can say that's right. They will withdraw, and they will be part of the next line to reinforce. But they're either that, or they're going to be staying on in Bakhmut, and you'll have to fight them there. You still have to fight them. Getting them on the run is where you have the best opportunity to mow them down without them even actually being able to do much, because they're fleeing. They're running from you. You have routed them. You see where I'm trying to get it?
Yeah.
You stretch their supply lines. Right? When you do that, when you don't close it, you stretch their supply lines, because you compel them still to supply Bakhmut. And then you keep their supply lines also vulnerable. They cannot stay in trenches like that, right? So you keep taking on machinery. That is something that they cannot easily replace. There's whatever machinery they send in, they will have to use machinery to supply Bakhmut, right? Take out your trucks, whatever, because that's a logistical problem for them later.
But Bakhmut is of strategical importance. Not because the Russians have decided it, because Ukrainians have decided it.
Exactly.
Why?
So you can
That's
tell them to
business.
stay there, let them burn.
Soledar, Bakhmut, and Avdiivka, just next to Donetsk, they decided to build a Maginot Line there.
And I think that is very interesting.
And I think the Russians don't want to capture Bakhmut and destroy the guys in Bakhmut too fast.
Yeah,
isn't that due to
want
geography?
to take their time, because if the Ukrainians crumbles totally, that means that they have to go to negotiations with them, and Russians don't want to have negotiations too fast. They want to destroy a maximum, to bleed the Ukrainian army even more, and even if the Ukrainians manage to build another line of defense at Kramatorsk and so on, that line of defense will be less well made, less strong than what they have what they had in Soledar or Bakhmut. That's the line they have built since 2014.
IRL, they built the defense line in Bakhmut 3 months ago. They didn't have the defense line in Bakhmut. They didn't have nothing there.
Yeah, RL.
They built it 3 months ago.
They have Soviet concrete buildings. And
yes,
Soviet concrete buildings are very strong.
But they didn't have the defense line like in Avdiivka, like in Piesky, like in Marinka. You understand? But they already have a very strong defense line in Kramatorsk line.
Can we please address the super chat? The one where the Russians need to capture prisoners for the media bin.
Okay.
They just need to
It
show
was actually relevant to what we were talking about.
Corpse,
like,
like in Soledar, that corpse is enough. Why prisoners?
Because they need to convince the people at home that this is a just war. If you can convince the people at home that the enemy is surrendering, then you can convince them that this war is going well because you don't even have to fight the enemy. That's how just your cause is. And that's not the only reason. That's not the only reason, but that's definitely one of them.
Yeah, I don't think Russians are functioning like Americans.
It's Wagner there. I mean, in
can I
Soledar,
get
they show some
Russia is not
prisoners,
losing
they
people
mainly
there.
show corpse. A lot of.
Can I try to get a point across that I tried to last week, but then RL cut me off and I never got to finish it. So, right. So the hot war on the ground is actually just a sideshow. Russia isn't fighting Ukraine, even though it's in a hot war with Ukraine on the ground. Russia is fighting NATO, and it can't defeat NATO on the battlefield because every time Russia tries to escalate or it wins too much, NATO will just send more weapons. Eventually, they'll send more mercenaries, which are basically NATO soldiers that took off their uniform and decided to take up a gun and go to Ukraine. So Russia, as a country, cannot face down NATO on a military term. So it's not going to want to win. If it tries to win, it will face pushback from the NATO countries, which will then have justification to get the guys to go on the ground. How Russia can defeat NATO is on the other war fronts: the financial, the diplomatic, and the political,
economical.
So on the financial side, what it's doing is it's setting up its own replacement system, right? Replacement financial system for SWIFT, for the banking, for credit cards, whatever. And for that to blossom, it needs time. It needs time for that to basically have more take up with the rest of the other economies of the world to take up that system. On the diplomatic side, it's already kind of war. Most of the world basically is not outside the West, is either neutral or quietly not telling their citizens not to help Russia, like China, for example. There are reports of a lot of DJI drones on the ground because China's not stopping its suppliers from supplying stuff to Russia.
I'd argue it's a proxy war between China and NATO.
Well, I mean, it's China's benefit for both sides to continue to weaken themselves, and the aspect that really Europe, the only thing they could do to slow down Russia is self-inflicting. And so from third-party perspectives like China, maybe parties in the Middle East, over the world, possibly even the U.S., is to prolong the battle in order to weaken both sides.
Yeah, China is right now its self-interest is for Russia to be a shield for China, because China knows if Russia gets defeated, then China is next, because all the whole decades of propaganda against China has shown them this.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
But here's the thing: if China's betting on Russia either being like the brunt force for all of NATO's attention, what happens if Russia ends up coming out on top and becoming a much more powerful economic power? And then
they're betting on Russia winning. They're betting that it's beneficial for both Russia and Europe to be further weakened. So if they could just allow the conflict to extend, then both Russia and Europe and the U.S. Eventually will be weakened. Really, everyone's being weakened, but relative to the level of how much pain can you handle, Europe and Russia are taking substantial amounts of pain. China's taking relatively little pain, and the more pain that is on both sides, Russia and Europe, to some extent benefits China and maybe India and other parties.
No, you see, China is
But
the
the
same
most
with Russia.
benefits
It wants time.
Maybe even
are
Israel.
going to the United States.
Yeah, China wants time, because the current situation benefits China tremendously. Its main party is trying to put it down, which is the U.S. is being sucked into this conflict in Ukraine and doesn't really have time to deal with China. And China has grown economically very powerful in the last decades based on a peaceful world, which allows it to trade, and that's what China really wants. It wants to trade its way to become the world's preeminent economic power, not military power. China always wants to make more money. Yeah. So there are three outcomes right now. That one is Russia is defeated, one is a forever war, and the last one is Russia wins. So China will definitely want to prevent Russia from being defeated, because if Russia is defeated, then the entire West will basically gang up on China and use Russia against it. If
Russia is defeated, doesn't that just end a nuclear war?
Russia cannot be defeated. Yes.
Yeah, both sides don't want a nuclear war. So
depending on what the fate looks like.
China would be quite happy with the other two outcomes: a forever war, which continuously distracts the West, so China has time to develop, or Russia kind of wins, but at what cost? If it's if Russia is severely weakened in the process of winning, China is like, okay, come, let me help you, and then they have a kind of like a good friend in Russia after all of this, which is fine for it.
In the Silk Road Initiative, China could eventually move in and control the infrastructure of Central Europe. If Europe and if the war expands and Europe gets its infrastructure destroyed, that China could eventually come in and become the controller of Europe's infrastructure.
No. This will not be China. This will be the United States of America. I am sorry.
The United States doesn't have the ability to build infrastructure. China actually has the ability.
Oh no! Are not the United States building the infrastructure of Iraq now?
No, I mean, unfortunately, the United States it hasn't built infrastructure.
Who is building the infrastructure of Iraq now?
China's the only place
they
that
spent
built
$2 trillion
successfully.
in Iraq. Iraq is still a bombed out shit.
No, but
the $2 trillion never left the US. It's just a way for them to corruptly get money from the taxpayers to the companies.
Yeah, I mean, God forbid the U.S. doing it means that they're
projects and
paying
whatnot.
Chinese people and just keeping U.S. people as the bosses of the company, but it's still the Chinese probably largely doing it.
Yeah, but
And do you think the United States will allow China to overtake Europe? I don't think.
Well, I don't think overtake. I don't think that they'll expand control. I don't mean that China's going to run the world, but I said China keeps on taking over more ports, rails, pipelines, various things that Europe's going to want someone to rebuild it, and China's the most likely candidate.
David, China has two ports, one airport in Europe now, and two ports. How many airports has United States in Europe?
Airports? You mean bases?
I mean bases with airports.
Many.
China has one in Spain.
Yeah, but airports may not be. I mean, there's different parts of the infrastructure, but it's saying that that China conceivably benefits from a long, drawn out, unescalated war that continues to weaken Europe and both Russia.
Yeah,
China's
I don't
military
think
isn't
this
set
the
up
number
to
of
project
infrastructure
power
isn't
either.
a fair comparison because the objectives of each of these countries are very different. So the U.S. wants political control. It wants the Western Europeans to be dependent on the U.S. Whereas China doesn't care about political control.
Sorry, Drew. Sorry, who is selling now liquefied gas to Europe?
The U.S. That's what I said. The U.S. wants.
Who is making money? Who is selling weapons to the European?
You're repeating my
Yes.
point. You're repeating my point. So
Yeah, but
let
Drew,
me actually finish my point. So the two parties want different things. The U.S. wants political control, but China doesn't want political control. It's going to want the infrastructure and some control of it for its Belt and Road Initiative, so that it can funnel supplies into China. It doesn't want to control the particular country. You see, that's why you look at all their agreements with the various foreign countries. China's agreements are all at the infrastructure level, the industrial level, never at the political level, because they don't want that. So it's a different objective. So when you compare the number of bases and all this, it's not quite a relevant comparison because it's a different objective altogether.
You are right.
Drew,
you are right.
Drew, for me, in my point of view, the Russians have already won the economic and financial war. That war began in 2014 with the annexation of Crimea, but more because of MH17 story.
Yeah,
they
there's
got
a stage
sanctioned.
2 to this.
They got sanctioned, and the Russians adapted. And now we see the 10th package of sanctions by the Europeans because it's not working. It's not working.
It's an ongoing war because the next step in this war is de-dollarization, basically. So
it's like de-dollarization and de-eurozone, because also euro money is not usable by Russian. It's just a bonus. It's just a bonus for Russian.
Because the only way to basically stop the US from having hegemonic power is to attack the dollar by de-dollarization and causing hyperinflation in the US.
That
actually remove the
de-dollarization
US.
is going naturally thanks to sanctions.
Yes. So they shot themselves in the foot. Yeah.
Russians can't use US dollars and euro because of sanctions. So, and as Russia is one of the biggest provider of natural resources.
Well, Russia is only one country in the world when we talk about de-dollarization.
Yeah, but all the exchange that Russia is making with India, with China, with other countries who are buying LNGs and things like that, are doing in currency that is not US dollars, because Russians can't do anything with that dollars. There are sanctions.
Yes, but Russia is just
one country. So for them de-dollarization for Russia it's a dumb deal.
Yes, but for them to win against NATO, the de-dollarization cannot just happen in Russia. It has to. The dollar needs to be removed as a reserve currency of the world.
For Russia to win against NATO, it must be on the ground. That's why they are waiting for. Yes, they can.
Russia cannot beat
yes, they
NATO,
can.
and NATO cannot beat Russia because they are both nuclear powers.
That's
Once one of them is going to be defeated, the other one will nuke it.
No, not if it happened in Ukraine. Not if it happened in Ukraine. That's why they are waiting for those Leopard tank, for those Challenger 2, for those Bradleys, for those Abrams. And look what happened in the military-industrial complex in Europe. They don't have any more tanks. They don't have any more shells. I mean, it's finished. Now Russia is taking the claws and the teeth of NATO. So they can't make any more problem in the rest of the world, especially in Africa, where you see Wagner also in some African countries and in the rest of the world. And that's very good for China. So yes, China want
I think
the
it's
fight
both.
going
I
on,
don't
but
think
they
either
want
of you are wrong.
especially Russia to win, no matter if Russia is is bleeded or not. Doesn't matter. It's NATO who need to be bleeded, because it's NATO who is a challenge for China.
I think that is a little bit short term in terms of thinking, because right now we're only in the first year of the war. If NATO really wanted to fight Russia and it got its act together and actually put its economies on, on a war footing and started converting its factories to weapons production, there's no way Russia can win.
What factory are you talking about? What factory are you talking about?
You can always build new factories. So you have, if you look at what happened in World War II,
how many years to build a production line of
very
tanks?
fast. So for example, if you look at World War II,
not in Europe.
What's happening in Ukraine for something like that to happen.
So
they're not going to invest in that infrastructure without having a reason to beyond people are dying in Ukraine.
And the reality is that you don't have to build it in Europe, you see. You can build it in United States. Because if you look at World War II, United States did not enter war in the first 2 years, if I'm not wrong. The war in Europe started quite early, and then United States had been standing by the sideline. So the things have been developing for some time until United States felt that it's good enough. Then they start to enter the war. So we are now like what was said by I think Drew, right? We're still in the first year. It's still early days. If you talk about a major world war, right? We're just in the beginning. We are just in the Czechoslovakia, maybe the Poland stage. Still early days.
With that, bring that point back to China, though. The U.S. is not doing that well.
The economic data are not anymore the same as in 1940s. I mean, European
U.S. manufacturer depends on a global supply chain that's largely based on China. So, I mean, the U.S. supply chain is keep on being depleted within the United States. We're at lowest levels of trust, efficiency. I mean, there's some levels of ability, but it's unclear that the U.S. would be able to pull ourselves together like we did World War II.
Where
and then you mentioned the globalized supply chain. What role does China play in the ability of the U.S. to manufacture like that?
I mean, Europe cannot anymore build factories to manufacture weapons because they need raw materials, because Europe is depleted. They need Africa.
The U.S. has the raw materials.
It's slipping through their hands.
The advantage the U.S. has is the raw materials, like Wyatt was saying, like, could the U.S. actually pull it off? And does the U.S., so to say, need China to pull it off based on the current structure of manufacture in America?
Yes, in 1942, in 1940s, United States wasn't in big debt like today.
They were in the Great Depression, right? They're still in the Great Depression at the beginning of the World War II.
Well, we didn't also have a globalized supply chain.
They were ascending out of it, and then
it was the end of the depression. They were on the rising in economic. I mean, at the end of the Second World War, United States was 45% of the industrial capacities of the entire world, and today it's not the same metric.
Well, okay, let's
the same metric at all.
Let's talk about a little bit of a doomsday scenario, right? So the U.S. right is facing a defeated war in Ukraine, and it's already put in the propaganda work to make its guys think that Russia next step is going to invade the U.S. and Western Europe. So it needs to go save its allies there. What is it going to do? It's going to just say, okay, we're going to forget all the debt that are there. I'm just going to cancel all of it. I don't care. These African countries that have the raw materials that I need to build my weapons, there's an aircraft carrier parked outside there. You either give me the raw materials or I'm going to bomb the shit out of you. It still has the largest military in the world. I'm not saying that the US is going to have an easy time to do this, but I'm saying it can. And given a few years, and a few years is a lot longer than what Russia needs to basically steamroll anybody in Europe or the US.
I want to highlight.
There is the capability for them to do
Drew.
I want to
mean,
highlight
you have other actors in the world stage. You have Russia who already send Wagner. They can send anti-ship missiles. China can send anti-ship missiles. They are very effective, not very costly. It can do tremendous damage.
No,
I mean,
in the
I'm agreeing with
situation
you
that
and David.
Drew, but in the situation where Drew is talking about, the whole world, global air traffic, everything will be all doomed. Will be all in the grinding halt. United States will
It's a
decide
doomsday scenario.
whose ship can pass. So you're talking about anti-ship missiles. It's not so easy to be transferred in a World War situation. On top of that, I want to also highlight how drastic United States can industrialize. When Japan bombed Pearl Harbor, they believed that the moment if they bomb the aircraft carrier and the battleship, United States will be out of the war for good. That's what they thought. When at the end of World War II, there is 20 times more aircraft carriers than they were at least. They are building one aircraft carrier every month or something like this. One battleship every 2 weeks. The industrialization, and nobody can imagine the kind of level of war manufacturing. But it happened in World War II in a scale that in history I have never seen before.
Okay,
and
well,
I don't underestimate the possibility of that happening.
Yeah, I'm here in Metro Detroit, and if you want to argue this point, like Ford had the River Rouge plant where every single aspect of the automobile was built under one roof, and they switched to making bombers. The situation is different now in the sense that the supply chain is globalized. There's not a single, I mean, there's some, but almost everything made in America comes from a global supply chain. That, I mean, conceivably it would be, but the structure of World War II, where you had everything built locally in the U.S. from raw material refinement to manufacture to finished product, that doesn't exist anymore, and it's unclear that we would be able to recreate that.
But my
Vaughn,
point
go
is
ahead.
that this is
Vaughn wants to say something.
especially with
When
the
push
level of
comes to shove,
technology.
I think
So is it the role of China in that?
And more impossibilities.
Vaughn is actually being quite patiently waiting here and holding his finger like a good little schoolboy. So please, Vaughn, you had something on your mind.
All I was going to say is the problem with the United States is the political atmosphere is where you're going to get the delays in the industrialization. I mean, once we industrialize like that, yeah, it's going to be insane because, I believe there was one factory that was making 425 B-25s a month. That's just one factory. So we have to get to that point. The advantage Russia has right now, and to some extent China, is they were sanctioned years ago, so they've already started going in that direction. So they do have a head start, and they do have some advantages right now. Then you have a weak administration. So the iron's hot for them to make their moves. But if the United States, let's say realistically, nothing's going to probably change till 2024 election. So let's say from the 2024 that point on, and they start a massive industrialization, like when Trump did like $750 billion in, defense spending, something like that. It's still going to take years just to get the factories built or expand that stuff. So, I mean, we could get to that point and overtake Russia and be back where we were at World War II, but I just think it's going to take some time. And in the meantime, we're already behind Russia and China, and they're already, they've already decided years ago to go in that direction. So they're ahead of us. We could catch up if we had someone serious in there, but I just don't see anything changing drastically like that for probably 2 to 3 years. So, I mean, Russia will have almost a decade a head start as far as going towards a more war economy or self-sustaining economy. I mean, they've been.
There's a problem.
I have a question
There's
regarding that.
two problems. There's two problems. If America's going to industrialize, okay, one, the technology that we used to industrialize during World War II is not even close to the same technology that we have today. You're going to need microprocessors. You're going to need the most precision-created technology you can imagine. And Vaughn covered that. It's going to take years to develop that here. Two, there's another problem you guys aren't talking about. My generation is going to be the one manning those factories. I know one person. I know one person. One person that is in a trade. Every other person I know is either a psychology major or a business major. No one
wartime
wants to do actual work.
Yeah, what they want doesn't matter anymore, Alan. It's
Yeah,
something
expertise
will
and
come.
know-how.
You
The expertise and
Alan,
know-how
go
is
down
not
the
here.
Go
I mean,
down
I
the
don't know if
hold
anyone
on the
knows
idea.
in the United States.
Drew.
All engineering schools in the United States are like 50% Asian. So like even
Who's
if
going
it
to
did
force
come
them
to
to do it?
happen
Who's
and the
going to
U.S.
force
was
those
going to
people
do
into
it, it
You
would
guys
be.
are saying we won't have a choice. Who's going to force us?
You're gonna want to do it because
Well, even if we wanted
evil
to do it, I
China
don't
is
think we
coming
can.
for your family and your head.
We're here in the
Russia is
United
we have
States.
to
I'm here in
be- we have to
Detroit,
be
the home of
accepting and
manufacturing,
diverse.
and I'm telling you, we can't do it. And if we could do it, it's going to be because of Chinese engineers in the U.S.
No, okay.
We
Wait,
just don't
let me establish my stance here. China is way ahead in terms of industrialization of the US, and it has far better supply chains right now than the US. So if this kind of industrialization war kicks off, China has a vast advantage over the US, definitely, and he has
What
got
are you
5 times
talking
more
about?
population, definitely. So
What are you talking about? I'm sorry. Look how the military of the United States look like. America is investing $800 billion every year in his military.
Yeah, but even
They
our
have
military
the-
equipment, a lot of those components are made in Korea and China.
They have the technique.
Like the flat
They have
screens in
the
our airplanes, we don't
capacity.
even know how that stuff's made. That
please,
stuff's
let me
made in
throw in
Korea,
an-
and they
gentlemen,
don't even
let me
tell us
throw
how
in
they
an
do it.
interesting number. I'm going to throw in some interesting
Does
numbers.
anyone
for
know
you
what
here.
I'm talking about here? Like
Per
even our
capita, the
military
defense
components,
spending of the,
part
hold
of it's
on,
made in China.
David,
hold
please,
on.
one
David,
moment.
hold on.
One moment. So we should put something into perspective when we're thinking about the United States and China. So the United States spends about $2,500 per capita. If you take the entire defense spending and divide it by the population per capita, is about 2,500, which is not the highest, but it is among the highest in the world. Norway, actually, the most peaceful, loving country. Yeah. Well, actually, we are around 1,500. I'm going by memory here. Okay, so where's Russia, which is at war, right? Well, Russia is not even clocking 500. They're barely under 500 per person. That's a budget, how much you're squeezing per person there, right? So now where's China? China doesn't even near 200. It's 100 and something. I don't remember, 50 or 70. It doesn't even matter. Yeah. What matters is that they've actually per capita lowered their defense spending. They haven't increased it. Yes, in absolute terms, it has increased in proportion to their economic increase. But their defense budget is actually lower. So, like China has the industry and it can definitely kick it up higher. But I have one question for you, Drew.
Coping thing, you forget one major important things. It's the cost of living and the cost to manufacture things. I mean, $100 in China and $100 in United States, you don't get the same thing.
That is true. That is absolutely true.
That's why the military budget. That's why the military budget of China is in par with United States in terms of real value. That's why you can explain factually how China can build a navy in very short period of time, which is now bigger in number of vessels than United States.
Right. So in the event of the war,
That's one thing I just want to touch on. Yes, the Chinese
and
Navy
the same
has more
apply
vessels.
to Russia.
They have more vessels, but that does not mean they're physically stronger. They have more patrol boats and destroyers. They're not missile cruisers. They're not. They don't have the firepower.
Just wait 10 to 20 years and you will see
that. Yes.
The US will not wait 10 to 20 years.
I want to share.
China has a defensive navy.
They will not allow China to get stronger.
Yeah,
it's
China's everything. All its
late.
weapons are defensive. It doesn't have many aircraft carriers because it's not trying to project its power across the world. It's trying to defend the shoreline.
A battle of power. We're talking about the global supply chain. And even if you say, well, of course, the U.S. is way more powerful in the overall perspective, still the supply chain is global and the U.S. is insufficient in our manufacturing processes without the Chinese aspect of the supply chain and what they call the reverse Flynn effect. People are getting dumber, expertise is decreasing, and Americans are not, God forbid, as innovative and talented as we were in the time of World War II. And I'm an engineer. I went to University of Michigan. It's 25% Chinese. Harvard is purposely keeping Chinese people out, even though they score better on tests. I mean, just I don't know if anyone went to an elite school in the United States. Most of the engineering schools are over 50% Asian foreign students.
Don't blame
I
us.
worked
And
at
they're the
a
ones who work
university in
for us. Like,
Australia, and
the
it's very
U.S.
similar over here
manufacturing
too.
base
Frankly.
is built upon foreign Asian labor.
Dude, we blame our parents.
Where's the
Our
problem?
parents are the ones that tell us
The
we need
United
to
States
go for
always
engineering.
built their industry on the foreign. They built the industry after the Second World War with Germans and other guys that they took from Europe. They
That
always
was a long time
been like
ago.
this.
I mean, that's not the current state of things.
Germans industries is
You
kind of
just
falling
affirmed
apart now.
that the United States is building their industries on the foreign students. They always done like this.
But
This
I
is
want
the way America is doing.
Now that it's not Germans, it's far. It's
Yeah,
it's
now
Indian,
they are
it's Chinese.
Chinese.
And
Now
what
they are
about the
Chinese.
global supply chain? I mean, like economically, it's been beneficial to the global
Stupid.
supply
It's
chain.
not clear for you that the United States is controlling the chains of supplies. It's not
No, I don't think
clear.
the United
This
States
is not
controlling
clear
it.
for
That's what
you.
I'm talking about. I mean, it's
Okay.
a global.
Okay. I
Corporations
thought
are
it's a clear
global.
thing.
They might be registered in the United States, and China's a large actor in U.S. power.
Okay.
I want to share. You know, you have to put into perspective. We are now talking. We are trying to use peacetime economy to compare military production. It is not accurate at all. You have to look at the potential. If it's like during the British Empire, right? They have the problem because they do have a stretched supply chain, which is why, right, in wartime they struggle to do their manufacturing. United States don't have this problem because they have all the resources at home. So which is why they can be a superpower, which is why Russia can be a superpower because they have all the resources at home. And you cannot underestimate the power of a war situation where even the most stupidest people, right? You have a very stupid population. They can be mobilized in a war situation into something very productive. Like, you have to imagine what United States have in the beginning of World War II. Shitty tanks, shitty planes, everything is shitty. They only have a decent navy.
Do not attack my
shitty.
M2 light tanks, man.
Alan, why not just call your entire generation shitty people? I don't think.
Be realistic about the difference in technology then and today.
Exactly.
And the role
But if you
global
look at the
supply
beginning
chain.
of World War II, I agree. The technology, but you have to imagine the technology at that time was very advanced to the people then as well. To create an aircraft carrier, how difficult is that? How advanced it is during that time. To create the battleship, to create the aerodynamics, to create a modern fighter jet at that time in World War II, that is advanced to them. Those engineering that you need to do, the gears and the whatever engine, the turbines, is high tech at that time. Right now, we think that all this shit that we have is high tech.
Built by Germans.
Can someone verify? I'm an engineer. I'm not a military guy. My understanding is the flat screens in the fighter jets in the U.S. are made in either Korea and China, and we don't know how they do it, and they won't tell us how they do it.
That's bullshit. I mean,
Yeah.
we made glass for our jet fighters in Korea and Vietnam, so I'm sure we can make fucking glass again.
Yeah, you're sure you can.
I am sure.
I'm pretty sure that's the current state of reality.
I am also sure United States could make cars again if they want.
Yeah. We can make America great again.
We can make cars with the global supply chain that depends on China.
You just need Trump.
No. Tesla have
what's gonna happen
the entire
to-
factory in United States. So making cars definitely is not a problem.
They have
And I'm
final
not sure-
assembly. No, they just have final assembly. They don't make all of the components. If you look at all the components that go into the car, but if you look at Tesla, if Tesla had to make every single component that went into the car, it's not sure that they would be able to do it.
No, the point is they have the ability to build an entire factory from scratch. You see, they go to China,
That's
they
final
can build an
assembly.
entire Tesla factory,
To
a
make
giga
what?
factory.
Right, that's just final assembly plant. It's not every
To
single
make
component
what?
that goes
They
into the
can
car.
do
Yes.
every component.
I mean,
The United States
Alan just
can
stated
do
it.
every component that it needs to be done in this world at that time.
Yes.
Please be aware of that. United States is capable to do everything.
In your dreams, in our dreams. I'm in the United States. I say in our dreams. I'm an engineer here in Metro Detroit. Check my YouTube channel. I go to engineering conferences every few months, like in our dreams. I mean, you're not even U.S. citizens. You're just
Russia is
have
producing more engineers each year than United States.
It's a bit
United States is compensating that by importing Chinese and Indian engineers.
It's a bit ironic. The guys outside the US, we have this impression that we think that the US people are actually going to be up to the task when push comes to shove. We have such a high perception of the US industrial capability, whereas the people in the United States right now, David, Alan, and Vaughn are all saying that you guys can't step up to the plate. So it's kind of a bit.
Yeah, but corporations are headquartered here in the sense that we financially manage it. The exchanges are here.
Yes,
but the actual
but the United States never done something by their own. They always
you probably have to conscript people to work in the factories.
Yeah, the
wouldn't know how
United
to do it.
States
I mean, you
is an
can't
immigrant
conscript people and train them how to do it.
Everybody other than the natives are immigrants. All of them. Alan,
yeah, but that's
Vaughn,
normal
David.
in the United States. This
And
is
they've just gotten
always
a whole
like
bunch
that.
of fresh bodies, right?
Yes, it's always like that. That's
Yeah,
why I'm saying,
that's the secret. They are
Yeah, but we're talking guys. We're talking guys like Drew, RL, and Wyatt, and we're saying you're going to make this stuff for us here in the U.S. because we're paying you more than you get in China. And it's saying like because God forbid Vaughn and Alan, they're not going to do it. And so they go, we're going to do it because
I
RL and Drew are going to come to
I
the
have
US.
my company job. Why would I do that?
Now they are not going to do it. Why not?
I got two jobs, motherfucker.
When it comes to a war, it's all about money anymore.
Listen.
The money doesn't doesn't matter anymore.
It matters. It's like
there won't be jobs.
No,
just
listen.
to do it.
Listen, it's like comparing a Porsche 911 Turbo S to a Dodge Hellcat. Yeah, and the American military is more like a Porsche 911 than a Dodge Hellcat. A Dodge Hellcat, it's not very particular way, very technological and stuff like that. So American can produce them, no problem. It's very powerful. Most of the airplanes at the Second World War from Americans were like a Hellcat. Not very aerodynamics. Just one exception was the Mustang P-51. All the other planes were aerodynamically speaking shit, but they had huge, powerful engine, and that's it. They got all the oil they wanted to feed those planes. Look at the bombers.
T-52 shell will kill you just the same as an Abrams shell.
Not today. Not today.
No, today.
Today it's very technological.
Today you will die the same. From a T-52 shell,
today
American today there's
American equipment. Let me finish my point, please. Today American equipment is top of the line, and top of the line. I'm sorry,
because that's the profit motive.
That's United States business. They decided to do it like that, to be to be the number one in technology. And now the stuff they have, they can't mass produce it. Simple as that. It's impossible to mass produce a so well technological advanced stuff.
No, doesn't mean
it's not possible.
I am not agreeing
Biden
with
in
you,
a semiconductor war with China. I mean,
I'm not talking about the maintenance cost and the reliability of having something which is top of the line. Just look at the F-35, all the problems it has.
How many factories make F-35 parts, guys? You guys know about the United States so much. How many factories are there that make the extremely complex parts for the F-35?
No, you see
one
point here,
almost all United States.
Wow.
The point here is that the point here is that if push comes to shove, you're not going to be making 500 F-35s. You're going to have basically you're going to design a new plane that can be mass produced.
We'll do something like the F-30. We'll do something like the F-15, right? A very simple, very rugged aircraft.
Very simple.
Here's the problem. Here's the problem. Are there F-15s still being produced today?
No, but it's good. Like, were there aircraft carriers being produced, at the start of World War II?
I mean, God forbid, like
Okay, well,
I love the United States fantasy land. Our infrastructure is crumbling.
you guys
Then you remember the
shit.
Surfside building collapse? Like our roads here, like I'm in Detroit, Michigan. Our roads are horrible. Our infrastructure has like a D- rating across the United States. And saying like to some extent, yeah, we could do certain things, but like relatively, the U.S. is not in a manufacturing strength position. Our infrastructure is the worst that it's been in 100 years.
I have a question for all of you. I have a question for all of you.
Vaughn had something to say.
I was just going to say on the F-15, I think we still make them, but they're the F-15X or EX, or they're taking old F-15Es and refurbishing them. But that's an aircraft that they have in inventory that they probably still have the factory for, since they're refurbishing them into the newer. That's something they can mass produce, and that thing carries like. They say it's better than the F-22 because it carries like fucking 16 AMRAAMs.
Yeah,
and it's got like a badass radar.
Right,
I mean, for something like that, it's perfect for just doing mid cap or.
I heard it's like a good combination with F-35. So the F-35s will do the target tracking, and then they will lock the target. The F-15 just fire.
Yeah, like the
F-2. Let us keep one thing in mind, though. This is sort of peacetime. Isn't it still peacetime? And it's over 50% of the federal budget already spent. So I had a question for all of you. Considering all the domestic issues the United States have, whether you think the United States can rapidly industrialize and so forth, how are they going to do it? Because in the scenario of the war, de-dollarization is a de facto thing. Then it suddenly becomes like a split bifurcation, which will affect the U.S. economy, maybe not hyperinflation, but how are they going to push up to even more? Because they cannot even maintain their inner thing. They have so much corruption going on. How are they going to suddenly give up their money? Well, I would think maybe multiple Wagner-like groups, maybe like Mozart groups or whatever you want to call them, maybe that could be the thing. But that doesn't seem to be
it would be private corporations. I mean, the U.S. government couldn't do it. There's certain private corporations, Lockheed Martin, maybe Tesla.
Right. How would they circumvent their predicament? Because by all metrics that they utilize to maintain power through the financial system, they are so stretched that if they get dollarized, they have no limit there. So they cannot actually mobilize more financially speaking. Of course, there are other ways to go around it, but like you guys were talking about,
it wouldn't be the U.S. government. It would be private corporations that would do it because the U.S. government would either fund
the thing is that the private corporations are still operating within the same system. The private corporations are no different from the public ones. Like the private sector in the United States is so merged with the public sector. It's a meaningless term almost. And when you look at whether it's private or public, they still operate with the same incentive structure and the same financial structure and everything else that everyone has to deal with.
No, I mean, there's competency in the private sector, in the corporation.
It's
the public
irrelevant.
Sector,
it's irrelevant because the
metrics is largely made
metric,
up of the rejects of the corporate sector. Like shadow government, and to some extent.
No, it's because they are merged. The private and the public sector merged.
They're merged in the sense.
That's why you have the revolving. That's why you have the revolving door between public officials on high centers. That's why you have CEOs from the web arms industry suddenly getting ministerial positions in the defense industry.
Yeah, but it's the revolving door. You work a few years in government, make a few $100,000 a year, and then the corporate world, you could make millions, hundreds of millions, billions.
And so you see where both of the most concentrated
the government
of
is
power
just a stepping stone to the corporate
world. The state is the tool of the corporations and vice versa. They are a team because they have all the same incentive structures. They operate with the same kind of incentive. The difference is that the corporations have the financial authority, whereas the government has the political authority where it pertains to war. But this is also blurred in the United States because you have the biggest private arms industry in the world. Right?
It's adversarial and check and balance.
So we have to still consider
be able to work
this
together
is a situation in peacetime. And my question to all of you is, how do you expect the United States to be able to? How do you expect to all of you? I'll ask you a question now. How do you expect actually the United States to be able to mobilize? Like, what would that look like? How would it be issuing $1 trillion of bonds or something? Like,
we don't know. We don't know. And her two moms.
No, you see, Kobe, you are actually trying to analyze the wartime economy based on the peacetime, right? What will happen when push comes to shove is your government is just going to put in emergency wartime laws that say, okay, Lockheed Martin now belongs to the U.S. government, and then all the engineers now work for the U.S. government, and money doesn't become is no longer a thing anymore. Whatever debts or whatever things it owes, it doesn't matter anymore. The whole financial system breaks down. There is no more, that is a wartime economy where everybody works for the purpose of manufacturing.
2 years
ago,
Just look at Second World War in United States. I mean, private companies were never nationalized.
Yeah,
because
they don't
have got a
because
huge
you
amount
don't
of
have
money to build the factory.
They didn't also get a
because
choice.
you never
though.
got to that point.
RL.
You never
They
got
would
to that point.
contract it out to the private company, and the public at large would suffer. Like there would be a multi-trillion-dollar spending package that the U.S. citizens across the board would have to pay for, and that would be privately contracted to a company like Lockheed Martin.
Because if you just look at 2 years ago, right, how they do the vaccine. So Donald Trump have the ability, the power to and nationalize the company, or even fine them or punish them if they do not follow what the government tell them to do. So just that they never come to that, because all the companies immediately just volunteer to help, and then they started to do all the research and do all the production. So the same thing will happen and you see how fast they do the vaccine. I was amazed how fast they are able to produce.
They contracted that out.
How much vaccine they produce is ridiculous. I thought they would never be.
The difference is they didn't
my
take
friends,
over the
I
process.
just want
They
to make
contracted
a
out
short point.
the process.
If I'm listening to you all, and if I would be Chinese, and I will take you as decisive, then I will attack US tomorrow.
You can't, because China
will never attack the US.
Because
China
United
will never
States
attack
can do nothing. United States can do nothing. They are
China
stupid,
doesn't have the capability
and
to attack the US.
they have no
entire army defends them.
capacities. They have nothing to do with this war. They can do nothing by their own.
They attack the U.S. through disruption of the supply chain. China's not going to use a military attack.
If I
They're
would
going
be
to disrupt the
Chinese,
supply
I would attack them tomorrow.
No, you are not Chinese.
you're not Chinese.
Fortunately.
You are definitely not Chinese.
Stop all manufacturing of the US, and one day we all go, oh, hang on, we can't make anything.
China got a guy named Sun Tzu, The Art of War.
Yes.
If you have an opponent that is stupid, let him be stupid. It's more interesting for you than fighting him.
So you really think Americans are
it's
stupid?
serious. It's serious, man.
Do you really think Americans are stupid?
Yes, I think.
They are the biggest power in this world, my friend.
Yeah, maybe
No,
Chinese have
You are
higher IQs
living,
than ever.
you are living
not
your
anymore.
lives
Not
because
anymore.
US
But I
want you
told
to live.
many times their GDP is a fluff.
Chinese
my
people have
friend.
higher
GDP
IQs
is
on
a fluff.
average than the average American.
The first economy on the world today is China. It's not the United States.
No,
I mean, there's
friend.
different aspects. There's
China
different
is
aspects that
allowed
China
to
has
be.
superior in some aspects. Other
China
countries have
is
superior
allowed
in other
to be
aspects.
what it is.
You can't
by
put
the
it like one up
Americans.
one better than
Number
the
one.
other, because
China
there's
is
multiple
number one,
factors
actually.
that are unequal.
Chinese people are not smarter than US people. Okay,
They have
it's
a higher
just that
average
we have been
IQ.
forced since birth to study hard, work hard, become engineers, doctors, and lawyers by our parents. That's why we are. It's an Asian culture. It's more family oriented. It's all about being productive in your life and respecting your elders and family oriented.
Please, my friends,
Yeah.
quit this opinion that
it's a cultural
Americans are
thing, not
stupid.
a race
They are
thing.
not stupid. They are very intelligent.
Okay,
and they are
Draco.
very
Hey,
capable.
can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, Bjorn, we can hear you.
Okay, can I have one saying here?
I wanted to say one quick thing.
Okay, I come after you then.
Okay, Draco.
Boss.
Here's the thing. You say these things, like, I need to understand, who are you talking about? Are you talking about the politicians? Are you talking about the generations upcoming? Are you talking about the current working class? Who are you talking about when you say Americans are not stupid or X is not stupid?
I'm talking about the American people, American nation. I'm talking about all Americans.
You, Alan, you're talking about you.
Yeah, he's talking about you, Alan. You think
They
you
are
are
not
smart?
stupid. I'm talking about you. Yes, I'm talking about everyone which is living in America. Americans are not.
Multicultural
That doesn't
society
answer
made
my
up of a whole
question.
bunch of different people.
It's because he's Belarusian, not American. That's why he's smart.
Vaughn is smart. Vaughn is very American.
It's very heartwarming to hear you send compliments to each other like that.
I mean, there's
Romania
a
now.
bunch of factors in the U.S. that are in conflict with each other. It's
You can
possible
just
to
cut in here.
overwork
It's your turn. Just cut in.
It was
Yeah, go ahead,
my
Bjorn.
turn
Sorry.
now.
No, David.
I've been waiting now. So, yeah, I think that's a very interesting question. Because if we don't know the answer to that question, if things are much worse than we can see, it's this option of nuclear warfare. Because if NATO and USA are much more desperate than it seems, and they will know this before we do, I think the chance of nuclear warfare is much more higher than we actually think. So I think we should start discussing more about this nuclear warfare thing. Because, for example, the sanctions. Now we can see after 1 year, after these sanctions that was supposed to bring Russia down, it doesn't work. After 1 year, it doesn't work. Everything goes good with Russia, and you see actually that USA and the West is actually having problems now, economic problems. And you see the BRICS cooperation, they're starting to trade oil without the dollar, and you see this development. And if, as I said last time, and this is my main message to you all, is that if things are much more desperate than we can see even, the chance of nuclear warfare could be extremely high.
Does anyone hear that?
Yes, that's Bjorn.
Yes, I'm hearing too.
Oh,
that's Bjorn.
Okay.
Yeah, Bjorn's mic is a bit special.
In the case of nuclear exchange, I think Russia is the most prepared of all.
In case of nuclear exchange, everybody run towards the mountain. You'll be fine.
Everybody's losing.
I just want.
I don't think there will be a nuclear war. That's my opinion. It's just no point. There's no point to a nuclear war because if you go to war, you fight for a purpose, a reason to do it. Unless you are a terrorist, you like the Islamic State.
America is a terrorist nation.
I agree. Yeah, America, the U.S. right now is behaving like a terrorist state.
Government.
Going around evading.
Government.
U.S. government. Not Alan.
Yes,
not
but
Vaughn.
I like all these people around here telling me about America. Don't even live in America.
Vaughn, you know what we got to do
Tell
right
me
now.
about America. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you a little something about Romania. Or where are you from, Draco?
Yeah, please.
I don't know nothing. I was gonna make something up.
What's
Andrew
Romania?
Tate. The only thing I know about Romania is
What's
Andrew Tate.
Romania?
Vampires.
What
right?
is Romania?
The vampire people.
The only thing we know about Romania is Andrew Tate.
Oh yeah, Top G.
Oh,
Hey, let that motherfucker
Who the
go.
fuck is Andrew Tate?
What are you
I
doing
don't
over
know
there?
Andrew Tate.
You know, instead
Tate is the most famous
instead of
person in
attacking
Romania.
America,
God
we should
forbid.
be attacking Draco for illegally holding Top G. Yeah, Draco, what's up with that? What's up with that? What's up with the Romanian people? Y'all got to keep Top G locked up.
We
What's up?
sucking blood. We are sucking blood.
I think go back to the U.S. being.
What I
too
want,
good.
what was my point? My point was that you all think, it's supposed that you all think that Americans are stupid. But they are
All
not
of them,
stupid,
of
my
course.
friend. They are highly intelligent.
I live with
They
a lot of
won
really
the
stupid
Second
Americans.
World
No. A
War.
lot of them. I'm an American. I tell you, most of us are pretty stupid.
I mean,
Yeah. okay. Let me.
I'll tell you
I'm just speaking like at least. I mean, all due respect to Alan, he's the exception, and maybe it's because he's Belarusian. But the Zoomers are idiots, man. I mean,
Please, JS, let me make my
JS,
point.
don't you worry.
Because this is
Norwegians
the
are
point.
generally quite stupid. Too.
America was winning
right
the
behind you.
Second World War. After the Second World War, the whole American industry, whole American economy was rising like the sun in Japan is rising, you know? So And now you are the leader of the world, military
That's a long time ago.
and
Those people aren't even
politically.
alive anymore. Most of those people aren't even alive anymore. And God forbid, the
Please, my
smartest
friend,
people
let
in the
me
United
make a
States
point,
are
because
Asian immigrants. And it's
without
just
the
a fact
people
when you
that
look at
were
the list,
died,
Biden
the
smart?
smartest
you
people today in the
still.
Is
United
Biden
States are
smart?
Asian immigrants.
Like, is
Wait,
Biden
wait.
even
Okay.
sentient?
Okay.
Wait,
Okay.
even if it's the Asian immigrants, they're still Americans.
Okay.
That's my
So
point. That's
Americans are
the thing.
stupid.
But
Well, God forbid, World War II, we put Asian immigrants in camps.
Are
And,
we only Japanese?
Americans always
it
want
could-
immigrants.
Are we
my
judging
friend.
only on the
God
West
forbid,
Coast?
it could come like that with Chinese in America also.
We
I
put
mean, it's
Sulu
unclear
in
things
Kansas, you know that,
escalated
from Star
that
Trek?
Duvid,
Chris Truss
you
was at
are an
all-time highs in the
immigrant.
U.S.
You are an immigrant to the United States. Everyone in America is an immigrant.
Yeah, but
You
the
too.
Asian immigrants have came in the
Duvid, you
last
are
50
Jewish.
years.
You are not Indian.
Yeah, but my ancestors have been here for 100 years. The Asians are just coming in the last few decades. And
Asian were there before
either
of
way,
Jewish,
there's no
my friend.
unified United States.
Asians
There's a
were
system.
building Los Angeles.
There's conflicting interest in the United States. Sometimes we work together, very rarely. And the
Well,
capitalist
you're Jewish, right?
capitalistic
The Jews,
system,
you guys are really good at working together.
well, we work against each other in a way, but the system works in the capitalistic, like Adam Smith, even though we work against each other, that causes the beneficial outcome for the United States. And it's unclear how long that system's lasting. You know, he's talking about the infrastructure. I'm an engineer. Our
Now
infrastructure.
it's unclear. Now I can tell you how long it will last. It will last forever.
I mean, I wish I had your optimism. Like, God forbid, none of the people here in the U.S. have your optimism.
United States is the imperium, is the most
Dracu,
powerful country in the world.
You should tell that to
It's a
Rome.
declining
You should
imperium.
tell that to
Yeah,
Rome.
I mean,
Yeah, I
tell
think
that
the
to every
survey,
Rome lasted,
forever.
you
the
know
last
how long
survey, like
Rome lasted?
40% of Americans
Rome
think that there might
lasted
be some form
800
of
years, my
balkanization.
friend.
God forbid, I don't know
800 years.
I mean,
United States would last 300 years maximum.
Yeah.
I have a different
They
answer
have
for
they
that.
have now 50 years behind. So
I think the
250
United
years
States.
from now on is okay.
Yeah, the
It's
thing
for
is,
me
when
okay.
you talk to Americans and you ask them, the response is always, I love and I'm very proud of the United States, but I'm sad for what it is doing to itself right now. That is so. I think the United States will last as long as the propaganda lasts, because the United States is
Well,
very
what
good at
specific?
propagandizing.
I'm agreeing with you, but what specific type of propaganda are you talking about? I mean, I'm not.
I love the United States kind of propaganda. You see, the United States is all immigrants that moved there to have a better life. And then these immigrants have children, and all their children are taught to love the United States, not where they came from. It's this propaganda, internal propaganda, that made you guys all love the country that you're from. And the love is real. I mean, you talk to Dan, he's living in Russia, but you ask him, do you love the United States? He says yes. You know, so as long as the propaganda continues, you guys will.
But there's an element of
put down
truth
your
that
lives.
the reason that
I think
propaganda
this
is effective,
propaganda
though,
will
isn't there like a
forever.
truth behind it, though? That at one point, at least, like I'm a son of immigrants. I'm the first generation American. My parents were born in Europe.
Do you love the United States?
I did.
Are you a proud American?
I'm a lot less proud than I once was. Let's put it that way. I loved what America was.
JS. So answer the question: do you love America?
I love America. Fuck yeah, America. Fuck yeah, I love America.
Yeah, but we have a system
And I drive
of
a pickup truck.
we have a system of
Slava
competition, not
University.
cooperation. Like even the Americans on the panel, we have a system that works and stays together, but it's more based on competition, not cooperation.
Yeah, but as long as that whole general feeling exists, I think America will hold together.
You are not
Because you have all
socialist.
this, you know.
Well, the thing
You are
about
not
America
socialist,
now is
you are
like
not
it
communist.
used to be that Americans were predominantly of European. All the immigrants were European, like the people who built the United States, the people who wrote the Declaration of Independence that created the Constitution of the United States. They were all Europeans, right? There was no one. There was no Mexicans. There was no Native Americans, Comanches. There was no Africans that signed the Declaration of Independence. Every single one of them was a European. Now America, the majority of America is not European anymore. So America doesn't have any sense of itself anymore. We're broken up linguistically, racially, religiously. There's no commonality among Americans anymore. It's an illusion.
It doesn't
you're
fit
muted.
that
No,
happens
Vaughn,
to
you're
yes?
muted.
in Australia as
Vaughn, you're
well.
muted.
Vaughn, you're muted. You're
Can,
muted,
can,
Vaughn.
can I respond to JS on that point?
Well, Vaughn was going
let
to
me
respond first.
I was just going to say what Drew was saying about kids being raised at the, like when I was raised, it was raised to be patriotic and stuff, and JS and my dad and now, and as we've gotten to these other generations, it's shit on America more, shit on the past, shit on the patriotism, and I think that's why you're starting to see that.
Tear down the statues.
Yeah, you're seeing that, and that's where you're seeing the diversion of America, where people like me are like, yeah, I mean, I love my country and I'm proud of my country, but I'm also ashamed of some of the stuff they're doing because I'm aware of it. And at the same time, the people that are coming after me are just like, well, fuck it. It's so fucked up. Just let it be shit. They don't want to do anything to fix it or try to save it or get back on the right track. So it's just kind of a self-fulfilling prophecy now. It's just going downhill because each generation, I mean,
it's already a multicultural
family. They hate religion.
Grab
They
America
hate
by the reins and get my generation to do shit, I would gladly do it. I just don't even know where to begin. That's the problem.
And it's not.
Let me share a few.
At this point, America is a multicultural experiment that's either going to fail or succeed. So what America was versus the multicultural experiment we currently are.
Let me share a few.
Diversity is not a strength.
Drew,
you can look at Israel and
diversity plus proximity equals conflict.
One by
Yeah,
one.
let me share a few
You could have ethnic diversity as long as you have people that are all on the same page buying into the same thing. Like in
There you
Russia,
go.
it may be authoritarian, but from Siberia to Moscow, apparently they all buy into that.
And
form of
Russia is not
government and
Russia is
cooperate.
not monocultural either. So it's
That's actually the
multicultural.
point I tried to
Yeah, it is. I mean, they got,
There's gradients of diversity.
Russia,
It
it's
exists on a
multicultural,
spectrum.
man.
It's not like
I mean, you've got.
Start screaming.
you don't have
So that's what I'm
anything in
saying.
common.
I'm trying.
When you
I'm trying, but I okay. Let me try to improve your spirits here, JS, about this the differences that you see. Okay, I think I'm sure if I say if I'm wrong, you can correct me here. Everybody here thinks China just speaks one language, but that's not true.
No, we
There are
know
over-
China doesn't
two.
speak one language.
There are
You know how many
300
languages are spoken in New York City? Do you know how many languages are spoken in New
300.
York City?
300 living languages in China. 300.
You know how many are
There
spoken
are-
just in New York?
There are 200
From
over
immigration.
ethnic groups in China.
Yeah, well, that's everything's from immigration. There's
every-
118 languages spoken just
But
in the
his
city of
point
New York.
is that the multiculturalism argument doesn't really stand on much strong feet. It's more the national identity that matters.
Yes.
About the social discourse as to whether they're pitting each other against different
friend,
cultures, right?
The most important thing with the nation
culture,
is when the nation
are
has
bridges
the
that
common
you can
interest.
cross, problems you can solve.
This
That
is very important.
Well, the
And
U.S.
this-
Just
system
like
is
Vaughn
based
said,
on
Russia is
competition.
multicultural.
I mean, our cooperation is a competitive cooperation, and America still might work, but we never cooperate. We cooperate through internal competition. That's the way the system was set up: checks and balances, free market capitalism.
Yeah, absolutely. Actually, may I throw one thing in here that actually fits quite well? My own cousin, who is born and raised in the United States. Hold on, Joker. I'm going to be short. So I have a cousin who was born and raised in the United States. His father is Norwegian. His mother is from Peru. So neither parent was born in the United States before, and neither parent were from the same culture either. Yet he and all of his siblings identify as American. They don't identify as Peruvian. They don't identify as Norwegian. Sure, there's some of that stuff, but they're primarily American, first and foremost. Just like Alan, yeah, you can say he's Belarusian. That's why it sounds like, but that kind of doesn't really matter. He's American, right? His mother is Belarusian. He is American. I myself, I have a mother from Israel, but that doesn't make me Israeli. I was born and raised Norwegian, so I cannot really relate much to, I can speak some of the language, but I'm not Israeli, like by any stretch of the imagination.
And have nationality, no problem. Because your mother is Jewish.
Well,
He
that
was Jewish, the Jew,
no,
so-
but I'm not sure what you mean about that.
I mean, you have the right of return.
If your mother
Well,
was if
you
your
always,
paternal
you
Jew,
always have
Well,
identities.
but
You
that-
always
but I-
have identities that go over. You know, there are some identities that quite easily go to the middle and disappear with the time, and there are some identities that stays quite much over. So Israeli identity or Jewish identity normally doesn't dissipate that easy. It stays quite strong, always over the top. Armenian is the same. Then you have Hispanics identity, which is almost, especially in the USA, they are there, but they are not really there. They still live in their world quite by side. They don't want to integrate most of the time. Sometimes they do, and we have loads of successful cases in the United States, especially in politics in the last years. But normally Hispanics tend to create their own world around. They don't want to lose it. Sorry for
What do you mean by integrate?
but your point is valid. I think you're correct.
You don't integrate, you compete.
Context,
that's how you
yeah.
integrate into the United States, is through competing. And so Hispanics, they don't integrate.
That's quite true as well.
Immigrant population will always have to cooperate with the host population in any event. So that's simply not true. But Prata, what you were saying, this has probably also a lot to do with statistical dynamics. If you have, for example, large populations that are from the very same place, they will be behaving like within their own kind of distinct community. So in Norway, for example, we have plenty of immigrants from all over the world, and we have plenty of people such as myself, which have one parent from somewhere else. But we see in those cases, it won't matter. Like if you have someone who is Pakistani growing up where I was growing up, where there was few Pakistanis, that Pakistani will be very Norwegian, just like me. But if that Pakistani was born in Oslo, where we have a very large community of Pakistanis, the integration there went simply slower. And they were also having their own little community, and there was a lot of back and forth going on that. But that relates more to numbers, right? It's not necessarily like where are you from? Where are you from or whatever. Like it has
and the ability for you to go up in the social scale as well. If a society is open for outside people to go up in the scale, then the integration will be easy. So that's why David is quite correct. The United States allows through competition to successful in life for you to get inside and become a real American. And this in a couple of years. Look at Elon Musk. He's not American, but he's now, nobody questions his American-cy or whatever you call it.
He's the richest African American in the world.
He's an African American.
But nobody questions anymore that he's American.
But he still wouldn't be allowed to go to an Ivy League school because the color of his skin is wrong.
Yeah, but there's not a culture like in Europe, like JS was saying. It used to be
You've got that Michael Jackson
white
disease.
Christian culture that you assimilated to. In the U.S., you assimilate to capitalism, free market, some level of competition, and like the reality is, most people when they move to America, they actually assimilate to African American culture because they move to urban cities, and urban cities are dominated by African Americans. So you don't assimilate to white culture. You assimilate to capitalism, free markets, the various things, the democracy, the system. But in terms of cultural norms, most
basic
people
is European.
actually assimilate to African American culture.
But the basic is European.
No, I'm saying that's not the case.
The basis.
That most immigrants that come to the United States, including Chinese Americans, assimilate to African American culture, not European culture.
No, but the basis of that Afro-American, the basis of that Afro-American, like you're calling it, it's European, and it's much more European than
culture is not European.
It's a new unique thing. I mean, it's not you. It's a new unique thing, and that's why America is a current multicultural experiment that may fail, it may succeed. It's up to us.
It already succeeded. There's no question. I know you guys have said several things against it. No, the U.S.
It's a continual test.
It's a continual test. Yes, it is a continual test, and a very dangerous one, because the United States is growing their population extremely fast. This is almost extremely dangerous. They are growing like 10% each 10 years. They are now by 350. Am I correct? Guys, correct me, please. It's extreme. They grow a lot, and they don't
through
grow
immigration. I mean,
through immigration,
like
but that's too much.
Like Europe, the European base of America has below replacement birth rates. It's increasing through Hispanic immigration, through Asian, Arab, African immigration, and relatively, it's thank God America is one of the most larger land masses that with the population sparsity. There's a lot of issues in America, and it's very difficult to understand. And then you have what Wyatt was talking about. Well, like, can't you guys pull yourself together and make things? And it's like, well, yeah, we probably could pull ourselves together and make things.
But the problem about Americans growing so much their population, USA,
like you said, Elon Musk. Like, we can't pull ourselves together to make things. We could get Elon Musk that comes to America in order to make things, but that's the nature of America.
Yeah, but the problem with Americans growing on their population is because they consume so many resources, probably even more than the Europeans. Of course, Europeans also too much. But a U.S. citizen consumes a lot of resources. This is a real dangerous for the whole world.
Hey, bro, I got a lifestyle to maintain, so get off my back.
Of course you do, but as I'm looking at you, you probably are one of the most ecological, sustainable persons on this earth. But the normal American person consumes too much resources, and this is dangerous. Also for Americans themselves, because America is pretty much a net exporter in many resources on the world. They have almost everything, but they might start wasting everything they have.
Wow.
There's another aspect, maybe what Draco or RL was saying. America controls things on paper, but like actually on the ground in terms like, okay, well, we control because the owner of the company, the owner of the patent, and the various things. But that's the main reason why China is such an adversary, because they don't respect our patent right. They don't respect our paper contractual control of these things.
Why should they?
But Chinese control is more real, and the level of global American control, it's somewhat just on paper.
Oh, really? Let me just say something, please. I want to say something finally. No. America has like over 100 military bases all over the world. Is
1,000. 1,000.
Not 1,000.
It's like 800. It's like 800.
If you add the CIA bases, which are secret,
and
it's
these
above
military
1,000.
bases are all over the world in different countries.
Yes.
Do you think that
in China,
America is not dominating these countries where they have?
We're bankrupting ourselves to do it.
They have to spend.
We're bankrupting
ourselves
doing it. We have to pay those people, and we can't afford to keep on doing it.
May I say something too?
No.
May I say something too?
No.
Thank you, RL. So, someone think that when the Americans have their military base, they are not dominating this country also economically?
No.
Well, on paper, we forced them to respect our contractual
only Germany. Only Germany.
As opposed to China, who refuses to respect our patents
dominating to
and our paper
but
contractual
not
control.
economically. Tell me what in Europe we have as American product made in USA. Tell me. Give me
everything.
one.
Everything.
No. Give me one.
The management.
Well,
yeah,
the car you are driving is not made in USA. The Coca-Cola you are drinking is not made in USA. It's made in a factory here in Europe.
Oh, really?
The Big Mac you are eating.
Please, McDonald's.
No,
let's not be so mad. Let's not be so mad about the. Let's not be so mad about Americans.
Where world commodities traded through? They're still traded through the New York Commodities Exchange. Even in Europe, the prices on world commodities are largely set in the United States. I mean, it's like a paper control that the U.S. has. In Europe, it might be the smallest, but even in Europe, things like commodity prices are largely set in the U.S.
So if I would be Chinese, I told you, I already told. If I would be Chinese, I will attack America tomorrow.
No, you are not Chinese.
Let Wyatt go. Let Wyatt go. Let Wyatt go.
Stop. First, we have gone one big round. Come back to the same point of China should attack United States tomorrow. No, we should change topic. No,
yeah, okay. Let's talk about the Munich conference, Munich security conference.
After this,
did you guys listen to it?
I just want to add something to the multiculturalism in United States. Hey, JS, you pointed out that those who have signed the Declaration of Independence and so on were from Europe origin. Yeah. The people who are in the top in United States are still in the same origin. You don't have you don't have multiculturalism at the top.
We have performative
George Soros, Bloomberg, the Koch brothers.
RL, it's performative multiculturalism.
Yeah, but you also have urban
European Ashkenazi. They are Europeans.
Yeah, but there's also urban. Into saying the urban centers are multicultural, they're mostly even African American. So even though in
but
Congress,
the people
in
who are in top
Washington,
of your society, the people who are in top are not multicultural.
Well, you're talking about in Washington.
It's performative multiculturalism. It's not truly multicultural. It's multiculturalism for the people on the outside, not for us.
Well, you have local representation. I mean, saying the urban areas are.
I think he's specifically talking about congressional representation.
No. I'm talking about the guys who are above them. Because in the United States, the truth
talking about the elites.
Okay.
The
The
true
real
power
elites.
is within the money.
There really
The
wasn't
oligarchs,
so
eh?
much. There was no one really above, John Adams or Thomas Jefferson. I mean, in that sense, these people were true believers, and when they signed the Declaration of Independence, if the United States lost the war, they were basically signing their death warrant for treason. So I mean, they were risking a lot, and so these guys really believed in what they were doing. And many of them were outstanding people as far as, their intellectual capabilities. I mean, Jefferson spoke 6 languages, including Latin and Greek. He was also a master of Newtonian physics and horticulture.
But JS, wouldn't you also be very convinced of what you were doing if you were to be one of the 6% that actually had a say, and then over the remaining of the population? I mean, wouldn't it be very convincing to want to be American if you are the one who is in charge over the Americans as well? This concept of American.
Well, yeah, but that was the whole thing about Jefferson. Jefferson believed in. Oh, are you talking about the slave thing, or you just mean?
No, I'm talking about the class, because it was the very upper class, the elites that the RL was referring to, right?
Yeah, the ruling
They
class.
didn't want the America they have been.
There was a schism
You have
within
been.
the elites. Half of the elites were loyalists.
Yes,
No,
but
that would be that,
elites
no,
without
I'm talking
nobility.
about the independence. I'm
Il-
talking
yes,
from the
but-
outset, from the very outset of the United States. It was explicitly that it was a very, very small percentage of the population that were to be having a say, right? So when you're saying they're convinced, they had this believed strongly in what they were doing. Well, of course they were. They were to be there to control everyone else. Of course, you would be believing that. Yeah, you would like this idea.
No.
of the United
I
States to
disagree
work.
strongly with that, because if you look at these people, they were that if their motivation was just control, they already had it. I mean, you look at like General Washington, our first president, the father of our country, some people call him. He spent his own money to pay the men that fought in the war, risked his life repeatedly. And so I don't really buy that. He was already an extremely rich landowner that had everything money could buy at that time. He was a true believer. I mean, there was
one of the reasons that there were support for declaring independence was because the British was actually prohibiting the American colonies from expanding westwards. So because they were not allowed to plunder from the Native Americans, they decided, okay, well, fuck you, because we actually want to go westwards. And we're going to there were taxation and the thing with representation. That was also a factor. There were several other factors coming into play. But ultimately, self-interest of the upper classes. Because the vast majority of Americans down then, there's like, okay, I mean, the monarch there or there's some landlord there.
But
The
upper classes in the USA don't have a nobility origin. And this is very important to notice. This quite marked the development of the USA
that's why I would disagree
per
with
se.
helping things was like
It's very
A lot of people
important.
don't know that George Washington was offered a kingdom,
Like David was
and
saying,
turned it down.
achieving
believe in it.
made the elites, not nobility, not blue blood.
Yeah, and back
What
to
people
RL's point.
achieved.
about, say, okay, well, the whites are Ashkenazi Jews are still the center of power in Washington elites. It's only on
Actually,
paper.
the Sephardites are
It's
more
like it's
rich
only
than the
on paper.
Ashkenazis.
The power is through the control of corporations, stock options, patents, and that's part of the war with China. Is that the power of the elites necessitates you respecting our patent rights, our contractual ownership of companies.
Yes, but there is also, you see, I understand what you're saying, but the problem is that the USA created these systems of patents and rights that they actually invented, and many times they've stolen them from other people. There are many inventions invented by poor Europeans that were stolen by Americans that went to a register and made it. Everybody's stealing something from someone, and sometimes just making a pattern of something very theoretic but never really constructing it doesn't make much sense. And look, it is quite interesting as well as the South African and Indian decision for medicines that are essential for life, that their patents are for the humanity and not just for the people that made them.
I mean, from China's perspective, it doesn't make sense why they should respect a patent. They have a billion people, and that every single, if they could reverse engineer something, that they shouldn't do it, and that they should give 50% or whatever percent of the profit of every device they make for decades.
But the USA was very happy about it. The USA was very happy about it for a long time. They didn't complain. Neither the Europeans. They were very happy about it.
What was the point of power? There's different forms of power. There's military power. There's political power, religious power, economic power. Most of the time is illusory because it's only power on paper, and the paper could be torn up. The amount of money you have in the bank is just a number on a computer that could be canceled. So there's other forms of power, and that's at the center of this dispute, possibly even Ukraine and Russia.
Well, Russia has an amazing influential power in many countries that people sometimes don't realize. They look at Russia and they see a very big country with a very small economy, with actually everything is too small to even be important. Russia has a lot of power that you can't realize why, but they have it. And we just noticed the whole West, with all its power, all the economical power, are trying to make all Africans, South Americans, East Asians to say, I hate Russia, and they don't. How is that?
Good point. So now I want to change the topic. So just nice talk about Russia. So right, today, right, I watched a YouTube channel called Britannica Politica. I'm not sure if you guys have come upon it.
I think I've seen it.
The channel is not very old. So this guy called Callum, he's some kind of like journalist kind of person. So he went to Afghanistan, under Taliban rule, just to be a tourist, and then he do a 1 hour long video. So he went to Russia. He just posted this video 2 weeks ago. Later I dropped the link. You guys should go and check it out. So he went to Russia, he went to Moscow, and then he go to Donetsk. So he shared like in his perspective, in a very neutral perspective, what is it like, really like in Russia? So he went to the supermarket. The vodka was $2. Big bottle vodka, $2. My freaking hell, is like, what? so he I think
I deal with imports. Vodkas just cost so it costs 50 cents.
So that explains why we always have this meme of Russian drunk soldiers. It's freaking $2. Oh my freaking god! It's cheaper than water.
Russian
mineral water costs more than that.
Australia is like $50 a bottle for like 750 mil.
And then there's another interesting thing that he shared. So when he was in Donetsk, then he went to visit the local supermarkets. Then he showed all the shelves are full. There are a lot of food, all the cooked food and everything is all there. It's just fully filled. It's very amazing because our understanding of Ukrainian side was like there's nothing. But he just across the front line in Donetsk, you have everything. And he commented that every single store that he went in is fully stocked. And I thought that is very interesting. So later I can drop the link. You can take a look. It's very interesting. He went to look for the McDonald's, the new Starbucks, all in Russia. You can check it. You can check it out. And then he even went to look for the McDonald's in Donetsk, which also renamed. It's called McDonald or Donald what Donald. He have a Donald Duck logo, and then he eat it, and it's just exactly like McDonald's. So it's very cool. So yeah, I thought that is interesting because we talked about how Russia have a very small GDP and everything, but everything's so cheap. It's $2 vodka. Come on, I need to spend like
Well, it
$30
depends
over
where you are. Living standards in Russia are cheap, yes, but for instance, in Moscow or St. Petersburg, it's very expensive. Housing is very expensive, extremely expensive.
Yeah, Moscow has some of the most expensive land properties and home values in the world, behind like Paris and London and New York. It's crazy.
And I think it's very cool because like I think he's from UK. I think it's from UK. So it's like UK gas is super expensive now. So he's like he went to there. He's like he just turned on the gas on the stove and it's like it's really that cheap. Because people think that it's propaganda. Like they even have a YouTube live stream just to show the fire of oven being burnt 24/7. So he shared that the gas is $4.50 unlimited supply per month for gas. So it's like
you trying to convince me to move over there or something? Wyatt? Come on, what are you doing?
No, that is also one of the reasons why people in the south, Kherson and Melitopol, were surprised. The sprit prices went down extremely. They were like they didn't remember oil, gas, and oil to be so cheap. And yeah.
I didn't hear that. So is the newly conquered people commented that? So because I thought that's very interesting, I'll drop you the link now. You guys.
They actually say that living standards got up because gas and oil is much cheaper. Kommunalka, what they called it, it's like what they pay for all the commodities at home, like water, electricity, heating. It's also much cheaper. And they say we actually have much more money.
That's the first time in history you see someone conquering lands and immediately afterwards making infrastructures and chain supply, making so that the people will be more happy being under the new conqueror than the former leader.
Yeah, Rome did it a lot.
Food, heating, putting oil in your cars is important for average people. And the Russians have thought about
They're taking over the pensions and stuff too for the pensioners and all that. So they're making sure those people have as smooth a transition as possible to the new boss.
Yes, you probably saw that video from a guy from Melitopol. That I sent you in the Telegram chat. And this guy, I have been watching he was never pro-Russian at all. He was very neutral. But with time, he got a bit like, something is not wrong here, especially with the Ukrainian side, their propaganda and so on. And the last video he made, he was actually saying, how is it to live after so many months, almost 10 months?
Yep.
How is it to live under the Russian occupation? And he said, I feel better now. I can say whatever I want. I feel free. I don't have to And economically, it's also better. It's quite interesting.
Which part is it? Is this person?
Melitopol.
Where is this person? Melitopol.
I give you that person after. It's Planet Trubini. I give you the link.
Yes, I thought because I remember months ago I read that the things are still really messy in the occupied territories, and then the economic things is still not very fixed up. The farmers are still struggling to export. They are selling things cheaper than they usually sell previously.
It's usually places like Mariupol that have it really like significant impact like that. I wouldn't say most of the occupied areas. I guess officially Russian areas now.
They even opened fabrics that have been closed for a long time. They even opened them. But of course, there is a big difference between cities. Yes, but there is a big difference between cities like Mariupol, Severodonetsk. They were extremely destroyed, and then cities there were the Russians just got inside, and they are pretty much okay. And they're
I was watching something on Sky News that was talking about that from the Ukrainian perspective, and they were talking about how that's destroying Ukrainian culture, and that's kind of like how they're seeing it. Interestingly enough, just a point to make there.
No, guys, CNN says we have to try to convince Putin that he's losing. Guys, CNN knows the truth.
What?
Oh, definitely. I'm not suggesting that's the case. I'm just
No,
saying,
I'm just teasing. I'm just teasing you, man.
Yeah.
What?
Like,
I don't really understand what is Ukrainian culture actually. What is Ukrainian culture? I'm not too sure. Like,
Depends where you want.
There is no
That's
Ukrainian culture.
It's
How
kind of
is it
like
different from
African American culture, where African American culture is centered around being former slaves or the position of oppression. So Ukrainian culture has, its main aspect to it is being a former Russian colony. So it's it's a new creation, and it's based largely on the other and the historical circumstance. I mean, there might be some historical Ukrainian people and other aspects to it, but I'd say it's mostly defined by its relationship to Russians. I compare that to African
which means the
American
history
culture.
is that, so it's actually more like the history of during World War II they got conquered, they tried to struggle for their independence away from Russia, Soviet Union, and then they got crushed again, and then they get independence again. So like that's the culture of like struggling to
They
get
have
out.
a culture of a
Ukrainian
victimization culture, just like this Baltic ones. This is a story of a people that have been victimized all their history for centuries and centuries under the Baltics, under the Germans, the Danish, the Swedish, the Russians, the Soviets, the Ukrainians under the Mongols, under the Polish, under the Austrians, under the Russians, and they never had time to flourish, to come out and be what they want. So this is a fundamentalism. But I must say, talking about nationalism and not understanding what happened after Stalin. Stalin wanted to destroy all nationalisms or make it just like a memory, but a far back memory. What happened is that after Stalin's death, there was this feeling we had to get rid about everything that Stalin did. And the new government that come up, so he has the function of de-Stalinization of the Soviet Union. And one of the points is to recover the identity, the national identity of people. But this was inventions they did everywhere. And people got like, you see, one of the things as well they used to entertain people in the Soviet Union, especially in the last years, is the scandal, the national identity. And these like people like being against each other, which one has the strongest identity, the biggest story, the biggest moments, which one is the most tasty food, the one that sings the better, the most pretty language. And when the Soviet Union fall down, all these things come back extremely hard. And most of these countries were actually plural ethnic. And what we saw were like fights between everybody, like the Romanians against the Russians and Ukrainians in Moldova, the Georgians against Abkhazian Ossetians. In Central Asia, there were several civil wars. And this is, and we see even today that the Baltic countries have an extreme hyper-identity. They're always fighting because they are so afraid to lose their identity again. So it's not really so historical made. Also because identity politics plays more into construction identity. It's more about negotiating the moment now, if I may myself understand.
I don't understand a word.
Okay, that's
You know why? Why I don't understand the word? Because I am from there.
No,
and I know. No, I am from there, my friend.
Where is
there
that?
is no Ukrainian culture there.
Prada,
you are muted.
20 seconds.
Because
Prada,
there is no Ukrainian nation.
You're still muted.
You are muted.
You just muted yourself again.
Yeah, sorry.
So,
Ukrainian nation, yes.
Let me say something, please.
Yes, say.
So, Ukraine was never Slavian. The only Slavic part of the Ukraine was the Kiev part. Around Kiev was everything Romanian, Hungarian, and Polish.
Can be true. We also know.
Sorry, Prata. I am not supposing.
No, I'm not supposing. I know what you're talking about. I don't say it is before. Okay, look, it's
so
not
please
like.
Let me. I didn't make my point.
Ekaterina II.
I talked for 10 minutes. Let me talk 2 minutes, please. 2 minutes. I just want to talk 2 minutes. So there is no Ukrainian culture because there is no Ukrainian nation there. No, my friend, there is no Ukrainian nation.
Of course there is. It exists. It exists.
So please, can I talk?
Yes, you can, but it exists.
Then please let me talk. I didn't interrupt you. So all around Ukraine, all around Romania and Moldova was Romanian. All around, very deep in the Transnistrian region. You know what it means, Transnistrian region?
Yes, I know.
So the part of Ukraine around Kiev was named Podolia. You heard about that? Podolia is an historical name of the region which is
we don't have information
around.
For that.
Please, my friend, let me
Since when? Because you can go back to prehistory. There were no Romania.
Of course not. We know that Ekaterina II, she invited Romanians to populate most of Ukrainian. Draco, did you listen to what I say? Nowadays population in southern Ukraine is mostly genetically like Romanians. Why? Ekaterina II.
Yes. No, my friend, not genetically, nationally.
No, not nationally. Of course not. People are what they decide to be. It's not you that you decide. You don't decide people to be Romanians. No, they are not Romanians ethically at all.
You know what you're talking about? These people were living in the Soviet dictature for almost 100 years.
Come on.
You don't know what you are talking about, my friend. You're just talking.
Romanians have made the wrong choice to side with Adolf Hitler against the Soviets.
Yes,
that's history.
Romanian did the right choice, because if the Romania wouldn't done this choice, they will not be there anymore.
Romania, it's like, the Bulgarians, the Greeks, they didn't give up the Jews, but Romanians did. And this is a shame for your story, okay? This is one of the biggest shame in your culture. The Bulgarians were also under the Bulgarians and the Greeks were also under the Germans, and they didn't give up the Jews. They hide them because it was the right thing to do, and they were Orthodox. But the Romanians gave up the Romanians and put them in concentration camps in Transnistria. That's the truth. It's horrible. It's horrible. You're cleaning the history.
Yes, we are bad people.
No, you're not bad people, but you're not recognized. And that's
Prata, you are Italian?
Oh, I'm Portuguese. I'm very proud of my Jewish ancestry.
Are you Portuguese? How many Indians you killed in America?
Many. Loads of them. Loads of them.
Are you proud of that?
No, I'm not. I'm not proud of that. But I'm not hiding it. I'm not hiding it.
We didn't hide it, nothing. We know how many Jews we killed.
Okay. Let's talk about Ceausescu. Yeah?
No. Now is 4 hours 46 minutes.
Communism under Russians or no? Communism under Romanians.
Ukraine is just a Sovietic invention.
That's true.
Yeah, that's the truth.
Ukraine has the right to exist.
People living in those places have their own identity. That's also true, but we must face reality. Ukraine was a construction of the communists.
But what you don't know about Ukraine is that Ukraine was, at the time of the communists, was the most extremist communist country in the Soviet Union. You didn't know that? Yes.
There were more Ukrainians fighting with the Red Army than Ukrainians fighting alongside the Germans also.
That's true.
But it's also quite interesting to know.
Why you mute yourself while we're talking halfway?
You are muting yourself all the time.
Me? I'm sorry.
Yeah, you're muting. I am not muting you. I am not.
I would say it is also quite interesting to see.
I know I am the bad Romanian
how people
guy.
are.
I am
how
the bad
people make
Romanian guy, but
freedom
I am
with
not
their.
muting you.
Yes, I find it interesting to see how some countries go well with their Soviet past, and some others are extremely revolted about it. And if you see, we have like the Baltic countries, they were from the beginning. But the Ukraine was not from the beginning. It just started to be, which is quite interesting. They were not. They were all pretty much proud of their Soviet past. It's also interesting how to see how many Central Asian countries also slowly like to remember their Soviet past as well. So, and Russia, as we know, is had problems with it, and now it's coming back to be freedom with their past, to make freedoms with their
Russia or Ukraine.
You
Ukraine
see, I'm
is
not. You see, Plata, I am not interrupting you.
Okay. There was also something very interesting about this week, which was the Habermas. Habermas is a very well-known philosopher, sociologist in Germany, but actually for all Europe. And he wrote something very interesting.
What is his name?
Jürgen Habermas.
Who said he's interesting? Because I don't know him.
Well, he's very important for our modern
Who said he's very important? Who said that?
Okay.
Let the guy talk.
I know.
I know.
Yes, but he wrote something extremely important that is going to change. He wrote something very important that he's going to change.
I don't think he writes something important. I think he's a stupid idiot. That's my opinion about him.
Okay, so Dragu, your opinion.
So you know,
listen. No. No. Dragu, your opinion is noted, and then duly ignored.
Thank you.
I want to learn about him. Please, Prada, go ahead.
Please, no problem.
Habermas is a very influential philosopher in Europe, especially in the political dominant classes, and he wrote something very interesting that we should pay attention. He wrote, because he's going to make a point. He wrote that as the Western countries are sending more and more weapons into Ukraine, we are responsible for it. And we are on the verge of creating a world war also because of it. The world is taking note that we are sending all these mass weapons, and this means that we also becoming responsible for people that die there and what happens there. And I think it's important because it was written on many people wrote about his small essay, and it's going to make a point. Yeah, I find it very interesting for something that happened this week. And the other thing that I think it was very important that just happened, it was the Munich security conference. I don't know if any of you had the opportunity to watch some of it. It's a pity. It was really important. It was really interesting. These people are blind. They are like crazy. They live in Jürgen Habermas, yes. These people are. They made a huge conference inviting people from everywhere. The vice president of the USA was there. The Macron, Scholz, everybody was there. Hi there. And they were all speaking in a kind of monologue. But Macron said something very interesting. It's perhaps one of the most interesting things he said was that, yes, Ukraine has to win. But whenever I listen to people that the leadership in Russia has to change, you will have to be very, very careful, because regime change we tried regime change many times, and everything went pretty bad. So, yeah, that was also quite an interesting statement in this conference. Sorry there, guys. Otherwise, Europe is preparing to go to war. If you believe everything they said.
Europe can prepare all they want. No matter how we look at this, right? We can talk about tactics and who'll do what all day long. It ends in nuclear war. Why does it matter? Europe cannot go to war, because if Europe goes to war, it's nuclear war.
We are fucked up. Say it like this.
Yes.
Yeah.
But you know what
We're
was
all
my
fucked up.
feeling? Yes. My feeling was that, it's like when someone is on the hospital and is about to die, you have two options. How do you say, you just have this day, you're going to die, I'm sorry. Or you tell him, oh, don't worry, everything will be okay, we love you, we'll take care of you, everything will be will become better, And that's what my feeling was in this conference. Yes, that was my feeling in this conference. The Europeans don't have munitions, they don't have weapons to deliver. The Scholz promised 300 tanks, and they just managed to find 50 on the end. Many countries that promised tanks are not.
200. They promised 200, and they have 50 Leopards 2 and 150 Leopard 1. So they fulfill the promise.
There is no munitions for the Leopard 1. So what's for a tank that has no munitions? They have no munitions. They
are gonna drive over the Russians.
Okay, that's good. That could be nice. That could be nice. So my feeling was that these people were like saying to Ukrainians, don't worry, you're going to die. You're going to lose the war, but we are here. We are supporting you. We give you we cheer you up. Sorry.
No, but that sentiment actually also goes to most of the population of the West, right? It's just performative. It's to keep everyone feeling good about it.
Yes, quite true. Yes,
you're giving them the poison right in the IV that's going to kill them, and you're saying, "Shh, no, it's okay, everything's going to be fine," and then you're just like pressing the needle in.
It's just irrational speech. I mean, I've heard what Victoria Nuland said.
If you please, yes.
Macron said, what Annalena Baerbock said with her 360 degrees Putin should make. I mean,
that's why RL, I am fucking mad.
I think she
that's
just
why
misspoke.
I'm fucking mad of Putin. Because he didn't done this 2014. He should have finished all that in 2014.
Maybe, but it was more for public relations.
Not so many people would have died.
No, that was for public relations on world stage. Now we can
Fuck
say
off relations.
No. He said, now look at
we are talking about human lives.
No.
We are talking about the rise of Asia.
Well, can we go back to why
Putin can say, look at those Westerners. They don't
can we go
have
back
a
to
word.
Wyatt's question
they can't
about
be trustworthy? Yeah, and he's saying that to the Africans, to the Asians, and to the Latin Americans. You don't give a fuck about Western public opinion. You don't give a fuck about them, because we here we can talk freely, kind of, depends on subject, and that's it. We don't have any grip on our political systems.
Can we go back to Wyatt's point about the identity of the Ukrainian people? And you hear 2 points: is the right to self-determination, and the question if you compare them to the Palestinians or the Kurds. And a lot of times, like, the Israelis will be like, oh, well, if the Palestinians are people, they would have the right to self-determination, but they're not really a people, as opposed to maybe the Kurds that are clearly a people, and the question whether they have self-determination. And so the importance, if you accept that the Ukrainians are a people, and then therefore they have a right to self-determination, and so the point is to reject actually people, or you're going to argue that even if they're people, they don't have the right to self-determination.
David, hold on. I have to push back on that. When you have several million people calling themselves something, they are pretty much that. Like, whether you consider them real or not, it doesn't matter. That nationalities and all these things are all figments of our imagination. If you consider yourself a people, like look at the United States, case in point. Okay. So if they call yourself, if you have 300 million, if you have 300, everyone can say that the United States is completely invented, just like a construct, which is somewhat true. But also at the same time, the national identity, because it's not just one or the other. They kind of work together, sort of like symbiotically, and ebbs and flows a bit.
It's
a little bit more nuanced than that. So when you say, like, for example, not real people, like, where do you? So what do you say then? Like
an aspect to the right to self-determination, that they're enough of a real people that they have the right to self-determination, which would mean to balkanize nation.
It's right by Mike.
Every modern nation has built itself through blood and war.
Yeah, I agree with that sentiment. So if we look at China,
you can have the people subjugated, but that doesn't mean they're not
Palestine
real people.
don't have
They
their
don't have the
country,
power.
it's because they are losing on the ground. If the Kurds have not a country on their own, it's because they are losing on the ground.
But they're still a people. They just don't have self-determination.
You're saying the phrase in the term of the right to self-determination is
because you have weapons.
The legality of phrasing it as the right to self-determination and make a nation that's recognized militaristically.
There's actually
you have to fight for it.
No, the law is all not important. The only important thing is, do you have a bigger gun or bigger sword? That's the only thing that matters.
Oh, yeah, a big amount as well. A big amount.
Well, it's also if someone wants you to exist, right? This goes on. Actually, just look at the African countries, and they're all lined up artificially, crossing borders. You know, they're not let up like for example, India will be a different example because it was already preordained with some sort of Indian identity. African cultures, they were just having all these impositions were mostly made by the Europeans during the Berlin Conference. And this was, of course, this will relate to war. This is, of course, what matters here. They imposed it through war. But then what keeps these states together? Well, these states are very convenient. They've already had their economies tailored in for a certain type of production, so they are necessarily dependent on you. And so if you can have them empower their monopoly on violence, these state structures, you can have them manage themselves while benefiting you. And so this notion about like, well, what do you call yourself? Well, this is actually a self-fulfilling prophecy. When you look at most of these countries which were artificially created, they would still have their tribal allegiances to some extent, you know, and this doesn't have to be violent or contentious or anything like that. It can be, of course. But the more overarching factor is that over time, these people will still identify themselves as this nationality or that nationality, even though it was completely made up by the master. And so you see, it's a self-reinforcing thing also for any other country. You know, it's like an institution.
I mean, you need
David,
to take
why
it
do you
case
want
by
to
case.
why do you want to question the existence of Palestinians?
Well, I'm saying neutral, and I'm just saying the terminology that is used in the conflict is a people who have a right to self-determination. So from an Israeli legalistic perspective, you say that they might accept, well, they would have a right to self-determination, but they're not
internationally.
legitimately a legal people that has a right to self-determination in a legalistic way, that they could form their own country, make their own army. And so, I mean, it goes back to what Drew and RL were talking about, peacetime versus wartime economies. So the U.S., if it's now in a peacetime economy, we're looking at a rules-based order of law, and it's a determination within a legalistic system. Do they meet the qualification of some rules-based order versus a wartime situation where the rules-based order doesn't matter? It matters what happens on the battlefield.
So
I would like to comment on that.
Of the Western countries. Yeah. So the rule-based order doesn't exist in.
Let's have enough. Let's have enough.
It's international law. It's
Can we let Wyatt talk?
Let's have enough.
So what I'm saying about peacetime versus real time.
Wartime.
Peacetime only exists because you had a decision made at the time the war concluded, in which, for whatever reasons, there was peace. If you destroy those conditions, there is war again. So I don't really believe in a rules-based order which assumes that there would be no war. There's always the threat of war, and there's always the sword and the gun at the back of the day. So sure, Palestine, Israel, or any ethnic group. India has Naga tribes, for example, fighting for self-determination for the last 40 years. Probably most people in the West haven't heard of the Nagas. Well, they have every right. They're probably as many as the Palestinians in terms of sheer number. Why not give their country? Why not give Bodoland the country? Why not give the Manipuris another country? We can partition India into 700 countries, actually. And honestly, if you look at India's election coalition politics, you'd find that every ethnic group has created its own political party. And when they really don't like stuff, they don't exactly talk in a seditionist sense, but they make enough. I mean, they do go enough as a deviation from the national policy. And so you've had more parties that are regional or local or religious rather than unifying and secular, especially in the last few decades. And really, I bring this up because if you're talking about Ukraine having a national identity which is set in stone, it is almost talking as if there is a separate existence to some people or race, and I really can't identify with it. Like, if you're looking from a scientific perspective, we as human beings are fairly mixed. Some races are fairly pure, sure, but that's much rarer in today's world. We're quite well mixed by now. So to say that these people, I would actually agree with what Coping Things was saying regarding you created America just by creating an identity. And honestly, at any point of the day, Texas can say we don't really like what's happening, and they have the legal right to secede from the union if they really want.
Not only Texas, yeah.
But we did create a system of rules-based order.
legal right.
That's
They
the
don't have the
importance of
legal
a
right.
peacetime. I mean, this is a military channel, but the importance of peacetime, where you have the legitimization to say there is a rules-based system, and violence is outside the rules-based, and maybe there's
no
different when it comes
rule-based
down to
system.
violence.
That's bullshit.
I'm
There's
sorry.
no rule-based
In the sense
system.
because
What is
RL, are
that
you a
you're
man of
talking
your word?
about rules?
If you
What
give
is
your
that?
word, do you keep it in sense of rules-based?
No,
That's
that's
not
what the
giving your word
Americans.
is about
That's
honor. It has nothing to do
Are
with
you a
rules.
man of
It's
your word?
tradition.
rule-based order is a fluff which is originated by the American administration and repeated by the Europeans. And
Okay,
the
let's-
Russians and the
that's
Chinese
very
say there is
interesting.
no rule-based order, there is international law.
Law,
which can
exactly.
be
And
interpreted.
international law is international law. Each country has its international law. It depends which contracts they sign. Otherwise, that's no international law. So the world-based order that some people in the Western countries are talking about, and they can't mix everything, is that they make the rules, they make the stipulations, they make the standards, and everybody has to follow them. And that's what they are talking about when they are talking about the rules-based order. Of course, it's very easy to mix the stuff because, of course, most countries sign the Charter of the UN, and most countries have to obey to this charter. But let's see, the Western countries are the first and were the first ones not to obey to those rules, the basic rules. But they are not talking about those rules. They are talking about the other rules that nobody recognizes.
And let's just talk in theory, okay? Because obviously there's a corrupted system of Western rules-based order, but theoretically, groups functioning according to rules and having a nation where nations can negotiate what the rules are, and then they will follow as a group this rules-based order, actually the theoretical rules-based order, not necessarily the Western imposed rules-based order.
I disagree because there is no rules-based order. There is only firepower-based order. So,
but that's also true.
Yes,
the rules-based order is just nice for smaller countries. Countries that sometimes
consider this scenario. The Kurds now have 2,000 Abrams tanks with maybe 500 F-15s. Do you think they're going to go for independence? They're 100% going to go for independence. No one can stop them. The only reason why they are not even Kurdistan as a country is because they lose on firepower. They just can't win. They can fight the war. They can fight. Just like in Syria, they tried to fight. They still can't win because they just cannot resist against Syria and Turkey combined firepower.
And Iran.
Yeah, but internally, your society, you can't have society function without the theoretical rules-based order. You can't have people fighting
You
on
mean
the
you mean
street. You need
a state
rules and an order based on the
you must-
large amounts of people following these rules.
But you must first conquer.
Yes, but that's another concept. That's another concept. That's the law in each country. Most countries have laws. You have there is very few countries in this world where rules don't apply. In each country, there are rules.
Prata, please. David, Vaughan want to say something.
I was just going to say, I mean, what makes people follow the rules? I mean, it's like what makes you put a shopping cart back in the cart corral versus just leaving it by your car. I mean,
being an honorable person.
We agree to a certain a framework, and we all are supposed to follow it. And of course, some people do, but then there's people that are like, well, I could kind of act like I am and still fuck off and do what I want. And then there's other people who are like, fuck the system, I'm going to do what I want. I mean, it's just right now the plurality of people agree to the framework, and we're all, plus we don't want to go to prison. We don't want to don't want to lose our jobs or get canceled. I mean, there's any number of reasons why we follow the rules right now.
Because if you look at negotiate rules,
if I could make a quick
you have
point on
different
that.
nations with different rules, but you could negotiate within the recognition that different countries have different laws, and that's why I came up with there are people that could have their own set of rules and self-determination that could
the sanctions
with other
look
people.
At the sanctions.
David, do you understand what is
Look at
international law?
the sanctions.
Let's get into rules and negotiation.
But
if
rather
you're
talk
talking about
theoretical,
David, I want to make a quick
organizations
point.
and bodies are theoretical.
So I want to make a quick point. If we talk about negotiations, look at the World Trade Organization and look at the IMF as to how they imposed rules. Firstly, when Russia became Russia after the USSR, and what happened after Operation Desert Storm, what's happening to Sri Lanka, what's happened to Venezuela and Argentina, you can see that the rules have always favored the exact companies which are allied with those economies. Why? Because who won the Second World War? A certain bloc of countries, of which the US was the most powerful. They set the rules. Now, if Russia or China set the rules after a major military confrontation, they're going to set the rules differently. Asia is quite different from West, which the West doesn't really understand. The way diplomacy is done, negotiations are done is different. So this idea of the rules-based order is fine. Even 2,000 years ago, if somebody showed up on a shore, you don't know, you've for the first time seen somebody white-skinned in Japan, you would not shoot the person immediately. You would not shoot a messenger immediately if sent from another empire, even if you're at war. There are certain rules which are basic humanistic rules. Beyond that, if you're talking about trade, if you're talking about the right to self-determination, that's actually determined by countries. Afghanistan functions very differently. We cannot impose the same rules on Afghanistan that we impose in India, because they've always been different and it's always more dangerous. Sure, we can believe in fraternity, liberty, equality, all of the principles of the French Revolution. Try to impose it on every corner of the world, and they're going to fight till the last man. I mean, just look at how China has fought battles within its country just to stay united for the last 2,500 years. I mean, the Three Kingdoms war period was what, 100 years? 200 years?
20 million.
We discussed this in the past and saying, well, it's zero sum in that sense. Well, one rule space has to win. It's zero sum, and you're either going to fight it now or later.
Exactly. That's why there's only one rule, the firepower rule. The only rule is you must be able to conquer.
Say kill or be killed. Why are you factually saying the rule is kill or be killed?
Yes,
that's the only rule, kill or be killed?
That's the only
the one with the biggest gun
is to have some balance. Everybody's scared not to kill.
Oh, so David, for instance, there is the patents. The patents. Yes. Let's talk about the patents. The patents, it's like this. You have contracts or assessments with other countries, and one office, I don't know, in New York, might produces your patent for the USA, for the Europe, but probably not for China, because China didn't sign any contract on that way. So it's not illegal for China to actually copy it. It might be illegal for China to sell that product in Europe, yes, because in Europe those definitions are already reserved for that person somewhere in New York. So this is how works international law. For instance, if I go to a Portuguese patent register, he will immediately just register it for Portuguese-speaking language countries, because there is kind of a union for patents within the Portuguese-speaking countries. It's not automatically for the whole Europe, which is quite interesting. And we are in the European Union. I have to pay an extra to be registered in the European Central Registers for Patents. It's something different.
So the other thing about the firepower is, just look at Israel is a very good example. If you just ask the countries all around Israel, let's say you make a vote, no one will vote for Israel to exist. The only reason Israel exists is firepower. Militarily, they just cannot be defeated. That's the only reason. So Israel exists as a country, they have a right to exist. If the Palestinian situation is they can't win, and even with all the Arab countries come and help, they didn't win. So they do not have a state. Their state is in a limbo state. So that's the only reality. What rule based? There's no rules. The only rule is you win the war. The Ukraine war is a good example. They have the Minsk agreement. They talk about it twice. No one follows. War.
Yes. Israel is not even recognized as a country by many countries in the world. That means that their law is null, doesn't exist. If you have an Israeli passport, you are actually in many countries in this world a stateless person. International law. Welcome to international law.
I mean, in Israel, God forbid, after World War II and the Holocaust, Israel took on the killer be killed attitude, and you say to some extent
that's why they still exist.
But they're still fighting 70 years later. They've never had a moment of peace.
They have to, and they have to.
I've watched a little bit.
They have to continue fighting.
That's their choice. They can stop fighting.
Well, see, that's the problem, because
and
after the 6-Day War,
they can stop killing.
Let Erwin talk. Let Erwin talk.
The thing is, after Israel, hi guys, I'm new here, sorry, but that's the thing. After the 6-Day War, you know how they won most of the territory and pushed all the way to Egypt's capital. But in order for the war to stop, the UN came in with the United States, and they came to an agreement that the borders return. That's the reason why they didn't continue to fight and hold that territory. It's international pressure.
That's false.
Because they didn't want to continue to fight, so they accepted a rules-based order.
The Egyptians were fighting back.
Or eventually we enter some sort of rules-based order.
The Egyptians fought back to take
That's
the Sinai
why they
back.
stopped the war, because the Egyptians were fighting back.
So
they lost a tremendous amount of guys because they were under weaponed against the Israelis. But they fought, and they throw their people because they are huge demographic
Russia
country.
in Ukraine. Look at Russia in Ukraine.
So Egypt lost the 6-Day War. So after that, they licked their wounds. They rebuilt their military again. They tried again in Yom Kippur War. They lost again. But then Egypt made a point to Israel. It's like, we are going to try again if you are not going to return us the Sinai Peninsula. So Israel made a deal with Egypt and say, okay, we're going to give you back all your land. We don't want any of it.
It's desert. It's desert. But also quite interesting is what happened this week with the Israeli.
They're still not at war now. Which is why Egypt is pretty friendly with Israel.
Well, they signed the treaty and now have rules-based order.
No,
That rule-based order. Stop it. It's bullshit.
What's the point? They signed a treaty and they each agreed that they were going to obey certain sets of rules.
International law.
Negotiated treaty.
And they agree to that because
you guys rules are an instrument. Rules are just an instrument. So when you say rules-based order, it's based on what? Well, what the others are kind of aligning here is that you need to have firepower and you also need to have some sort of cohesion. You need to have an organization that enables it. But all this, that's the rules. That's just an instrument. It's just an abstraction to kind of make so we can navigate, right? To make the social cohesion.
Well, it's a pause from kill or be killed.
Through human history, you will see it. You define time and time again by brute force. And then you may exist if you surrender as a vassal, or you may resist until you're killed, every single last one of you. You stop resisting, and you can be subsumed into our control. Then you can abide by our rules. That's rules-based order.
So I want to add, and so that we can also close. If you look at the law, our normal local laws, every country have laws and rules and laws, right? If you don't follow the law, what happens? The police will arrest you. If you kill someone, the police will kill you. Simple as that. Same thing. Kill or be killed. Or you just follow and surrender. You just surrender and follow. It's always the firepower that enforce the rules. The rules itself, nobody give a damn unless it was enforced. So without enforcement, no rules, no laws means anything. The whole point of the Western rule-based order can be held is because anyone that is forced upon these rules is under threat of invasion or economic sanctions. That's the only reason. No, if we don't follow your rules, we get sanctioned. That's what happened to Russia. So,
and the only difference between that and our societies in general is if you look at statistics, it's not the degree of punishment that tend to be a deterrence. The deterrence is the chance and likelihood of you getting caught. In international politics, this one is a little bit more in the open, so you have to be a little bit more clever. You break and bend the rules whenever you can if it's in your self-interest. The rules are an instrument for you. If it's your favor, you will harp on it. Oh, the rules-based order, everything like that. If it's against you, you will delegitimize it. Then where's the rules-based order in that?
But
right?
which rules are we talking about? That's also the point. Because the most universal rules that we should talk about, most countries signed it, are the Charter of UN and all the treaties that follow it. So these rules are managed by the United Nations. The United Nations is paralyzed. But why is the United Nations paralyzed? Because of the Western countries mostly. They have been paralyzing the United Nations completely. Well, Russia now also paralyzed the United Nations as well. So they're also guilty as charged. But also, I would like to comment something very interesting that happened this week as well. It is in the there is the conference of the African Union. You probably heard it. Most heads of state of Africa met in Addis Ababa, and the representative of Israel was expelled from the room. This is geopolitically enormous. It has a huge weight, and I wonder if this is not a kind of a message to the USA. I find it extreme, but they did it, and in public, and came on television.
Where is the problem? Where is the problem that the Israeli and politician was expelled? Where is the problem?
It's humiliation.
Where is the problem when some Israeli politicians are humiliated? Where is the problem?
Hold on.
Not a
politician. Specific relation to the African Union.
Where is the problem?
Please.
I don't see a problem in it.
No problem. So the only problem I have now. Wait. The only problem I have now is 5 hours, 20 minutes, and 21 minutes. So no, I cannot take it anymore. So we need to do closing. This is, I think, the longest open mic already, and I'm sick.
No, we had a 6-hour one. We had a 6-hour.
Oh, we had. Oh, yeah. Oh, okay. No. But I'm sick, so no, I'm not supposed to be talking so long. Anyway, so let's go one round, do closing, and Erwin, do put in the private chat your email to keep in contact.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So no, RL go first. Closing statement. No closing statement.
Great to be with nice people. And I hope we will continue discussing. It was more geopolitical. Yeah, we could talk a bit more about the Munich Security Conference.
Yeah, maybe next week.
But maybe.
Or we can do a focus group, a focus one. So you guys can organize in the lounge.
I prefer live open mic. It's more
exciting, right?
It's more
spicy.
Yeah, exactly. Especially with you, Draku.
Yes.
So
maybe next time.
So just to correct, just now, David was saying this is defense policy defense politics Asia is not about just military. It's about politics and geopolitics as well. So just want to correct that. Draku.
I as always don't have to say much because nobody let me talk. So I talk like 20 seconds, and then all the people are interrupting me. So no problem. But I like that
your
because
watch is broken. Your watch is broken.
Yeah, I like that because I am a fighter, you know, and I'm fighting. So I love the round. I like the contradictions, and I think it's constructive to talk with different opinions. I think that's the most important.
Okay, Alan.
No, I mean, I just want to touch on the point that I felt like this open mic, it was a little bit chaotic, but I think it was very, very good, very constructive. I personally learned a lot from it. Again, to reinstate, America is in fact the greatest country on earth, and we have everything wrong with us at the same time. I would hope we could next week we could cover a little bit more directly on Ukraine. Maybe I can write up some questions. That would be pretty fun. Maybe something will happen. There's a lot we could talk about, but other than that, I hope you guys came on and had a good time. I hope the viewers had a good time. It's just a good stuff talking all around. Draku, you are a menace. RL, you are a menace. Vaughn, you made me laugh my ass off just in the background. You know what I'm talking about. And everyone who's watching, like and comment, or Vaughn will do what he did in the background. You'll have to go back to the stream and rewatch it. To you. Thank you.
United States will be the greatest country if you have camembert.
If I have what?
Is that cheese?
With unsterilized milk.
Camembert is
raw milk.
Yeah.
Yes, made of raw milk.
Non-sterilized milk.
Coping things.
Right, closing. So yeah, this was a cool one. I agree. I totally agree. It was very amusing to watch you guys shout in between each other, and then once in a while I could shout along with you. I came to realize one thing. Aki, who has been on the open mic before, he made a comment. It was actually, I think, in the America panel. No, I don't recall, but it was in one of the panel, and he came up with this good idea because the DPA Open Mic may actually need a slogan, and maybe that slogan for a time being should be Vaughn, you're muted. I advocate for Vaughn, you're muted as the DPA Open Mic slogan. So, but seriously, it's always entertaining, always very stimulating, and sometimes we kind of get shouty, but I noticed we are starting to get a little bit better at self-regulating, like some of us.
We need to remind everybody, you can join these. These aren't closed to everybody.
Oh, you are absolutely correct. Thank you, Alan, for reminding me. Yes. There are so many people shouting on here, but I also see a lot of you shouting down there on the chat level there. I see a lot of these, you see smiley emojis and all this kind of stuff. Hey, if you're so lively, why don't you come on and make it lively here? We'll just simply step aside. Wyatt will inform us in a private chat, and if we pick it up, many of us are willing to just like, oh no, let this whatever come in. So do not hesitate. Do not feel like you could be a weirdo. It doesn't matter, man. We're all weirdos. Haven't you seen us? Look at what happened for 5 hours straight.
I'm wearing a plate carrier.
Yeah. Look at that. What do you know? There you go.
The only reason why we are talking here is because we are all weirdos. We don't have friends to talk like this, to talk about geopolitics. We think they are all nerds. All geeks and nerds. So that's why we are talking here.
Yeah. So do like and subscribe. Do you like it? If you don't like and subscribe, you're a fucking asshole. Like, yeah, that's it. That's it. You gotta like and subscribe. And if you know someone, if you're not as weird as us and you don't know anyone, well, then you come on here. But if you do know someone, you share. Okay. Rant over. And thanks a lot, everyone.
Okay, Erwin.
Well, this is my first time, but I've been following DPA for quite a while now. It's amazing to be on here and just ready to show some opinion on what I have on what's going on.
Yeah.
Thanks, guys.
Sorry, a bit late. So I will try to do other time zones. I always say this, but no, I always do the same time zone. Thank you, Erwin. David?
Thanks.
Yeah, thanks a lot for having me on. My great work. I still check your channel regularly. One of the best reporting. Unfortunately, it's just going on and on. I'm not a military guy. I'm a civil engineer, and I like philosophy and politics. Even the questions related to free will or animal, human nature, group identity, I think are very important related to what's going on. I especially like the conversation on the globalized supply chain. If you have a talk on that, I'd be interested. But God bless everybody. Definitely, I think more conversation, more dialogue, because unfortunately, I think at this point, escalation is most likely outcome, and only dialogue will counter that.
Thank you, Afina.
Yes.
Sorry.
So I think I joined really late today because
Yeah.
I have a flight actually tomorrow. So I really enjoyed the discussion on America and how contentious it became. It's interesting for me because I've been in the States for the last 6 years, and I am an international, so I am exactly in that position to decide, oh, is this the country for me or is it not? A lot of people just aspire for citizenship and all that, but events over the last 1 or 2 years have me questioning as in, do I really want to stay here? So it's actually very much in flux. It's an interesting conversation to hear, especially from people who are born and brought up here. But anyway, I find this discussion to be fascinating and would like to contribute more in the future. I'm in academia myself, so I actually, I'm more in the sciences, but I do like to read research papers and actual articles and build an argument and argue from that perspective rather than just coming on and voicing opinions. So it's kind of very different and refreshing in that sense, rather than prepare a conference presentation and panel discussion. So it's nice.
Yeah, we have DPA panels, so you can enjoy your panel version if you want to get into it. Vaughn.
Yeah, I just want to say, as always, I had a great time. Always loved the banter back and forth and the characters. And like Coping said, if you like the show and you want to get on there and say your opinion, come on and get on here. Don't just hide in the chat, and then like and subscribe. And then I know we didn't talk about Wagner a lot, so Wagner. We'll try to talk about it more. Maybe if you ask a question in chat, somebody could answer it. And then all you bastards in DPA regular chat, you bunch of fucking heathens. Jesus, you need Jesus. And that's all I got to say. Have a great week, everybody.
Yeah, for the Wagner, you can also watch the History Legends video. I think he covered the interview really well. I think there's a part 2. That's only part 1. I rumor there's a part 2. So no, Prata.
Okay, hey guys. So today, actually, there were many interesting topics, especially about identity politics and all that stuff. I do agree with Wade. It should be extremely interesting to comment some things that were said in the conference in Munich. I think in this week there were many things happening that might be on the brink of some change, and not exactly for worse. Although the wording is very bad and is very it gives you the idea that we are on an abyss. No, it's not true. It might be exactly the opposite. Also in the conference of Munich, China said they were going to present a peace plan. Wow, what would that be? But so I think if IRL had the guts to watch it, there were many hours, and someone else would have it be interesting. It could be really nice to make a panel. Otherwise, it's quite boring as a topic because it's very.
Yeah, Prata, you should sponsor one. I just messaged already. So
I offer a bottle of wine.
And then see who wants to get.
He oops.
You said wine, and RL was like, huh?
Yes.
His eyes like
like a dog ear went up like.
Red only. I don't drink white.
I drink only schnapps. You know schnapps?
Schnapps,
huh?
That figures.
All right. So thank you, everyone.
Have a great week. God bless.
50%.
Drink water bottle.
Take care. Wait.
Everyone, take care. Bye
Take care,
bye.
everyone.
Thanks for watching.
Bye now.
Bye.
Cheers.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
So that's all. That's it for episode 17. I said I am sick. I'm still sick. I say it'll be 3 hours again. It's even worse. It's 5.5 hours. So it's very hard to stop the open mic when the conversations are really it's really flowing and then discussing very intriguing topics, and so it's really just very hard to stop at the right time. So so we extended to another half an hour more than the usual 5 hours that I try not to exceed. So anyway, thank you everyone for watching. There's still like 240 of you guys here. I'm so grateful for your support. Do share. We want to build. Let's grow this DPA Open Mic together. It's very hard to grow because most people do not know what the open mic is about. So just looking at the title, usually people do not want to click. But I think you guys all have enjoyed it very much. So we need to spread the words to grow this thing so that even beyond the Ukraine war, because the channel is pretty much very Ukraine war centric. So if the Ukraine war ends suddenly, the DPA will start to struggle. So it's important for us to start to grow the other content type so that especially I think open mic is one of the best things that we can do to get ideas and opinions all over. So which is why it's important. If you enjoy it, we need to help to share, to promote it. Talk to your friends, talk to people on social media, say that this is the cool thing, you should come and check it out. This sort of things. And if you are on the main channel watching, do subscribe to the DPA IRL channel, which is the home of the open mic. The open mic will not always be on the main channel. I'm simply putting it just to promote it. By right, it should be live only on DPA IRL channel. So do help to subscribe, do comment, to talk over there over the DPA IRL channel. Usually more people is on the main channel because you simply have a bigger channel, which is why it's a collective effort to try to grow this brand and grow this content. If not, if we continue at a very low number, it's very hard to sustain. So which is why the more people we have, that means the more revenue these sessions will be, especially the advertising, the post live video where people come back to watch and then they watch the ads, and then the revenue gains, that is the passive type is the one I prefer the most, so that it can help to sustain this entire idea. And for those that do not know, I do share with the open mic. So the open mic speakers actually have a exclusive lounge, a chat group only for speakers. It's actually on Telegram. So this one is only for speakers. So normal people don't really get to go in unless you are on the open mic. And in there, I do share with them. One day, the dream is for the open mic to actually be live, to do a live, like in person, like maybe once a year or maybe I do a live where people can actually buy tickets or whatever to go and watch live, and I will fly the most popular speakers or relevant speakers to the live sessions, and then people can watch and then watch us banter and discuss in real life. I think that would be damn cool. But no, not now, because the channel is way too small. We're not going to have enough audience to fill up any theaters or conference hall. So which is why this is an evolution. The more slowly we will grow this thing, and hopefully you guys will be part of the journey to help become a speaker as well. Do join, and becoming a speaker helps have a added benefit other than the exclusive group. You also get to sponsor panels. You can actually create your own panel, invite the speakers that you like, and then have a separate recorded discussion that we can post on the main channel, and we can go very deep, very geeky about specific topics. I believe you guys on the main channel might have watched it already. So those are the panels. The DPA panels is another thing. Is likely to be exclusively only for open mic speakers only. So So which is why it's important, show face, credibility is very important. So anyway, just want to share all these things. Yeah, I'm not sure if I'm going to have enough energy to do the sit rep later. So maybe I don't have time to do. I don't have an energy to do the sit rep. Don't have the time. But let's see how it goes. Anyway, thank you for watching, and thank you for the super chats. Let me check. What are the super chats? We have thank you to Acting Sane, Mason Mayat, NGS. Thank you, Logizen A. Thank you, Enzo Adrian Reyes. Thank you, Stranger J, Lying Dog Face Pony Soldier. Yeah, thank you so much for the super chat. I think you guys helps to keep this to make my time worth it in a way. So that I can help to pay for all the other shit like this Streamyard, this thing, right? Actually, I have to pay for it. Like, yeah, because the free version is actually not. I don't think there's a free version. Is there a free version? I can't remember. Anyway, I paid for it. So this Streamyard that we host this open mics and the panels. Actually, I paid a subscription for it, so it helps. So thank you for watching. Thank you guys for watching, and I'll see you in the next update.